I have created scientific magic. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 526. No matter how bad the environment is, life will always find a way out. Although Raphael didn't know what Lin En was doing, he still put away the ring of secret magic, out of trust. Yolande, Tick, Ivana and others also took various instruments and prepared to go out. Lin En did not give a long speech to boost morale, but asked them to be cautious. This exploration should be safe and concealed. At worst, they could retreat and rest, and the Parliament would prepare a second team to enter the exploration. We will pay attention. See you later, Raphael said solemnly, and then took the lead in stepping into the surging space-time gate, and the others hurriedly followed. Sure enough, it was cut off. Watching several people disappear in the space-time gate, Lin En sensed it and thought to himself, but this was also within his expectations, but he didn't know whether the soul-dividing magic could work on the other side. On the other side, Raphael, who stepped into the space-time gate, only felt a dizziness, as if his consciousness was stripped away, and his body was stuffed into a large vortex and turned dozens of times. When Raphael came to his senses, he had already appeared at the other end of the space-time gate. Such a rich magic. This was Raphael's first feeling. I don't know if it was because of the space-time gate. The magic content nearby was almost comparable to the magic tied on every Sunday. Beside him, Yolande, Tick, Ivana and others also walked out of the space-time vortex, and saw a dark, cold, and desolate world. Just as the intelligence said, the temperature here is extremely low. Tick shivered and took out the temperature detection device and let it stand for a while, and soon came to a conclusion. The temperature here is about -20 degrees. Tick said in astonishment. No wonder it's so cold. Yolande also shrank his neck. Even though he had added cold-proof magic to his wizard robe in advance, he was still frozen. Also, the gravity of this world seems to be lighter. Ivana tried to jump and jumped 3 or 4 meters high. Although her physical fitness is very good, she could not jump to such an exaggerated height without the help of magic and divine arts. With Ivana's reminder, Raphael and others also noticed this. Their bodies did feel a little light. According to the theory of universal gravitation proposed by Speaker Lin, the mass of this world should be much smaller than the planet we are on. Yolande, who specializes in astronomy, looked up at the sky. There are no stars, no moon or sun here, only darkness. It's not time to think about these things now. Let's find a place to settle down and do an experiment on gravitational acceleration to find out. Raphael pulled everyone's attention back from the exploration of gravity and temperature. In fact, this is also one of their tasks this time, to explore the composition of the elements and the gravitational constant of this world, and they have brought the relevant instruments. If conditions permit, the Parliament also wants them to use Lin's light difference method to estimate the area of this continent or planet, but Raphael thinks that this is completely a problem with the brains of those parliamentarians. There is not even light in this place. To create a large enough light source, one must release Skyfall directly in the sky, but that would be tantamount to exposing one's whereabouts. Bright as day. Raphael raised his hand to cast a spell, and a flashing thunderball condensed above everyone's head. The fluorescence that continued to emit immediately dispelled the deep darkness nearby. Everyone only then discovered that the time and space gate here was also erected in a valley, probably because the church's expeditionary force had slaughtered nearby monsters not long ago. The air was filled with a bloody and foul smell. Very good, the magic can be performed smoothly. Raphael breathed a sigh of relief. The thing he was most worried about did not happen, and he suddenly felt more confident. Then he looked at the psychic wizard Tika and the team. Tika nodded and opened his wide wizard robe. Ivana's pupils shrank slightly, because the other wizard's robe was full of half-palm-sized black bats. Is it a demon bat? Several wizards recognized it immediately. It was a kind of weak demon beast that liked to suck blood, but it usually went out in groups. If there was no help from wizards or divine magicians, 100 demon bats could slaughter it down. However, This psychic wizard brought the demon bats here on purpose, obviously not to let them fight. This kind of demon beast can use echo waves for positioning. In the dark environment of foreign lands, it is undoubtedly an excellent reconnaissance helper to reduce the possibility of their exposure. Lin on the side also took action and put his hand on the ground. He was selected to join this exploration team not only because he knew astronomy, but more importantly, he also had a magic that could sense ground vibrations. In an unknown world, the more reconnaissance methods, the better, otherwise there might be some negligence. For example, now, Lin, who had just touched the ground with his hand, suddenly changed his expression and shouted in surprise, "Underground ... underground." At the same time, a warning sign surged in Ivana's mind, and then the solid ground under her feet suddenly collapsed. A huge mouthful of fangs drilled out from the ground and bit towards her. The blood-red eyes flashed with cruelty and murderous ferocity. Ivana had already jumped high into the air, facing the attacking abyss. The girl's face remained unchanged. She pulled out the slender blade at her waist and stabbed it into the opponent's blood-red eyes with great precision. The hot blood and green juice sprayed out together, and after falling to the ground, they were frozen into pieces of fine ice crystals, along with bursts of screams mixed with pain and anger. The 2-meter-thick body swung wildly, like a drilling machine, plowing grooves in the solid ground. Ivana used the reaction force of the other party's body to pull out the blade and retreat to a safe area. However, there was more than one giant worm attacking them. An unlucky wizard was also targeted, but he obviously did not have the excellent reaction speed of Ivana, and was swallowed by the giant worm that drilled out from the ground. Damn it! Raphael's face was extremely ugly, and he cursed angrily. The lightning ball flashing above his head immediately shrank into a ball, and then a strong laser beam rushed out, cutting off the worm's body from the surface. The huge body of the worm fell to the ground, but it was still twisting violently, raising dust all over the sky. Tick and others immediately rushed up, trapped it with magic, and cut open the body of the giant worm, saving the unlucky wizard. Thanks to the fact that he was swallowed, the wizard was not bitten into several pieces by the worm's fangs. In addition, the rescue was timely, so he was not seriously injured, but his body was covered with green body fluids. Seeing that the other party was not seriously injured, Raphael breathed a sigh of relief. If there were casualties as soon as he entered the foreign land, or if the other party was too seriously injured and needed to be sent back, he would be embarrassed. On the other side, Ivana also cooperated with Lin and others to kill the worm that attacked her, and took out some of the limbs and blood of the sandworm, and sealed them for research. This should be the sandworm in the intelligence. I didn't expect that this thing's actions would be so secretive, Raphael said in a solemn tone. He originally thought that such a large thing should have some signs even if it was moving underground, but he didn't even notice it at all. No, I think they should have been waiting here to hunt, Lin explained. Just now, when he cast a detection magic, he found that the two worms had been hiding underground. How insidious. They have learned to wait in front of the space-time gate, just waiting for others to come through the gate, Tick said with a trembling heart as he looked at the dismembered and dead sandworm. If it was him who was targeted just now, he would not be completely sure that he could dodge. Tick even suspected that these giant worms had the ability to distinguish the strength of their prey, because the best time to attack should be when they just came out of the space-time gate, but the other party did not make a move, probably because the first person to step into the space-time gate was Raphael. The sandworm did not have the ability to kill him, so it held back until it sensed the slight vibration caused by Lin's detection magic, realized that it had been discovered, and suddenly launched an attack. In short, we must be more careful next time. Raphael was 120% alert, and then looked at the psychic wizard Tika, asking about the situation of the demon bat's detection. Everything is normal for now. We found several monsters 2 kilometers to the west. They don't look very powerful, but it's better to avoid them. Tika told Raphael what he saw through the spiritual vision, but soon paused, showing a little surprise on his face, and hurriedly reported his new discovery to Raphael. Are you sure? Raphael was also a little strange. After thinking for a while, He spoke again. "Then let's leave here first." Lin and others nodded, and after checking that the instruments they carried were still effective, they left the valley together. Before leaving, Raphael also extinguished the thunderball above their heads. It was too conspicuous to carry such a light source. Fortunately, it was okay in this valley. The church had sent expeditionary forces several times to slaughter the monsters gathered nearby, and the noise they made was much louder than theirs, but it was not certain after they went out. With the departure of the 9 people, the valley once again returned to its previous tranquility. About half an hour later, 3 short figures wrapped in animal skins trotted over from the outside of the valley, their target clearly being the 2 dead sandworms. The 3 of them moved with extraordinary skill, quickly wielding the bone knives in their hands to cut open the worm's body, draining the green juice on the surface, and then cutting off a thin film inside, revealing the brown flesh underneath. The juice of the sandworm is highly corrosive, and only a small part of the meat inside the body is edible, but based on its huge size, it is enough for a small tribe to eat for a week. With the skillful movements of several people, it took only 20 minutes to cut out all the meat inside the shell. As for the part of the body that was submerged in the ground, they did not move it, because digging would take a lot of time, and every second spent here was extremely dangerous, because powerful monsters might smell the smell and come looking for it at any time. In this godforsaken world, greed and death usually go hand in hand, and if you want to survive, you must be careful enough. Several short figures used the film torn from the body of the sandworm to wrap the separated meat and dragged it away. However, the way out of the valley was blocked. A flashing lightning ball was flying towards several people at a very fast speed. A sharp shout sounded from the mouth of the leader, and the other 2 did not hesitate to drop the pieces of meat they had worked hard to peel off, and turned around and ran away. Unfortunately, their speed was obviously not faster than lightning. The flying lightning ball soon exploded, and the flashing arc spread rapidly like a spider web, covering the surrounding area of 100 meters. The one who made the move was Raphael, who had turned back and concealed his figure with polarizing magic. He was holding an equally short figure in his hand. This was a sentry. Several demon bats flew down from the sky and landed on the shoulders of the psychic wizard Tika. He had already discovered the 4 people hiding outside the valley just now, but he did not know their identities and purposes, so he did not act rashly. After receiving the news, Raphael did not want to alert the enemy. The distance between the 2 sides was too far, and it would be difficult to keep all the other parties with just a few demon bats, so he pretended to be unaware and waited for the other party to take action first. However, what was beyond Raphael's expectation was that the 3 people were not targeting him, but the 2 sandworms, killed in the valley. Are they here for food? Raphael glanced at the scattered film bags, and his heart became more clear. It seems that they are all children? Tick walked forward and looked at the few dwarfs who were constantly twitching due to the electric shock, and said in surprise, "No, it should be halflings." Raphael corrected and said, he had seen Lydia many times and had some understanding of the halfling group, so he recognized them at once. Are they the natives here, or did they accidentally step into the space-time gate, or were they driven in by the church? Lin guessed one after another. What surprised him most was that halflings could survive in such a desolate world. There was no sunlight here, the air was very thin, and there were many dangerous monsters. The most important thing was that the opponent's strength seemed to be pitifully weak. Don't underestimate every species. Even in the worst environment, life can always find a way out. The speaker was a plastic wizard. He had dissected thousands of creatures and naturally understood how tenacious life could be under the trend of the desire to survive. Chapter 527, The Two Ends of the Space-Time Gate and the Jet Fighter. What should we do with these people, Master Raphael? Yoland asked. The captured halflings looked very thin and short, like children from a poor family. They were staring at them with horror, and kept making squeaks in their mouths, which seemed to have some kind of pattern. Yoland guessed that it should be some kind of language that they could not understand. Leave it to you, Tika. Raphael looked at the psychic wizard who was communicating with the demon bat. Tika immediately stepped forward and grabbed the head of one of the halflings and performed, Memory retrieval. The rest of the halflings were all shocked, their faces were pale, and the shouts in their mouths became more intense. About 5 minutes later, after exploring the memory, Tika opened his eyes again, and the halfling's difficult words gradually became clear. Let go of Maka, human, otherwise, the high priest will not let you go. Great moon god, please save us. Tika glanced at the halflings who were either terrified or praying sincerely, and said with disdain, your god is dead. Although Tika's newly learned native language was very poor, the halflings understood it. All threats, insults and prayers suddenly stopped, and everyone stared at him with a look of fear and despair. Tika ignored them and turned to report to Raphael, Master, these people are natives from foreign lands and believe in Diana, the moon god, the dead god. Raphael also glanced at the halflings and continued to ask, why did they appear here so coincidentally? This is not a coincidence. In fact, this halfling settlement has been stalking here for many years. Tika explained. Raphael paused for a moment, showing a bit of surprise on his face, but fortunately he reacted quickly. Is it because of the church's expeditionary army? Tika nodded. In this cold and dark foreign land, obtaining food is a huge problem, and every time the church's expeditionary army cleans up the nearby monsters, they always leave a lot of broken limbs and flesh. The abundant food and the smell of blood not only attracted the other monsters to enter, but also attracted the attention of this halfling tribe. Although their strength is very weak, their advantage is that they have wisdom. The previous 2 times were to take advantage of the window period after the church's expeditionary army left and before powerful monsters entered the valley to do some post-war processing. Each time, they were able to obtain enough food for the entire tribe to eat for several months or even 1 or 2 years. This low-risk and high-return way of obtaining food made the halflings, who were almost starving, deeply trapped in it. But they did not know when the next expeditionary army would arrive, and they did not dare to rashly contact this group of beings that were more brutal and dangerous than monsters, let alone enter the time and space gate of this gang's lair. So they sent several spies to guard here all the time, waiting for the next big harvest. It is worth mentioning that the tribe sent not 4 but 5 people to investigate. One of the halfling spies had already reported the news in advance after discovering the abnormal movement of the time and space gate. Isn't this what Speaker Lin En said about waiting for the rabbit? Raphael was a little bit amused and helpless for a while. Now the church has been destroyed by them. If they did not need to enter again to explore the information of the Lord of the Dead, these halflings would not be able to wait for the arrival of the expeditionary force even if they died. Is there any other important information in his mind, especially about the Lord of the Dead? Raphael asked again. Unfortunately, there is no, but I saw some low-level undead creatures in his memory, far away on the other side of these mountains. Tika shook his head regretfully and continued. These people know too little. I think their high priest must know more. Then go find that high priest, Raphael said decisively. Judging from the performance of the people in front of him, this group of halflings should not have any strong people, otherwise they would not have fallen to the point of relying on picking up corpses for a living. The one who deserves a little attention is the high priest, but without the protection of the gods, the other party may not even be able to cast divine arts, and it is likely that he is just a show-off. Raphael estimated that with sufficient food and absolute power, they are fully capable of controlling this tribe. To some extent, their luck is very good. Although they were attacked by 2 sandworms, as soon as they entered the door, they also found an opportunity to deeply understand this world. Thinking of this, Raphael's frown suddenly relaxed, and he had a rough plan for this exploration of foreign lands. Tika, write a report and throw it to the other side of the space-time gate together with this halfling. In this way, there is no need to send anyone back for the time being. Raphael gave a thoughtful order. Since a halfling has already gone back to report the news, they must set out immediately to block this tribe to prevent the other party from escaping and migrating. According to the original plan, if they could not receive electromagnetic communication, 3 of the 9 of them would need to return to the time-space gate in turn within 1 day, report the situation here one by one, and decide whether to send more reinforcements depending on the situation. Now it seems that there is no need to return to the 2 places so frequently, They can use these native halflings to go out to explore intelligence, so that they will not be so conspicuous, and they don't need to apply for more support from the parliament in the short term. Tika nodded, quickly wrote a report on a piece of animal skin scroll, then grabbed one of the halflings, tied him up, stuffed the animal skin into the man's mouth, and threw it heavily into the time-space gate. At the same time, Lin En and others who sent away the exploration team did not rush to leave, but waited for news from the other side. In order to ensure that the exploration team really entered the foreign land smoothly, instead of being taken to other strange places by the time-space gate, or even being swept up in the space turbulence and killed, Raphael and others will conduct a preliminary exploration for half an hour, and after confirming that there is no problem, send one of them back to report the situation. In return, they will send another person to exchange and confirm the information with each other. Due to the difference in the speed of the two time flows, half an hour over there is about 3.5 hours according to the time here. However, now it has been 4 hours, and there is still no movement in the space-time gate. We can't just wait like this. Master Raphael should know the importance of the first contact. We'd better send another group of people in. Vittorio frowned. He suspected that the exploration team entering the space-time gate encountered some big trouble, otherwise they would not miss the time to send people back. Wait a little longer. Lin En shook his head. Unless a six-ring great wizard is unlucky and directly bumps into an extremely powerful legend or the Lord of the Dead, he will not be killed directly. According to their speculation, this space-time gate should be relatively safe. Although the strength of the other members of the exploration team is not very strong, they are comprehensive. They have almost all the elements covering reconnaissance, treatment, close combat, long-range combat, magic, and technology. If they really encounter an opponent that they cannot deal with, they can also retreat back to the space-time gate. 15 minutes. If there is still no movement after 15 minutes, we will send the second group of people in, Lin En said solemnly. Vittorio nodded and waited patiently. Time passed by minute, and the numbers on the quartz clock kept changing. The wizards present were all anxious. 15 minutes soon arrived, just when Lin En began to doubt whether Raphael and others had really encountered any unexpected events. The surging space-time gate was activated again. Here it comes. Vittorio's expression immediately became serious. A series of golden rune chains surrounded the area near the space-time gate. Lin En was also ready to take action at any time. After all, the time did not match the agreement. No one knew what would happen next. It could be that Raphael sent someone back, or it could be an invading enemy. As everyone watched, a figure tied up flew out of the surging space-time gate, and was then tied up again by the rune lock. Vittorio became more and more dissatisfied with Raphael after discovering that the person who came out of the space-time gate was not a member of the exploration team, but a captive who had lost the ability to resist. This should be a halfling. Lin En recognized it immediately. He had had many contacts with Lydia and others, so it was impossible for him to make a mistake. Then he saw the animal skin in the other person's mouth. Paper pages are not easy to preserve, and there is a possibility that they will be torn by the space-time gate. Electromagnetic wave signals cannot communicate across the two worlds, so the exchange of information can only be recorded on the hard monster leather. Lin En's mind moved, and under the effect of the mage's hand, the animal skin quickly extended, and there were encrypted words written with magic on it. Tika repeated what he saw and heard after entering the space-time gate in the most concise words possible, such as the other side of the space-time gate is also a valley. The temperature is about -20 degrees. For example, they were attacked by 2 sandworms as soon as they entered, and found several natives monitoring them. In order to deal with these troubles, they delayed a lot of time. In addition, they have now set out to besiege the halfling tribe. At this time in one day, they will send people back to report more news. One day there is a week in their world, so there is still plenty of time. Very good. It seems that things are going very smoothly. After reading these encrypted messages, Vittorio nodded, and his previous dissatisfaction with Raphael disappeared. When they found that they were being monitored, they naturally could not rashly send people in and out. and it was normal to delay some time to solve the problem. Lin En was considering who should be sent to the time-space gate to exchange information. Tika said in the letter that they did not need too many people for the time being, but the counselors could not really send some useless people in. "Why don't we send a few halflings over there?" Vittorio suggested. "Since the halflings are the natives there, it is naturally more convenient to act with such an identity." Lin En nodded. This was also his idea. According to the information extracted by Tika from the captives' minds, although this tribe was a believer of the moon god Diana, most people's faith did not seem to be so firm. But after thinking about it, it was right. It had been a long time since the death of the moon god, and no miracles had appeared. Even the most firm faith would always waver. Moreover, the lifespan of halflings was not long, even lower than that of normal humans, usually only about 60 years. Those firm believers before should have died out by now. "Since everything is fine here, I should also return to the capital." Lin En turned his head and looked at Vittorio. "What about you, Speaker Vittorio?" "I will stay here to continue studying this space-time gate and figure out the effect of the speed of magic power influx on time," Vittorio said with a raised eyebrow. He could also prevent some abnormal situations from happening here. As for the alchemy array for stripping tritium and deuterium elements, Vittorio had already done it 3 days ago, and the efficiency was increased by about 5 times. The rest could be left to the alchemists. Lin En nodded, said goodbye to Sean and the others, and then turned into a stream of light and disappeared into the sky. "Find a few psychic wizards and take this halfling down for interrogation." Vittorio looked at the halfling who was tied up tightly on the ground with a terrified expression and gave an order. Although this native was weak, he was very valuable. They could use his memory to decipher the language and obtain a lot of basic information about the foreign land. This was why Raphael sent him here on purpose. About 40 minutes later, Lin En returned to the capital and took the time to tell her and Aurora about the information he had learned during this trip. He also called a wizard who was in charge of managing intelligence and asked about the whereabouts of Lydia and others. Speaking of which, he hadn't seen Lydia for a long time. He had been busy studying the application of magic at the microscopic level before, and had no time to pay attention to her. When he wanted to see her, he found that she had disappeared and was no longer in the newly built Air Force Base. "Lady Lydia may be in the Alchemy Institute now," the wizard said hesitantly. He heard that Master Dennis was recently researching a new explosive propulsion device, which was to be used in new fighter planes. There have been several accidents in the past few months, and the Parliament has received many letters of complaint. "Explosive propulsion device?" Lin En immediately became interested. "This is to make a jet plane. No wonder Dennis didn't even attend this year's academic seminar." Chapter 528, Bricks Flying with Power, Dennis's Explosive Thrusters. An hour later, in the capital, Lin En entered the Magic Research Institute and was warmly received by Vice Dean Tim. After Vittorio left, he took over the position of dean temporarily. When he learned that Lin En came to see Dennis, Tim complained bitterly. "Chairman Lin En, you'd better persuade Master Dennis this time. His propeller plane was doing well, and the upper limit of the maximum speed was constantly increasing. The results were very gratifying. The maximum cruising speed was almost close to 400 kilometers per hour. As a result, I don't know why he suddenly turned around and wanted to study an explosive propulsion device." Originally, the Alchemy Research Institute supported Dennis's new attempt, but Dennis's explosive propulsion device was just like its name, very explosive. In the past year, there has been no day of peace in the laboratory assigned to Dennis, from small explosions to large explosions. Although it is common to have unexpected situations when researching magic, this frequency is too high. The continuous noise seriously disturbed the research of other wizards, and the personnel damage was also a big problem. There were more than 60 former wizards injured, and the number of apprentices exceeded 100. You know, the kingdom is short of manpower now, and they want to split every former wizard in half. Many people have multiple jobs. The injury of a large number of wizards affects the progress of the project. Listening to Tim's constant complaints, Lin En was also quite surprised. Even if he was studying jet aircraft, there should not be such a terrifying frequency of explosions. Now even he was a little unsure of what Dennis was doing. It was a large workshop with a very simple construction, with only a frame there. According to Tim, there was no need to do too much decoration, as long as the walls were strong enough. It was useless to build it too beautifully, because it might explode one day. Tim's idea was undoubtedly insightful, because as soon as the two walked to the door of the workshop, a violent explosion came from the inside, and the door exploded directly, and they were greeted by a strong explosion shock wave. A sharp piece of metal fragment was mixed in the shock wave and flew towards them at a very fast speed. However, at the moment it reached in front of them, the speed of the metal fragment suddenly changed from very fast to very slow, and finally hovered in the air. Lin En reached out and held the fragment in his hand, and then stepped in. The interior of the entire alchemy workshop looked smoky and foul. The surface, walls, and ceiling were already bumpy under the influence of the aftermath of several explosions, and the original appearance could no longer be seen. Sure enough, Tim followed Lin En and shook his head. If Dennis had not made outstanding contributions to the improvement of steam engines, internal combustion engines, and propeller fighters, which made many congressmen hold a glimmer of hope for his new achievements, this dangerous research and development project would have been stopped long ago. Due to the explosion that just happened, the entire alchemy workshop was in chaos. Fortunately, it was not the first or second time that an accident happened, and no one was injured this time. Chairman Lin, an alchemist, soon found Lin and Tim coming in. After learning the purpose of their visit, he immediately notified Dennis. The two did not have to wait for long. Dennis, who received the report, quickly led his people over. Everyone was dusty, but their expressions were extremely excited. Dennis saw Lin and Tim and pulled their sleeves, saying with great joy, "Quick, quick, you came just in time. My research is successful. My research is successful." Tim, who was about to mock, swallowed the words on his lips and turned into a look of doubt. Could it be that Dennis really developed that explosive thruster? The extremely happy Dennis took the two to the interior of the workshop and showed them his new achievement, a thruster about 2 meters long and 40 centimeters in diameter. However, the middle half was rolled outward like a twist. Obviously, the explosion just now came from here. "Is this what you call success?" Tim pointed at the severely damaged thruster in front of him and said with a strange look on his face, "Of course it is a success. You know, this time it ran for a minute, a full minute." Dennis's tone rose several degrees, and his voice was trembling with excitement. This time it did not explode directly, but ran. It was a breakthrough from 0 to 1. Which means that they are very close to the finished product. "I'm afraid it's still a long way off." Tim was speechless. What can 1 minute do? This is simply a waste of precious human and material resources. Dennis didn't pay any attention to Tim's meaning. While directing the halflings and alchemists to check the thrusters and summarize the failure experience, he explained the design concept of the new thruster to Lin En. Traditional propeller planes convert the engine's rotational power into propulsion. As the propellers rotate continuously, the blades push a large amount of air backwards, generating a forward force on the blades. But Dennis believes that the efficiency of relying on wind power is too low, and as the speed continues to increase, he also vaguely senses the limit, so he decisively turns to researching a newer propulsion device. And this time he wants to use the shockwave generated by the explosion. This is not impossible. In fact, they have already widely used this power in weapons. For example, bullets and artillery rely on the impact force generated by the explosion of gunpowder to achieve high-speed attacks on the enemy, and even internal combustion engines rely on internal combustion reactions to provide power. This fully shows that explosion is the primary driving force. "You are crazy, Dennis. The fighter plane made in this way is simply a walking bomb. It may be more appropriate to call it a suicide aircraft." Tim rolled his eyes. "As long as there is a material that is strong enough to withstand high temperature and impact, plus a reasonable structure that can maximize the use of this impact force, it will not have any problems," Dennis said firmly. His experiment undoubtedly verified this point. Compared with the violent impact force during the explosion, the propulsion provided by the propeller is simply weak. Dennis pointed to each component of the thruster and introduced them one by one. This explosive thruster has 3 gas chambers inside. The first gas chamber is engraved with an alchemical array that converts magic power into oxygen, which will continuously produce pure oxygen. The second gas chamber is responsible for transporting pure hydrogen. They will be sent to the third gas chamber at a stable speed through the pipeline, and then mixed and detonated. Finally, the high-temperature and high-speed explosion airflow will be ejected from the rear end of the thruster to produce terrifying thrust. I have tested that pure oxygen and hydrogen will not generate a combustion reaction, so the first and second gas chambers are safe, and the pipeline filled with gas blocks the way for the explosion airflow to return, so that it can only be ejected from the nozzle at the rear end. Dennis explained his design concept in detail and quickly, then turned to look at Lin En and said triumphantly, "How is it, Speaker Lin? How about this explosive thruster I developed?" "Well, I can only say, simple, direct, and clear." After listening to Dennis's description, Lin squeezed out these words from his mouth. Dennis's design principle is actually just 4 words: powerful bricks fly. It's so simple that it's a bit too outrageous. When designing the aircraft, the reason why he considered propeller fighters instead of jet fighters was because the production of jet engines was very difficult. Before arriving at the Alchemy Research Institute, he was still a little puzzled as to how Dennis solved so many problems a year ago. It turned out that Dennis didn't intend to solve these problems at all. What he made was between a jet engine and a rocket thruster. This thing is not completely unusable, but as Dennis himself said, how to make a material that can withstand high temperatures and impact is a huge problem. The power of hydrogen and oxygen mixture detonation is very terrifying, and its danger can be seen from the degree of damage to this alchemy workshop. Lin En's praise obviously made Dennis extremely happy. This was the joy of his achievements being recognized, not to mention the recognition of this magic star. A group of alchemists and dozens of halflings such as Lydia and Aaron were nervously carrying out the final debugging and testing work, reporting from time to time. The hydrogen and oxygen mixed transmission array is normal. There is no problem with the first air chamber. There are some damages inside the second air chamber. It may be that metal fragments caused by the explosion entered the air chamber. The metal inner wall here is seriously damaged. We have used the strongest metal and added a fireproof array. I didn't expect that it still couldn't withstand the high temperature and pressure brought by the explosion. Lydia raised her hand high, and her originally fair cheeks were covered with oil and dust, looking pitch black. It seems that the problem of the last failure should be here. Listening to the reports of the alchemists, Dennis kept nodding his head and then continued, "Then reduce the fuel delivery speed by 30% this time, adjust the ratio of hydrogen and oxygen mixed combustion, and try again." "We are very close to success," Lydia nodded excitedly. Although Dennis has said similar words hundreds of times during this period of time, the experiment just now is different from the previous failures because the explosive thruster is indeed running. Although it exploded again in just 1 minute, at least there is a glimmer of hope for completion. Dennis took a deep breath and secretly prayed that this time it must be successful. This is the key to the future research and development funds and the continued development of the explosive thruster. With the joint efforts of a group of halflings, the cylindrical metal thruster with a length of more than 2 meters was quickly reassembled. Then 10 alchemists used magic to connect the joints, put counterweights on, and installed wings. A most crude mimic flight device was completed. The 367th experiment, "Get ready to start," Dennis said with great anticipation. Hearing this, the halflings who had gathered near the thruster evacuated to the protective wall 50 meters away at the fastest speed. Even Lydia, who had become a wizard, and the other alchemists retreated 10 meters and cast several protective spells on themselves. Dennis was very confident in this experiment, and he didn't move at all, as he had the means to protect himself. Lin En didn't retreat either, as he couldn't be hurt even if an experimental accident occurred. Tim wanted to hide, but seeing that Lin En and Dennis didn't move, he had to bite the bullet and stand still, secretly comforting himself that he was a great wizard after all, and he shouldn't be killed by the explosion. After everyone hid, Dennis pressed the start button, and as the alchemical array in the thruster was activated, a large amount of magic power was converted into hydrogen and oxygen with a specific ratio, which was poured into the third cylinder and detonated instantly. An eardrum-shattering roar sounded in the workshop, and the entire thruster shook violently, and then a hot flame gushed out from the tail end of the thruster. Under the strong impact of the explosion, even the fixing device below was creaking, and Tim's heart was directly raised to his throat, fearing that this thing would explode directly. Lin En's domain has also been deployed, ready to deal with the worst situation at any time. Lydia and others also stared at the constantly trembling thruster. 1 second, 10 seconds, 30 seconds, 60 seconds. A minute passed quickly. Although the metal on the outside of the thruster had turned red in the scorching heat, the expected explosion did not occur. Success! We really succeeded! An alchemist shouted immediately, his face full of ecstasy. The other wizards were also excited and could not help themselves, and Lydia cheered with joy. Dennis was undoubtedly the most excited one. The idea of using the shockwave of the explosion to propel the vehicle had long been in his mind. Now, after a full year and a half of hard work, he finally turned this initial idea into a reality. What is the speed? What is its speed? Dennis pulled the alchemist in charge of the test and asked anxiously. A thrust detection device was installed under the thruster, which could easily determine the thrust strength provided by this thing. About 700 kilometers per hour. The alchemist's face was full of surprise. It has doubled. It has doubled. Dennis's left fist hit the palm of his right hand heavily, muttering excitedly. Tim's eyes widened with disbelief, and Lin En was also amazed. He originally thought that it was too early to make a jet plane now, but now Dennis taught him a lesson and told him with practical actions what it means to use magic and alchemy to solve problems. Chapter 529. We can set a small goal. First breakthrough 5 times the speed of sound. How is my research? Viced Tim. Dennis was excited for a while, then turned to look at Tim, who was stunned. The latter was speechless for a moment. Tim had never expected that Dennis's outrageous explosion propulsion theory would actually work. He had to smile bitterly and said that he was indeed wrong. In the future, the institute would send more people to fully support his research. Seeing that Tim finally gave in, Dennis immediately let out a sullen breath. In the year of researching the explosion propulsion device, he had suffered a lot of ridicule from those ignorant people, especially after the research reached a bottleneck. The Magic Institute was even unwilling to send more alchemists to assist him. First, there was a shortage of people everywhere in the kingdom now, and second, many short-sighted wizards thought that his explosion propulsion plan was too crazy and there was no possibility of success. It was just a waste of time and resources. This was also the reason why Dennis had no choice but to find Lydia and others to help him. Although these halflings did not know magic, they were very strong and had good engineering talents. They were always useful when doing some odd jobs or assembling instruments. Unfortunately, it's a little late. If it can be completed before this year's academic seminar, it will be perfect, Dennis said with regret. Otherwise, he would definitely win a Morning Star medal for his research. It's not too late. When you completely perfect the jet fighter, it will be just in time for next year's academic seminar, Lin En said with a smile, and then looked at the thruster that was already red and had signs of melting, but was still emitting flames, and reminded him, Master Dennis, I wonder if you have ever thought about further increasing the speed of the air jet by changing the internal structure of the thruster. Since Dennis has already developed the prototype of the jet propulsion device, Lin En will naturally no longer hide it. How can a jet plane with a speed of 700 kilometers per hour be enough? Even 3 or 5 times the speed of sound is just the beginning. You have to know that what they are preparing to deal with this time is a cross-border war. No matter how much the enemy overestimates, it is not an exaggeration. They must go all out and make as many preparations as possible. A supersonic fighter is not much slower than a legend in terms of speed. If it can be equipped with a device that can launch the eternal flame or even a small fusion bomb, it should be able to pose a considerable threat to the legend. Still improving? The wizards present all looked at Lin En with a strange look, and Tim was even more confused. In his opinion, 700 kilometers per hour is already a very terrifying speed, and a day is enough to travel several times within the Empire. Dennis was extremely excited. Of course, he had considered increasing the speed by changing the shape of the gas chamber. In fact, He had already done a lot of experiments. For example, he made some improvements to the third gas chamber of the thruster, which can maximize the high temperature and high-speed airflow caused by the hydrogen-oxygen mixture explosion, greatly reducing the possibility of explosion. In order to let Lin En see more clearly, Dennis walked forward, stopped the thruster and disassembled it, and explained the internal structure design one by one. Although each structural improvement was the result of dozens or hundreds of experiments, Dennis had no intention of hiding anything in front of the magic star. He explained everything from the design concept to the problems encountered in practical application in great detail. After all, Lin En had generously taken out the drawings of the internal combustion engine and asked him to study it. Dennis did not think that the other party would do anything to rob the results of the magic research. After listening to Dennis's story, Lin En pondered for a moment and quickly spoke. "You designed a three-gas chamber structure very well. The high-purity hydrogen and oxygen cannot be ignited alone to block the high-temperature gas reflux generated by combustion. But this is not enough insurance. I suggest that you can add a step of compressing the gas in the first half of the third gas chamber, which can not only further increase the power provided by the gas combustion and eruption, but also create a pressure difference between the front and back, which becomes the second insurance." Lin En combined the design concept of the jet turbine engine and explained to Dennis how to compress the produced gas multiple times and send it into the combustion chamber through a plurality of rotating and fixed blades forming a V-shaped structure. "But, in this case, isn't this thruster more dangerous?" Tim couldn't help but interrupt. He felt that this magic star was just giving some bad ideas. The previous explosions of the thruster were because the high-temperature airflow generated by the hydrogen-oxygen combustion reaction was too strong, which directly blew through the gas chamber. If the density of the gas is increased again, the thrust generated during combustion will be stronger, but the possibility of accidents will also be higher. That's because the steel used to make it has poor pressure and heat-bearing capacity. If the key parts are replaced with higher-strength alloys or mithril, this level of pressure will be nothing. Lin En shook his head, took the drawings on the table, and continued to speak while drawing. "Also, Master Dennis, the heat dissipation of your thruster is also a big problem. I suggest that the combustion chamber can be designed as an embedded structure, with several vents, and the high-speed airflow around the fighter can be used to cool it down directly when it is flying." "Excellent! What a wonderful idea!" Dennis said excitedly. Originally, he was going to fill the combustion chamber with cryogenic liquid to achieve the cooling effect, but Lin En's design is obviously more energy efficient because the wind comes directly from the airflow of the fighter when it is flying. Lin En scribbled and added many ideas into it. The thruster that was modified many times was like a stitched monster, but as long as it is useful and efficient, it's fine. Whatever is convenient, do it. "Why does this thruster structure look so strange?" Dennis glanced at Lin En's improved drawings and asked puzzledly. "It looks like two funnels in front and back, and then the narrow part is spliced together. This is the structure that I have recently studied. It is the most suitable for fluid mechanics. It is expected that it should not be a problem to double the flow rate of gas and liquid through the pipeline." Lin En's mouth curled up a smile and explained that this structure is actually the famous Laval tube, also known as a transonic nozzle. Dennis frowned as he looked at the drawings. He believed that the speed could be increased by optimizing the thruster pipeline structure, but it was a bit too exaggerated to double the original speed just by changing the structure. You know, his explosive thruster can originally reach a speed of 700 km per hour. After the step of compressing the gas, its speed will only be faster. On this basis, it can continue to double. What kind of concept is that? Dennis couldn't imagine it, and couldn't see what was so special about the trumpet-shaped structure in front of him that could play such a big role. "It works. We'll know if we just give it a try," Lin En said with a smile. He was also very curious about what the suture thruster in front of him could do. Dennis nodded, and without further ado, he rolled up his sleeves and immediately started to improve the thruster. Lin En was not idle either. He was personally responsible for making the third gas chamber that needed to withstand pressure, and even called Tim, who was idle at the side. The Great Wizard has atomic-level control capabilities, and can control, analyze, and mimic almost all elements except special elements. When used in engineering, it can only be described as efficient. Even with the engraving of the alchemy array, the transformation of the new thruster was completed within 2 hours. Next is the time for experimentation. A group of alchemists and halflings such as Darren immediately evacuated to a safe area. Perhaps because he participated in the production, Tim did not have such a big psychological barrier this time. Dennis carefully placed his hand on the magic transmission device, and with the rapid influx of magic, the thruster was activated again. A huge explosion soon rang in everyone's ears, and then the red tail flame shot out from the nozzle behind the thruster. The platform below that was used to fix the thruster was constantly shaking. If it weren't for Lin En's special reinforcement, the thruster would have flown out at this moment. Such a strong tail flame, Dennis said in surprise. The high-temperature flame that shot out from the nozzle was actually gathered into a 2-meter-long jet of fire, even longer than the thruster itself. Even with the naked eye, he could see that the thrust provided by this thing was several levels higher than before. Under the gaze of everyone, the scale on the thrust detection device continued to rise. 600, 700, 800, 900. And then it was stuck here and did not move. Master Dennis, it may have exceeded the limit of what we can detect, an alchemist said in fear. This means that the maximum speed of the jet stream exceeds 1,000 kilometers per hour. After more than 10 seconds of accumulation and acceleration, the shape of the high-temperature airflow ejected from the nozzle changed again. The flame near the nozzle was slightly concave inward. The fireflow in this area was much brighter than the rest, in a circular ring shape, and trembled slightly. Lin En took the initiative to explain without waiting for everyone to ask. This is a sonic ring, which means that the jet speed of the airflow exceeds the speed of sound propagation. The pressure of supersonic airflow is very high, so when it is ejected into the air from the nozzle, it will expand rapidly, but the pressure of the expanded airflow will be significantly lower than the atmospheric pressure, so it will be compressed again. In this way, the supersonic airflow will cycle back and forth between expansion and compression. This process will form expansion waves and compression waves. The two meet and overlap during the propagation process, forming a series of rings on the tail flame of the thruster, which is the so-called sonic ring or Mach ring. Because the steam flow formed by the combustion of hydrogen and oxygen increases the humidity of the nearby air, this colorful sonic ring looks particularly obvious. The appearance of a ring represents 1 times the speed of sound. Lin En looked at the surging tail flame, and the second sonic ring did not appear. It's a pity that it still can't reach twice the speed of sound, but I think it should be very close. According to his expectations, after the gas compression step, the high-temperature airflow that bursts out during combustion can reach subsonic speed before entering the Laval tube. After 2 accelerations before and after passing through the Laval tube, it should be able to reach about twice the speed of sound. Unfortunately, it is still a little short in the end. Chairman Lin En, do you mean that the speed of the high-temperature airflow is now more than 2,000 kilometers per hour? Tim said in disbelief. Although the speed of sound propagation will vary depending on the air pressure and temperature, it is about 340 meters per second on average, that is, 1,200 kilometers per hour. And approaching twice the speed of sound means more than 2,000 kilometers per hour. Tim smacked his lips. What kind of monster are they going to create? Even Dennis was a little unbelievable. Even though he had guessed before that after their transformation, the power of the propeller would inevitably have a qualitative improvement, he did not expect it to be so fast. Dean Lin, can you fly that fast? Lydia asked curiously. Not yet. Lin shook his head. His flying speed was about 1.5 times the speed of sound. Doesn't that mean that as long as I drive this fighter, even legendary wizards can't catch up with me? Lydia said expectantly. That's hard to say. Lin laughed, and in case Lydia was too confident, he poured cold water on her. Some magic is still very fast, such as my electromagnetic railgun, which can reach more than 20 times the speed of sound. If it is replaced by a laser beam, you may not even have the possibility of dodging. Lydia thought about the scene of herself driving a fighter and being pointed at by several laser beams, and immediately shrank her neck. Lin asked Dennis to stop the operation of the thruster, disassembled it again to find out which point affected the speed of the airflow to the limit, and continued to improve the internal structure. More changes? Tim's mouth twitched involuntarily. Such a fast speed made him feel a little scared, which was completely beyond his imagination. In the past, the speed of sound was a realm that only legends could reach, which meant breaking the sound barrier and breaking through the limitations of nature. In his opinion, this speed was already fast enough. It's just close to twice the speed of sound, and it's far from reaching the limit of jet propulsion. Lin En said with a smile, for jet fighters, 3 times the speed of sound is not much, 5 times the speed of sound is acceptable, and 10 times the speed of sound can be said to be qualified. In addition, the appearance of the fighter also needs to be further optimized. Supersonic speed and subsonic speed are 2 completely different concepts. Fighters flying at super high speeds will drive the surrounding air to accelerate the flow, compress the gas, and form a shockwave surface at the windward side of the aircraft. Lin En explained to Dennis the various obstacles that fighters would encounter when flying at high speeds, and drew the design drawings of a simple wind tunnel to simulate the airflow state during supersonic flight. Chapter 530 Graphene Shield and Mass Production of Chlorine Trifluoride. Okay, that's all I have to say about the improvement plan for the appearance of the new fighter. Lin En described the outer shell shape of several of the most advanced fighters in the Federation, of course, using his research on fluid mechanics as an excuse, and then asked Dennis and others to build a wind tunnel first, conduct preliminary experiments on the ground, and consider actual flight after confirming that there are no problems. Supersonic fighters are extremely fast and cannot tolerate the slightest error. If the appearance design is not reasonable, then breaking the sound barrier at the speed of sound will become a fatal blade, causing the fighter to lose balance or even tear the fuselage, causing a very terrible air crash. However, Lin En has full confidence in the research and development of supersonic fighters, because he has avoided most of the problems that will be encountered in the design, which is equivalent to directly announcing the correct answer, saving decades of research and improvement time. This undoubtedly has some suspicion of forcing things to grow. If the parliament is not facing a cross-border war now, Lin En would not directly show the most perfect fluid mechanics structure to Dennis. After all, correcting mistakes is a very valuable experience in itself. Dennis memorized the several designs drawn by Lin, and even Lydia and others were no exception, because the shapes and structures of the aircraft on these drawings looked extremely beautiful and pleasing to the eye, just like a work of art. Tim hesitated for a while before speaking with concern. Chairman Lin, if the speed of the fighter plane continues to increase, will the pilots inside feel unbearable or unable to react quickly in battle? You underestimate the limit that humans can reach. As long as they are trained accordingly, it is not a big problem to withstand high pressure several times the acceleration of gravity, Lin explained. Before the federal researchers deciphered the genetic modification technology, the pilots of supersonic fighter planes were also selected from ordinary people. Since they have no problem, let alone wizards with stronger physical fitness and faster reaction ability. The only thing to consider is how the pilots of the fighter plane can distinguish between the enemy and ourselves in the case of high-speed flight. At the technological level, radar is usually used to solve the problem, but this is obviously not safe enough, because the other party may have some means of shielding or interfering with the electromagnetic field. So Lin En planned to add another layer of insurance. Based on the position of each fighter plane, he built an airspace network that could sense magic power, and realized real-time information sharing and distinguishing between enemies and friends through the magic network link of the intelligent brain. During the battle, the target in the air and connected to the magic network is our own people, and the rest are enemies that need to be dealt with. In this way, the most critical problem of searching for enemies will not be a problem. Dennis nodded, and then continued to ask, then should we engrave the windproof magic array on the outer shell of the fighter plane as usual to slow down or eliminate the impact of the shock wave? No, the windproof magic array is not necessary. It will increase the wind resistance of the fighter plane and reduce the speed. Lin En shook his head. Although the windproof magic is easy to use, its operating principle is to produce a pointed cone-shaped, constantly flowing magic barrier in front, so as to achieve the effect of separating the airflow. It is very useful when flying at low speed, but not at high speed, because the output speed of magic power cannot keep up with the flight speed of the fighter plane. The barrier itself will be torn apart by the continuous high-speed airflow. Lin En suggested that they could consider coating the outer shell of the fighter with a layer of graphene. Once activated, it would form an electromagnetic shield around the fighter, which was enough to effectively resist some low-level magic attacks. The most important thing was to prevent the driver from being hurt by the external spiritual level. This was what the fighter pilot feared the most. After thinking about it, Lin En took a drawing, wrote a chemical formula, and handed it to Dennis. This is the method of making the eternal flame. You can try to use it in the development of offensive weapons for fighters, but be careful. After being promoted to legend, chlorine trifluoride was no longer his most important means of attack. It was time to join the wave of industrial production. Only large-scale mass production could truly exert its power. Dennis took it very solemnly. He had heard about the horror of this thing, which could almost devour all known elements as nutrients. Tim looked at the drawing in Dennis's hand with great envy. The eternal flame was one of the few means that could allow great wizards like them to threaten legends. When this magic star had not yet completed his promotion, he used it to kill the legendary priest Edwell. After Lin En gave the chemical formula for making chlorine trifluoride, he did not forget another purpose of coming to the Alchemy Institute this time, which was to borrow a few halflings to contact Raphael and others outside the time and space gate. Dennis did not care too much about this. With Tim's promise of full support, the assistance of these halflings was dispensable, and it didn't matter if there were more or less. Lin En left a book on fluid mechanics for Dennis to study on his own, and then called Lydia and Darren and others to tell them about the news that the exploration team found a group of halflings outside the time and space gate. So our ancestors may come from outside the time and space gate? Darren said in astonishment after listening to Lin En's story. It is indeed possible. Lin En nodded, and then smiled and said, "But does it matter where they come from? Now the foreign land is almost a forbidden land for living beings." Darren and others naturally did not think of following the footsteps of their ancestors and returning to the foreign land. The halflings have taken root in this continent for hundreds of years, and this is their homeland. In short, I need to select a few of you to carry out a dangerous mission, to assist Master Raphael and go to the foreign land to explore intelligence. Lin En talked about the goals of this mission and the risks that might be encountered. He did not mean to force these halflings to do it, but followed the principle of voluntariness. After all, after arriving in the foreign land, the Parliament's control over them will become extremely weak, and even the magic network cannot be connected there. Raphael cannot be comprehensive and act entirely on his own initiative. The halflings hesitated. According to the magic star, the world outside the time and space gate is not only very cold, and the sun cannot be seen, but also full of dangerous monsters. If you are not careful, you may die in a corner. Let me go. Darren gritted his teeth and agreed first. I'll go too. I'll go too. Lydia agreed enthusiastically. No, Lydia, you'd better stay at the Alchemy Research Institute first. The test flight of the new fighter plane still needs the right people. Lin En shook his head. Lydia's personality was not suitable for intelligence work. It would be bad. It would be better for her to stay in the capital. After Darren and Lydia spoke up, the other four halflings soon stood up and expressed their willingness to take on this dangerous intelligence investigation work. Very good. As long as you can complete this task, I will allow you to join the magic network and become a wizard as an exception, Lin En promised. Hearing this, Darren and others immediately became excited. In the Magic Kingdom, wizards are a symbol of power and status. Halflings like them who have no magical talent will never be able to become wizards in their lifetime without external help. Lin En's words undoubtedly represent an opportunity to ascend to heaven in one step. The halflings who hesitated because of fear before were annoyed and regretted it. Although the foreign land was dangerous, compared with becoming a wizard, taking a little risk was nothing. Speaker Lin, when are we going to leave? Darren asked impatiently. Probably in a week, Lin said afterwards. During this time, they still have to learn how to use some instruments, as well as the common language of the foreign world. Raphael sent a prisoner before, and we should be able to get a lot of information from the other party's brain. P.S. There are fewer words today. Let me sort out the plot and see how to make it more interesting. Recently, because of the opening of a new map, there will be a little more chapters for foreshadowing. After all, there are a lot of things to explain. I should have finished talking about it in the church chapter before, but there were many people urging the progress, so I wrote it faster, and some of the content can only be written now. Chapter 531 Antimatter Bomb. We need a weapon that can kill God. The autumn wind of October gradually faded away, and the weather began to become increasingly cold, but this still could not cover up the enthusiasm of the people of the empire for construction. Under the great construction concept proposed by the parliament and the efforts of millions of workers, the occupied imperial cities would see new changes almost every day. Under the power of magic, huge churches collapsed and were replaced by towering magic base stations. Countless workshops with chimneys rising from the ground, and the railways connecting various cities were also built rapidly and in an orderly manner. Thanks to the great construction that bound most of the young laborers in factories and construction sites, coupled with the food rationing strategy, the parliament relied on the temporary selection of officials from all over the country to manage this vast territory with a population of 20 million in an orderly manner. Of course, this is also inseparable from the weekly massive newspaper delivery propaganda. Lin En knew very well that these poor people with little culture were usually not very smart, and it was useless to preach to them, so he asked Lin En to adopt another strategy, which was to exaggerate hatred. The oppression, hunger and hardship suffered by the poor in the bottom class were all attributed to the brutal rule of the nobles and the church, although in a sense, this is indeed true. Under such a large construction rush, the second solar furnace was also officially built in the magic tower outside the capital, which also meant that the promotion ceremony of Anthony and other six-ring wizards was on the agenda. However, Lin En did not participate in it, but put all his energy into the development of new magic. The previous battle with Ella in the Holy City made him realize the defects of nuclear explosion. In fact, not only nuclear explosion, any means they used seemed unable to harm the strange godhead, which meant that the enemy would always be invincible. So, they urgently needed a weapon that could really hurt God. There are quite a few weapons in the intelligent brain database that can do this. For example, antimatter bombs. The power of this thing is hundreds of times higher than that of nuclear bombs. The efficiency of energy utilization of the two is not at the same level. Through the annihilation effect of positive and antimatter, the mass-energy conversion ratio can reach a perfect 100%. As long as a few antimatter bombs are driven into the deep ground through earth-penetrating bombs and then detonated, a planet can be directly torn apart and destroyed. It is a real-world destroying weapon. There is also particle beam weapon. The main gun of the Federation starship cannon uses this weapon. A large number of high-energy particles are bound by magnetic fields and blasted out at sublight speed through particle accelerators. The effect is great. In addition, the development of gravity magic may also be a way. Previously, with the help of the connection of the magic network, his mental power rating briefly reached the 8th ring from the 7th ring, and he could even do something very outrageous like seeing the curvature of space. However, judging from the situation in the battle with Ella, the mastery of space by the Lord of the Dead is probably not weak. It is good that they are not at a disadvantage in this regard. Lin En pondered and thought, and in the cage placed aside, the black crow scratched the bottom of the cage with his feet, and the extremely sharp voice immediately interrupted his thinking. "Stupid native, what are you thinking about again?" The black crow raised his head arrogantly and said with interest, "Of course, it is a way to defeat the Lord of the Dead." Lin En did not intend to hide anything and said it openly. The black crow immediately showed a mocking expression on its face, and laughed loudly, and finally even rolled in the cage. "You actually want to defeat a god? This is simply the funniest joke I have ever heard in my life." Lin En's face did not change, and his body leaned back on the back of the chair, just watching the crow rolling in the cage, as if watching an animal show. Perhaps noticing Lin En's indifferent eyes, the laughter resounding in the cage gradually stopped, and the black crow stood up again, with a bit more bored look on his face, and glanced at Lin En with contempt. "Stupid native, I advise you to give up this idea as soon as possible, with your strength. Even if you use all kinds of means, you can't pose a substantial threat to a god. Only God can defeat God, and only God can kill God." The Black Crow chattered. Lin En did not comment, and turned to ask, "But didn't you say before that there was a way to help us defeat the Lord of the Dead? As long as you successfully resist the invasion of the undead under the Lord of the Dead and lure him into your world in his true form, you don't have to worry about the rest." The Black Crow said arrogantly. "True form? Does he usually come in the form of an incarnation?" Lin En continued to ask. "And why do we have to lure him into our world?" The Black Crow hesitated for a moment, as if thinking about whether to answer this question. "You are asking us to make a very dangerous decision for the world. Putting a god that you admit we can't deal with into this plane may cause the parliament and even the whole world to suffer a catastrophe." Lin En raised his eyebrows and said, "What else? Do you think that if you do nothing, this world will not be destroyed?" The Black Crow said mockingly, "Well, I might as well tell you, native, this means that the Lord of the Dead will leave his divine domain. In such a situation, it is dangerous for a god, like the moon god Diana." Lin En immediately thought of the dead moon god, who also left his divine domain and arrived in this world, and then died inexplicably. The Black Crow also realized that he seemed to have said too much, and his chattering mouth immediately closed. "What is the divine domain? Is it the embodiment of domain expansion?" Lin En asked again. "Don't think about it. That is a realm that only gods can reach." The Black Crow cackles, and then no longer answers Lin En's questions, but instead repeats the unparalleled power of God over and over again. Lin En knows that he may not be able to ask anything else, but he is ready to try it himself. 071. How many people are connected to the magic network now? Lin En asked silently in his mind. The current number of users is 35,600, after his promotion of the magic network system at the magic seminar. About 70 great wizards, 15,000 wizards and more than 20,000 magic apprentices have joined the magic network system. It's not that he doesn't want to include more people, but the magic base stations located in various places have not been completely established, because the new method he developed for connecting to the magic network is not instantaneous. Its principle is like a computer connecting to Wi-Fi, but in reverse. It will send a signal to the outside, which will be received by the intelligent brain and then complete the connection. The speed of the signal is equal to the speed of light, which is 300,000 kilometers per second. This speed is undoubtedly very fast within the planet, so fast that even legendary wizards can hardly react, but this thing is like electromagnetic waves, which will attenuate as the distance spreads. Or it can be said that it is essentially an electromagnetic wave that carries magic and soul information, so it is necessary to establish magic base stations in various places to enhance the received signal and then resend it. In addition, there are some very stubborn wizards who firmly oppose the promotion of the magic network. They believe that relying on the magic network as an external force to cast spells is simply a blasphemy against magic. They even plan to give those spellcasters who rely on the magic network a new name to distinguish them. Lin En ignored these stubborn elements. After they watched the other wizards experience the convenience of the magic network, they would naturally become anxious and make changes on their own. Connect to the magic network. Lin En said silently in his heart. 20,000 wizard apprentices, 15,000 wizards, dozens of great wizards, plus the computing power of 3 legendary wizards, are undoubtedly terrifying. This means that nearly 90% of the power of the entire parliament is concentrated on him alone. Although the magic network cannot call on 100% of the computing power of these people, just a part of it is enough to make Lin En's mental power leap to another level. The mental power rating in the intelligent brain quickly jumped from the 7th ring to the 8th ring, and then to the 9th ring. The crow trapped in the cage was startled instantly, and jumped up directly, staring at Lin En, whose momentum suddenly soared, with a look of astonishment and disbelief, but soon found that the opponent's power did not break through a certain level, so he lay back down listlessly, his black eyes rolling, and I don't know what he was thinking. The faith promotion method is really fast, no wonder so many psychic wizards are crazy about it. Feeling the surge in mental power, This thought suddenly came to Lin En's mind. The next moment, the whole world changed in front of him, and a series of tight and orderly space curves appeared in front of him, but compared to the last time, he saw more things. These curves were crooked and slightly curved. Is it the influence of gravity on time and space? Lin En concentrated on looking at these lines and soon felt dizzy at the soul level. This bending seems not limited to the three-dimensional level, but also involves higher dimensions, revealing a weird and incomprehensible madness, and even the elements in front of him have changed into another particularly weird form. Lin En touched his swollen head, temporarily gave up the exploration, and began to guide the arrival of the domain. A large amount of magic power surged from his body, and the magic power infected the elements in the void just like the tide flooding the beach, and the seawater wrapped every grain of sand. This is a method that every wizard must learn, and it is also a prerequisite for many magic releases. For the great wizard, it can go a step further and construct its own domain around the body with abundant mental power and magic power. And the legend can obviously do more things. For example, Lin En is going to cover an entire city with the domain this time. With Lin En as the center of the circle, the magic power quickly surged in all directions, and an entire manor was included in it within 0.0001 seconds, and then it quickly expanded to the entire royal capital. At this moment, all the great wizards in the royal capital immediately felt it. Dennis, who was conducting a wind tunnel test, raised the test power from 20% to 100% with a tremor of his hand. The rapidly ejected tail flames produced two eye-catching sonic rings. The terrifying recoil instantly broke free from the restraints of the experimental machine and crashed directly into the newly built wind tunnel. But Dennis didn't care about the pain at all and rushed out of the laboratory anxiously. Sanchez, who was on duty to protect the capital today, was even more frightened. He immediately jumped up from his chair and quickly asked people to activate all the protective magic in the capital. A few three-ring wizards with keen perception also noticed something was wrong and looked up at the sky. Lin En, who had already completed the coverage of the field, naturally saw everyone's reaction. With a thought, the elements in the field surged, and a sound soon rang out in every part of the capital. "Don't worry. I'm experimenting with the use of the magic field." Lin En's voice was undoubtedly very recognizable, and immediately made Sanchez and others who were extremely nervous relax. In this moment, they also realized that this powerful magic was coming from the manor of the magic star. After solving this oolong alert incident, Lin En focused all his attention on the city covered by the field. It was an extremely magical feeling. Everyone in the capital, even the flowers, plants and trees, were under his perception. He could see several dusty laborers hiding behind the newly built earth wall and gossiping about the topics of the parliament and wizards. He could also see the rhythm caused by the wind blowing the leaves. He even saw a few pieces of bread eroded by his magic, being eaten clean by a child. Lin En's face showed a little strange look. This perception based on atomic manipulation was very wonderful and extremely powerful. No wonder the parliament could not send spies to the interior of the holy city at the beginning, because Ella could monitor everyone and everything entering the city at any time. However, Lin En also found that as the domain expanded, his absolute control over the elements was gradually weakening, which was why he only covered one king without experimenting with expanding the scope. Moreover, he could not monitor the movements of those great wizards in real time, because they also had domains that could shield him from controlling and perceiving the elements in the surrounding area. Of course, if he wanted, he could also directly break through the domain protection of these people. Is this the divine domain? Theoretically speaking, he is now very similar to Ella at the beginning, possessing the mental power of a nine-ring great wizard and the help of a godhead, intelligent brain. Lin En thought so, but soon shook his head in denial. The divine domain should be more than that. He felt that he had already touched some of the key points, but something was missing, an extremely critical thing. Chapter 532. 1 is 10,000, 10,000 is 1, it is everywhere, and now I am everywhere. What is missing? Lin En pondered over it, but still got nothing. According to the element detection on the other side of the space-time gate by Raphael and others, the foreign land is also composed of various basic elements of hydrogen, oxygen, nitrogen, and carbon, but they are all magical. Lin En even guessed that this was also a plane without magic before, but after being captured, the moon god turned it into a divine domain, so it was full of magic. User number 33 applied to borrow the computing power of the magic network. Do you agree? A reminder from the intelligent brain suddenly sounded in his mind, interrupting Lin En's thinking. The so-called user number 33 is naturally Anthony, as one of the great wizards who supplemented the background of the Secret Law Society and developed by him personally in the kingdom. He joined the magic network very early. As for the reason why the other party called the magic network, Lin En quickly remembered it, that is, the completely legendary promotion ceremony. No wonder when they were investigating just now, Irv and Aurora were not in the royal capital. If it weren't for the reminder from the intelligent brain, Lin En almost forgot about it. The parliament had sent someone to inform him before. Lin En immediately agreed to Anthony's request to call for computing power, and then he disconnected from the magic network and took back the domain covering the entire capital. Once Anthony and others passed the legendary promotion ceremony, they would become the speaker of the same level as himself. Naturally, he had to congratulate them, otherwise it would seem that he, the magic star, was too arrogant. The huge computing power blessing was instantly withdrawn, as if he fell straight from bliss to the bottom of the valley. Even Lin En felt a sense of regret and discomfort, but he still forced himself to withdraw from the power brought by external forces, and then glanced at the black crow on the table. After thinking about it, he decided not to take the other party with him. The nuclear fusion furnace and the legendary promotion method are the secrets of the parliament. When it is not certain whether this crow is a friend or an enemy, confidentiality is particularly important. However, Lin En is not prepared to leave this crow alone in the room, as he is not sure if the other party has some strange magic that can break free from the shackles. Muto! Lin En shouted, and a blue animal shadow immediately rushed over from a distance. It was the Muto who was in charge of guarding the gate in the manor. Due to the recent large-scale mining of uranium ore by the parliament to increase nuclear reserves, the size of the Muto has grown a lot in a few months. The height has expanded from 2 meters to about 3 meters, and the energy level has also risen sharply, obviously because of eating too much every day. In order to improve this guy's combat power, Lin En also made great efforts to engrave the spell position of and atomic breath into the Muto's brain. Combined with the Muto's ability to devour energy and counterattack, it is already a real legendary combat power. Next, you will play with it. Lin En patted the Muto's head. The plasma ripples on the surface that looked like fur were thousands of degrees hot. Only Lin En, who was also an energy body, could do such a thing as petting a beast. When Muto came in, he had noticed the caged crow, and his face was unfriendly. The two-legged beast that had been very concerned about him in the past few months suddenly became indifferent, and he had called it only a few times. Now he finally found the reason. Muto thought that it must be this inexplicable crow that had taken his place. He immediately pulled his 2 front paws on the table, and his eyes were full of malice. "Get it out of here!" The black crow screamed loudly, flapping its wings to try to disperse the approaching Muto. But it was completely useless. Seeing that the crow and the beast got along well, Lin En was relieved. With the barrier of the cage, the two could not fight. Of course, if the crow had the ability to fly across the force field and electromagnetic protection he set up, that would not be certain. After asking Muto to take care of the house, Lin En left the manor and turned into a stream of light and flew towards the city of Kerosene. In recent days, although the parliament has also built a fusion furnace in the magic tower outside the capital, the legendary promotion array has not been established yet, so this promotion ceremony is still held in the city of Fire Oil. While speeding along, a series of prompts appeared in Lin En's mind again. It was also a request to apply for computing power, and Lin En agreed to them one by one. It seems that Anthony's promotion has been successful. Lin En smiled and checked Anthony's status in a magic network link. The mental power rating really changed from 6 to 7. With the computing power provided by the magic network, the risk of the legendary promotion ceremony can be said to be greatly reduced. After all, The real difficulty of this ceremony lies in how to build a body of magic and energy under the impact of huge energy after destroying the physical body. If more than 26 ring wizards in the parliament can successfully complete the promotion, the high-end power of the parliament will usher in a big explosion. User 1749 has left the magic network connection. Just as Lin En was daydreaming, a completely different system sound rang in his mind. Lin En's brows immediately frowned, and a bad premonition surged in his heart. After a short interval of 10 minutes, user 2596 has left the magic network connection. Lin En looked at the city of kerosene in front of him, which had gradually revealed the outline of the city. His mood became heavy, because the so-called 1749 and 2596 users were the two great wizards who had applied for the use of computing power before. Now suddenly leaving the magic network might mean a very bad result. 3 minutes later, Lin En landed smoothly above the kerosene city. Without any delay, he walked straight into the newly built magic tower. Originally, this was a manor of a great noble of the empire, but unfortunately the entire building complex had been destroyed by his atomic breath. To protect the fusion furnace located underground, the parliament rebuilt the magic tower above. As soon as they stepped into the tower, Arid, who had received the news, immediately led his men out and took Lin En into the underground space. How did the promotion ceremony go this time? Lin En asked directly without any nonsense. Arid hesitated, as if he didn't know how to describe it. Fortunately, at this time, Herv and his men had come over, and Aurora explained, "The result is not good, 1 succeeded and 2 failed. As for Jeffrey, we temporarily suspended his promotion ceremony." Lin En glanced at the few people who came out and did not see the figures of the two great wizards. He immediately realized their fate. Even Anthony, who was promoted successfully, looked unhappy. "What is going on?" Lin En asked in confusion. Even though the ceremony of promotion to legend requires a lot of risks, the success rate should not be so low. In his expectation, Anthony was in the most dangerous moment during this promotion ceremony, because he had only been the 6-ring Great Wizard for less than 2 years, while the other selected Great Wizards had basically been in this realm for more than 10 years. It made no sense that he was the only one who succeeded while the others failed. Speaking of which, this is all my fault. Anthony sighed, and then explained. He was the first to perform the promotion ceremony. When his physical body was destroyed and his magic and energy body was reconstructed, something unexpected happened. I suddenly found that the energy body I constructed was like water waves, very unstable, and there was a possibility of collapse at any time, Anthony said with great fear. Fortunately, he transformed the energy body into the material mimicry of magic and time, which avoided the end of the body collapse. So after completing the promotion, he emphasized to remind Jeffrey and others to pay special attention to this. As a result, these words seemed to have some counter effects. The two great wizards who were promoted after him undoubtedly listened to them, and then died faster, and even the magic body could not be completely condensed. Jeffrey witnessed the fate of his two colleagues and was immediately frightened. He gave up the promotion directly, and Herv also hurriedly stopped the ceremony. I think this should be related to their fear of the microscopic field, Aurora said in a heavy tone. She has now lost the ability to convert magic and energy bodies, so she can understand this feeling very well. Hearing this, the wizards present all looked at Lin En with strange eyes, because this magic star is the culprit who proposed the quantum probability theory. Good guy, so it's all my fault. Lin En was speechless for a while. He didn't expect that the quantum theory would have such a big impact on the promotion of legends. It seems that before the microscopic element theory has a perfect conclusion, it is better to postpone the promotion of legends. Herv said helplessly. It is impossible to say who is responsible for this promotion accident. Anthony's kind reminder to the two people was completely beyond everyone's expectation that it would have a counterproductive effect. There is nothing wrong with Lin En publishing his research on magic in the microscopic field and making it public. It can only be said that the two great wizards are really unlucky. It seems that I have to write the theory of relativity in advance. Lin En shook his head. He originally thought that there was no need to rush. The derivation of magic must be gradual. He cannot always derive all the theories by himself. This will only dampen the enthusiasm of wizards to study magic. But now it seems that if the dark cloud of quantum hanging over the magic building is not solved, their plan to be promoted to legend in batches will be ruined. By the way, I heard that speaker, Element Master, heretics seems to have a lot of research on the microscopic field. Lin En suddenly remembered this and asked curiously. He remembered that before his promotion, there were 5 speakers in the parliament. Dragon Power, Phase was killed by the evil wizard Merc. As for this, Element Master, Arduk, he had never met him. Altok is very crazy. I'm afraid it will be difficult to communicate, Rf said hesitantly. After Lin En proposed the quantum theory, he had someone send the relevant theories he had sorted out, hoping to cure his old friend's madness, but from the report he received, Altok seemed to be even crazier. Aurora also sighed. This quantum ghost was indeed terrifying. In a sense, Altok just went faster and farther than them on the road of magic. Altok should still be in the wizard's land now. If you want to find him, maybe we can go together, Rf said solemnly. Altok is the one among them who has done the most in-depth research on the microscopic field. Although his brain has not been normal over the years, he has never given up the research and exploration of the microscopic field. Maybe there will be some progress. In the evening, in the wizard's land Greenreel, Lin En, Rf and Aurora came here together, which made the great wizard Igna who stayed here very happy. Since the parliament decided to leave the island and go to the mainland to fight the church, this former wizard capital, the core city of the parliament, has become much more depressed. If it is possible, no one does not yearn for a wider land. Now the only people left on the island are some civilians who miss their homeland and are unwilling to leave, as well as wizards and guards responsible for guarding the time and space gate. How is Arduk recently? Is his illness better? Aurora asked with concern. The speaker has locked himself in the laboratory for almost half a month. He drove us all out, saying that he wanted to stay with the elemental ghosts and no one is allowed to go in again. Igna said speechlessly and helplessly, obviously very troubled by this mentally ill speaker. The other party not only has a high status, but also is much stronger than himself. From time to time, some strange ideas will pop up, but he has no ability to stop it, so he can only let the other party mess around. Rv's face twitched, and he stretched out his hand and patted Igna on the shoulder. It is indeed not easy to take care of such a patient with a problem in the brain. As for Arduk's order, Rv didn't take it to heart. Instead, he was a little curious about what the other party was doing. He didn't come out for half a month. Lin En walked forward and pushed open the door of the laboratory that had been closed for half a month. He could feel a strong magic inside, but when he really saw the scene inside, he showed a bit of surprise on his face. The entire laboratory covers an area of about 700 square meters, and you can see the end at a glance. There are many unknown instruments piled up in the room, and the walls on all 4 sides are covered with various formulas and scribbled pictures. Those pictures look very grotesque and abstract, as if a young child is trying to use a pen to describe a world beyond cognition. Strange. Where is Arduk? Rv glanced at the laboratory. There was no figure in it, but they all sensed the existence of the magic field. The person who released this field could only be this elemental controller. Rv, Speaker Lin En, come and take a look at this. Aurora looked at the table in the laboratory with a solemn expression. A line of words was engraved crookedly on the table. Rv took a quick glance and felt a chill running up from his feet to his heart. He couldn't help but recite it aloud. 1 is 10,000, 10,000 is 1. I will merge with them. It is everywhere. Hee. Now I am everywhere too. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 533 High-Dimensional Observer and Quantum Star God. As Rv read out the words written on the table, everyone present felt their scalps tingling. It seems that Lord Arduk has become crazier than before. Igna shuddered and muttered to himself. Aurora and Rv also frowned, constantly thinking about the meaning of these words. The most important thing is, where did Arctic go? Is there any secret room or basement in this laboratory? Aurora looked at Ignor and asked solemnly. Since Arctic's domain is here, it means that he must be nearby. He can't be hiding. Although the other party's mind is unpredictable after he goes crazy, it is indeed possible that he will do such an outrageous thing. But where can he hide in such a small place? Ignor shook his head. He was very sure that there was absolutely no secret passage or secret room in this experiment, but he was not sure whether the crazy speaker had secretly dug out a secret room in the past half-month. Prv looked around, used perception magic to explore, and finally shook his head. Is there a possibility that this field is Arctic? Lin En suddenly said. What did you say? Aurora looked stunned. Arctic is this field? Prv was also extremely confused, and it was difficult for him to understand what Lin En wanted to express. Lin En pointed to the words carved on the table. Not in any place, but everywhere. Don't you think this statement is familiar? You mean quantum probability cloud? Prv reacted suddenly and said in horror. After Lin En proposed this weird quantum theory, Prv also devoted a lot of energy to the study of microscopic elements, especially the internal structure of atoms. If not observed, the electrons inside the atom will exist in every place of the probability cloud in an incomprehensible way at the same time, but once observed, it will instantly freeze in a certain position. In other words, Arctic is not joking. He has really become an element ghost now? Aurora's face was full of disbelief. It's very likely. Lin En nodded. I guess the coverage of this probability cloud is the entire field. All the elements inside are part of Arctic. This is 1 is 10,000, 10,000 is 1. After a pause, Lin En once again made an extremely terrifying guess. Perhaps, we are now in his body. Hearing this, Prv couldn't help but take a breath. What on earth has Arctic researched in the past few decades? It took Aurora a long time to accept that the field they were stepping into was the body of this colleague and friend. Ignor, who was standing next to him, was even more confused and didn't understand what the speakers were talking about at all. Speaker Arctic turned into an elemental ghost? What a joke. If this guess is true, how is Arctic now? Is he still alive? Prv asked uncertainly. That depends on what your definition of being alive is. As for more specific things, I'm afraid we need to observe to know. Lin En pondered and answered. He felt that the elemental controller was probably still alive, otherwise the domain would have collapsed long ago, but the situation should not be very good, otherwise he would not have ignored their actions of entering the domain and frequently calling their names, without any response. Aurora nodded. Having watched the double-slit interference experiment, she naturally understood the meaning of observation, which meant the collapse of the probability wave, and the transformation of the quantum from the strange form of wave-particle interweaving to the particle state that they could understand. But the question was how to observe. They were now in Arctic's body, watching each other anytime and anywhere. Maybe we can try to cover the entire domain with magic perception. Prv quickly give a suggestion. It's worth a try. Let me do it. Lin En nodded in agreement, asked Prv and the others to step back a little, and then closed his eyes to perceive. The magic wrapped in the spirit spread in all directions, just like bubbles attached to every element in the domain. This time it was not a hostile battle, so Lin En did not try to seize control of the magic domain. The whole process was very smooth, and there was no attack, which made Lin En slightly relieved. However, when his perception covered the entire area, nothing happened. Still not working? Aurora asked. No. Let me try again, Lin En said slowly in his heart. 071 Connect me to the magic network. In an instant, a huge computing power blessing quickly emerged in his mind, and the mental power rating jumped from 7 to 9 in just 1 second. Prv and Aurora naturally felt the strong sense of oppression that erupted from Lin En's body. Their expressions changed slightly, but they soon returned to calm. They could naturally guess that this was the effect of the magic network. Since this thing can provide computing power blessing for great wizards such as Anthony, then Lin En, as the founder of the magic network, can naturally call on the computing power of others to bless himself. Just as Lin En himself said, the magic network is a replica and improvement of the Church's divine system. It is a more gentle version, but the power it exerts is equally powerful. This powerful force also made her somewhat worried, because Lin En, who controlled the magic net, had already opened up a big gap in combat power with them, which was not conducive to the balance of discourse power among the major speakers. However, now their world is facing threats from outside the domain, and every increase in combat power is particularly important. It is precisely based on this point that Lin En dared to show this ability in front of the two without any concealment. There will always be times when the magic net will be needed in the future, so it is not bad to take precautions now. With the experience of the last time, Lin En quickly mastered the surge in computing power. When he started to perceive again, everything in front of him changed. The elements that kept floating in the field came alive in his perception. At the same time, Lin En, who was observing the movements of each element, soon saw a vague figure, a person who was spliced together. It was like dividing a person into countless pieces, showing them one by one in front of him, and then the brain, relying on the impression of the concept of people, pieced them together to form an image of a person. No, this is not appropriate enough, because at a higher level, they are indeed one. A human body that was separated but reunited made Lin En's brain a little dizzy, but he still saw the appearance of the elemental controller clearly. He was about 60 years old, with a withered body, a rough face, and a crazy look all over his body. "Altok!" Lin En tried to shout, and the latter immediately looked over. The two looked at each other. Lin En concentrated and waited for a while, but the other party did not move at all, as if he was in a state of confusion, similar to unconsciousness. "How is it? Did you see him?" Rif heard Lin En's shout and hurriedly asked. "You can take a look for yourself." Lin En nodded, and then pulled Rif, Aurora and Ignar closer to the magic net, and turned on the shared perception function. The people present suddenly widened their eyes. All of them were shocked by the bizarre scene in front of them. They saw a person who was separated and reunited. What the hell has Altok become? Aurora felt a chill. Rif was also in great shock. He felt dizzy after just 2 or 3 seconds. Ignar let out a sharp roar like a madman. He was just a great wizard and did not have enough computing power to perceive and construct a higher dimensional picture. Therefore, the picture in front of him was extremely fragmented and chaotic, as if a stick was stirring wildly in his brain. Lin En frowned slightly and hurriedly kicked Ignar out of the perception sharing of the magic network, but it was still too late. Ignar actually fainted. However, Lin En, Rif and Aurora could no longer care about Ignar at this moment, because in their sight, Altok actually moved. Is it because the number of observers has increased? Lin En thought so, and his vigilance rose to the extreme, and he was ready for protection. However, although the elements inside the magic power were constantly surging, Altok still did not attack them, but a low laugh was transmitted to everyone's ears. Hee hee, ha ha, now I am also an elemental ghost. Fuck, he is really crazy. Lin En rolled his eyes and then removed the computing power of the magic network. The whole world returned to normal again. Rif breathed a sigh of relief. The dizziness in his brain was gradually reduced. Even though he had only watched for less than half a minute, he could not bear it. After adapting, Aurora immediately leaned over to check on Ignar. "How is Master Ignar?" Rif stroked his swollen brain and asked with a little concern. "I'm afraid he is not very good. His spirit has been severely damaged." Aurora sighed. "This is my negligence." Lin En shook his head. He did not expect that Ignar, a great 5-ring wizard, would faint after just looking at it. Then he suggested, "I suggest deleting this memory of his directly, otherwise there will be another crazy wizard." Aurora hesitated for a moment, thinking that this was not quite appropriate, but now it seems that there is no better way. Lin En looked at the unfortunate wizard with pity, and then looked at the formulas and abstract pictures written on the 4 walls, and saw a strange beauty. Only then did he really understand that there were several hypercubes painted on the wall. But Altok did not have the ability to draw things beyond 2 dimensions on a plane, and wanted to try his best to draw everything he saw. So he could only break down every detail and draw them one by one. Realizing this, Lin En couldn't help but sigh. The reason why this elemental controller suddenly went crazy was probably not just because he realized the weirdness and uncertainty of the microscopic field. He already understood the difference between the field and the divine domain, and finally understood what he lacked. If you want to truly turn the field into the kingdom of God, It is not enough to have the control ability at the atomic level. You must go deep into the quantum field. This is the secret of God's omnipresence and omniscience, because the entire divine domain is itself, or it can be called a star god, a high-dimensional existence that completely controls a planet or a plane. No wonder the Black Crow said that even if they tried every possible means, they could not pose a real threat to the Lord of the Dead. Only God could defeat God. Lin En quickly expressed his thoughts. He was not very sure about these speculations. Only by brainstorming could he think more comprehensively. So, it means that Arctic has become a god now? Rev said in disbelief. It is impossible to judge for the time being. We know too little about God. Lin En sighed. The only thing that is certain is that Arctic is no longer the same creature as them. He has become a high-dimensional existence trapped in a laboratory, crazy, and lacking self-awareness. I just don't know how Arctic transformed himself into a quantum state. It's just that there are obviously some serious problems in this process. Lin En thinks it is probably because the other party lacks the godhood and the corresponding mental strength. Just like those evil gods who have been poisoned by the poison of faith and are crazy, they have forcibly raised themselves to a state beyond their control. The correct idea should be to become a legendary wizard of the 9 rings to condense the godhood, and then consider the problem of absorbing believers and how to build the god's domain. But we can't blame the wizards for clicking on the magic tree randomly. After all, the promotion system was completely figured out by them step by step, relying only on the few words left in the ancient books of the Church of the Moon God and the wizard's wild imagination. No one can guarantee that they are always on the right path. Compared with Lin En and Rev, who were discussing whether Arctic had become a god, Aurora directly asked the most critical question: what should we do now to make him return to normal? Keep increasing the number of observers. Since their observations can make the unconscious Arctic react and even speak, does it mean that as long as there are enough observers, he can wake up? There are only 5 of us, including Vittorio and Anthony, who just got promoted. I'm afraid the number is far from enough. Lin En shook his head and said, even a 5-ring wizard like Ignor was crazy at first glance, which means that only legends can bear the risk of being an observer. At this point, Lin En suddenly pointed to the pictures and formulas on the wall and the notebooks and manuscripts on the table. I think we can start with his research. First, figure out how Speaker Arctic quantized himself. Chapter 534. Could you please help us build a sun? Outside the gate of time and space, in a foreign land, the broken city, Arcana. This was once one of the 3 most important cities under the rule of the Church of the Moon God, and a holy place for worshipping God. But at this moment, this once prosperous holy place has long been reduced to ruins, with collapsed buildings everywhere. The sacred and magnificent cathedral was cut in half by an unknown force, and it has been completely unrecognizable. Only some transformed undead are left in various parts of the city, and the air is filled with a foul and decayed smell. This is a forbidden place for the living and a paradise for the dead. Great Lich, Cecil, under the protection of a group of skeleton harvesters, floated to a huge altar made of human and animal bones. The withered mouth with only bones, leather and teeth left moved up and down, reciting the hoarse language of the soul. As the magic surged, the stacked bone altar suddenly glowed with azure fluorescence, and then the light became stronger and stronger, until it condensed into a beam of light that shot up into the sky. At the same time, all the high-level undead within a radius of dozens of kilometers sensed this call and began to move toward the altar spontaneously. The dead knights wearing iron armor galloping in the desolate wilderness, the stitched monsters made of flesh and blood and corpses, the screaming banshees who were never at peace, and the large number of high priests and high-level professionals who were transformed into undead. Soon, a series of deafening roars resounded in the boundless darkness, and hundreds of hideous skeleton dragons fell from the sky, accompanied by countless enslaved ghosts. The undead in the broken city soon gathered more and more, and in just 1 hour, they exceeded millions, and this was only the number of high-level undead in this area. The gathered army of undead filled the entire city. Although they were in different shapes and distorted appearances, they all had soul fire burning in their eyes, and they were constantly calling out the name of the Lord of the Dead, Thanatos. These calls gathered together, and an unpredictable existence descended from the dark. The strong pressure enveloped the entire city, and a piercing chill emerged in the void. Great Lord of the Dead, the enemy of all living things. Cecil salutes you. The Great Lich bowed his head and spoke in a trembling and respectful tone. You did a good job, Cecil, and when I completely control this divine domain, you will get the reward you want. The gloomy and cold voice sounded over the entire city, as if the wind was roaring. Great Lich. Cecil was overjoyed, but he did not show it, and hurriedly reported his discoveries during this period of time. My lord, I guess that the moon god has probably fallen. We have slaughtered almost every city in this plane, but we have not encountered any decent resistance. The priests who believe in the moon god have all lost the ability to cast divine arts. Previously, Cecil, the Great Lich, was assigned as the vanguard officer to invade this plane, but he refused. Even though his strength had already reached the peak of legend, as a vanguard of the War of Gods, it was dangerous to go deep into the divine domain of a true god. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is a mission to send oneself to death, because the moon god can easily crush him to death with just one finger. However, when he really arrived in this world, Cecil was pleasantly surprised to find that this did not seem to be a mission to send oneself to death, but a merit that was almost picked up for nothing. The enemy's resistance was much weaker than expected. At first, Cecil was a little worried that this might be a trap, so he acted very carefully and spent more than 10 years on layout and planning. As a result, the facts and evidence showed that he thought too much. The army of undead pushed forward all the way, and the moon god never appeared at all. It is also possible that she took the initiative to leave and give up this plane. The gloomy and cold voice sounded again. Chaos was constantly surging on the altar built by bones, and a vague shadow appeared in it. Cecil only took a glance and felt that the fire of his soul was strongly touched, and hurriedly lowered his head again. God cannot be seen, measured, or known. This is the iron law of the main world. Even though he has reached the peak of the legendary level, he dare not look at the body of the gods for a long time. The gap between the two sides is still like a chasm. What surprised him even more was the words of the Lord of the Dead. He couldn't imagine what kind of situation could make a god take the initiative to give up his own divine domain. This is the root of the power of the gods. I have noticed that the magic power of this world is dissipating and the quality is losing. The cold words of the Lord of the Dead echoed in the empty void. Diana must have found a new plane. When the moon god Diana suddenly chose to separate the divine domain from the main world, it was a surprise to the gods. Some people suspected that the moon god chose to flee in a hurry to avoid a hostile god launching a war against gods. Others suspected that Diana had discovered a new plane, and at least a medium-sized plane, which made the moon god so desperate. Dionysus believed the latter more, so he took great pains to locate the location of Diana's domain, and made great efforts to open the space-time gate connecting the two places. Now that he guessed that the moon god had given up this domain, he was more certain of his guess, and even thought that Diana might have discovered a complete large plane, so she made such a desperate move. Because the other party's domain has been marked with the mark of the main world, even if it is separated, Diana's power cannot eliminate this mark. If I can find it, the other gods can naturally do it. It's just a matter of time. Then Diana has only one choice left, that is, to completely abandon this domain, bring most of the power to the other side, and then disconnect the two worlds. Since there is a way to pull the plane into the main world, there is naturally a way to separate it. Especially now that the plane has not been completely integrated into the main world, it is not difficult to completely disconnect it. Once the other party succeeds in doing this, it will be difficult for them to find the coordinates of this plane. If there are no coordinates and no way to accurately locate it, it is like finding a fish in the vast ocean, relying entirely on luck, which is almost impossible. Even if they are lucky enough to find it in the end, Diana is afraid that she has already completely integrated the large plane and gained more powerful power. Find the portal to the new plane as quickly as possible. Cecil, I want to see the results within a month. The Lord of the Dead roared. Before, he wanted to wait until this divine domain was completely integrated before looking for it, but now he has become a little anxious, because this divine domain is probably just a bait thrown by the other party. a discarded pawn to delay their pace. The value of a large plane, the Lord of the Dead, Dionysus, is very clear. Once he can turn it into a divine domain, he will be able to become a being with great divine power, and even start to consider forming his own divine system. No god can endure such temptation, and the Lord of the Dead is no exception. The fluctuating emotions make the entire broken city shrouded in an unspeakable oppression. Even though there are only a bunch of high-level dead souls with coldness and killing in their hearts in the broken city, they are still trembling under such oppression, and the soul fire in their pupils seems to have a sign of extinguishing. Cecil's forehead is sweating. The divine domain of the moon god is not small at all. Even if he has hundreds of millions of undead armies in his hands, it is not an easy task to find a few deliberately hidden time and space nodes within a month. If you can successfully complete this task, find the location leading to the new plane, and lead my warriors to seize it, then this divine domain will be rewarded to you, the Lord of the Dead Dionysus said temptingly. Cecil's face immediately showed ecstasy. Although the loss of quality in this divine domain was very serious, it was still a plane after all. If it could be integrated, it would surely break through the legendary realm and become the mysterious and unpredictable great existence, even if it was the weakest god. And it was a subordinate god who needed to be bound by the Lord of the Dead. It was still a god. I have determined the direction of one of the doors. It is located southwest of you. Follow the movement of the magic power and find it. The voice of the Lord of the Dead finally resounded in the broken city, and then returned to nothingness. Cecil raised his head slightly after a long while, and saw that the bones on the altar had turned into powder, and there was no trace of the Lord of the Dead. He was relieved immediately, and then turned to look at his colleagues gathered around the altar and gave orders. Colleen, lead your death knights and skeleton servant, starting from this broken city, to conduct a carpet search in the southwest direction, and don't miss any place. The legendary death knight, Colleen, who was wrapped in rune armor, held up the rune sword, and without any nonsense, he led his undead to carry out the mission. Then, Cecil looked at the group of corpse wizards and asked them to immediately set up the magic circle to sense the flow of magic power, and finally the huge skeleton dragons. Don't order me, Cecil, I will find the time and space gate before you. Winter Dragon, Vrook let out a shocking roar, and then shook his wings, leading hundreds of skeleton dragons and countless ghosts to fly to the southwest. Vrook. Cecil looked at the skeleton dragons that were going away. His expression was extremely dissatisfied, but there was nothing he could do. Winter Dragon, Valak's power was not weaker than his own, but his brain was not very good, so he was inferior to him. Cecil could only pour out his anger on the other undead, roaring loudly, "Move, move, there must be more than one time and space gate, you all go find it immediately, even if you have to dig up every piece of land in the god's domain. You must find it for me." Cecil's voice was full of extremely powerful magic, driven by the necromancy spell, Soul Whip. Millions of high-level undead and countless low-level undead gathered in the broken city and immediately began to dig 3 feet deep to find the gate. Based on this, 100 kilometers away, in the halfling settlement, Raphael, Yolande, Ivana, Dick and others formed a circle, watching in the vacuum field. 2 spheres with a size and mass difference of more than 100 times fell freely from the sky and hit the ground at the same time. It seems that the law of free fall is also effective in foreign lands. Raphael nodded with great satisfaction, and Alok also said in surprise, "Speaker Raphael, according to our calculations, the gravity acceleration of this plane is about 5 meters per second, which is only about 60% of the eternal star. According to the variation of the gravity formula given by Speaker Lin En, knowing the gravity acceleration and gravitational constant, they can infer the relative mass of this plane. It is not completely certain now. According to the latest information from the parliament during the last personnel exchange, those gods can completely control a planet or plane, and it is not impossible to set up a gravity array covering the entire world in the entire divine domain." Raphael said very rigorously, "In order to get the most accurate value, it is better to calculate the circumference, volume and other data of this plane." Thinking of this, Raphael was a little troubled. Without the convenient light difference method, It is not an easy task to weigh a plane or planet. While the few people were thinking, the halflings in the settlement were also staring at the two falling spheres and whispering. Two objects with a difference of hundreds of times in size fell from the sky to the ground at the same time. This counterintuitive visual effect was very amazing. Most importantly, this was not the first strange thing these outsiders had done. Yesterday they also made a rotating roller and used a beam of light to illuminate it, saying that they wanted to see how fast the light in this world was. Maka really couldn't understand the other party's brain circuit. He even suspected that these people were performing some kind of weird divine ritual. "Can you tell us what they are doing?" The halfling named Maka looked at Darren on the side and couldn't help asking. "This is to measure the gravitational constant and gravitational acceleration of your world. With these data, we can know how big and heavy this world is," Darren said proudly. Measuring the size of the world, Maka's face was very strange. "It's in this little cave." "What do you know?" Darren glanced at his fellow halfling with a look of contempt. After thinking for a while, he pointed to the pool beside him. "For example, if you want to know how heavy the water in this pool is, you don't need to lift it up and weigh it. Just scoop a basin of water and weigh it, then calculate the volume of the pool, and you can accurately know how heavy the water in the entire pool is. But even if you calculate it, what can you do?" Maka asked relentlessly. "It's very useful." Darren raised his voice a little. "Knowledge is power." For example, Speaker Lin created a sun by relying on his in-depth research on the elements. Chapter 535 How many dimensions does our world have, son? Listening to Darren's story, Maka's face showed a bit of surprise. "Yes, it is a very big fireball that automatically emits light and heat." "No, it should be called a plasma ball." Darren showed off the little knowledge in his mind. The surprised eyes of these natives gave him an extremely strong sense of superiority. The halflings present whispered to each other, and Maka also remembered that he had heard of this word in the tribe. It seems that a long time ago, this world also had the sun, but Maka had never seen it. He only knew from the words of his ancestors that it had endless light and heat that could light up the vast earth, and the light it emitted was 100,000 times stronger than the fluorescence emitted by the fiery mushroom jungle. Maka couldn't imagine what kind of power could fill the whole world with light. "You know, in this cold and dark foreign land, light and heat are a very precious resource." Subconsciously, Maka thought that Darren must be lying, but he couldn't help but have some expectations in his heart, because these outsiders did show abilities beyond expectations. For example, they can make a kind of soft food out of thin air, and these people can control fire, frost and lightning, and can easily defeat powerful and dangerous monsters. The high priest once said jealously that if the moon god had not left this world, they would definitely be able to do the same thing. Of course, now the high priest has been killed directly for resisting outsiders, and his body has turned into an ice sculpture and buried with his followers. The remaining halflings are very stable, because in this god-forsaken world, it is obvious that the strong get everything and the weak choose to obey. A few years ago, when the temperature in the foreign land was not so low, there were several tribes in this area, and looting, enslavement, and fighting were common. Maka has no awe and faith in the moon god Diana, because since he was born, the tribe has never stopped worshipping the moon god, but the god has never cared about their life or death. Maybe just like these outsiders said, she has fallen. A dead god naturally no longer has any value, and can't even provide a vague hope, the speaker Lin En mentioned. "Is he also a god?" Maka asked involuntarily. In his cognition, gods are the most powerful existences, the root of all miracles. "No, he is a wizard, the most powerful wizard," Darren corrected. "Wizard." Maka read this slightly difficult word. There is no such word in the language of the tribe, so Darren used the common language of the eternal continent. Maka firmly remembered this imported word in his heart. In his eyes, wizards represent powerful forces, as powerful as gods. "Since you can make the sun, can you?" Maka hesitated for a long time before gritting his teeth and said, "Can you help us make one too? If this world has a sun, then everything will be fine, right? At least they don't need to worry about light and heat." However, after years of surviving in foreign lands, Maka knows that there is no free favor. It's just that after thinking for a long time, he can't think of any bargaining chips they can take out to exchange. Because now the survival of the entire tribe depends on the other party's thoughts. Theoretically, their lives are all the other party's property. Maka can't do such a thing as exchanging the other party's things. Oh, and faith. As long as you can help us build a sun, we will offer our faith. Maka suddenly thought of this and said firmly, freedom of thought is the only thing they have. Since the moon god needs or likes their worship, maybe the wizards will also want this. Anyway, when they hunted successfully in the past, they would pray routinely. Now it's nothing more than changing someone to worship. Wizards don't need faith. Darren shook his head and rejected Maka's proposal, and then spoke again. You just need to, well, work hard. As long as you have enough merits, it's not impossible to build a sun for you. Darren kept talking to the halflings, although in his opinion, this was not a scam. Before going to the foreign land, Darren heard that the parliament was preparing to build solar furnaces in all major cities to provide a continuous supply of energy. If these halfling compatriots can really make great achievements, he thinks that the parliament can build a sun for them. Under Darren's constant encouragement, Maka and others imagined what life would be like with endless light and heat. Many halflings were more interested in the world outside the time and space gate mentioned by Darren. Compared with the dark and dead land full of dangerous beasts and undead, the vibrant and day and night world mentioned by Darren was like heaven. While the halflings were talking about it, Raphael had received the message that the people who went to the outside world to explore had returned. Several black demon bats flew in first, followed by the alchemist Tick and a small group of halfling sentinels. Tick's face was full of sorrow, but he didn't say anything. Instead, he looked at the halfling natives gathered here. Raphael immediately understood what he meant, and silently expanded the domain to wrap the few people in it. The soundproof barrier was also completed in an instant. Tick spoke anxiously at this time. Master Raphael, the situation outside is not good now. A large number of undead are gathering here. What happened? Could it be that our position has been exposed? Raphael's face changed slightly. Even though he had a premonition that Tick must bring bad news, he did not expect it to be such bad news. Yoland immediately swept his eyes to the halfling natives present. He suspected that these people had revealed their information, although after controlling this settlement, Raphael asked the psychic wizard to set up forbidden magic in the minds of each of them. It was obviously not safe enough. After all, their opponents were the best at playing with souls. No, I don't think they are here to catch us. Tick shook his head, because the undead did not surround them directly, but were aimlessly looking for something in the entire area, as if they were digging 3 feet into the ground. Could it be that the impact of our frequent opening and closing of the space-time gate has been sensed? Yoland speculated. Raphael was also thinking about this possibility. Every time the space-time gate was opened, a large amount of magic power would flow into another world, just like a small stream was separated from a big river. Although the loss rate was very slow, it was indeed possible to be sensed. How far are they from us now? Raphael asked solemnly. Less than 50 kilometers. Tick replied. These undead are searching every possible place. I even saw a dragon flatten a small hill to confirm that there was nothing inside. 4 days, at most 4 days, they will find this place. Tick added. Although the search range of the skeleton soldiers tended to expand, they could not stand the sleepless undead. If they continued to search like this, they would find this place sooner or later. Raphael frowned and pondered for a long time. This was undoubtedly the worst possibility. We must find a way to divert them and delay the time for these undead to find the space-time node as much as possible, Raphael said decisively. During the time in the foreign land, in addition to conquering the halfling settlement and instructing them to explore intelligence, Raphael also did a lot of things, such as setting up alchemy arrays near the time and space nodes in the valley to block sight and magic perception. But Raphael didn't think that his arrangement could hide those damn skeletons. The other party would definitely flatten every place they could find without hesitation, so the only way was to attract them to another place. Since the time flow rate of the two worlds is different, every day they delay is equivalent to earning 7 days. But this also means that they need to face a vast, powerful and dangerous army of undead. Anyway, Sent someone back to report the news first. Raphael sighed, then looked at Yolande, Tick, Ivana, Darren and others, and didn't speak. Instead, let them choose who to go and who to stay. Returning means survival, and staying is almost a 100% chance of death, because they must go to a place as far away from the time and space gate as possible, and the possibility of being able to kill back is very small. Ivana, you go back and report, Tick suddenly said. She was the youngest person here and deserved this only chance of survival. However, the girl shook her head. She was ready to sacrifice the moment she joined the foreign exploration team. The others were also silent, and a solemn atmosphere suddenly enveloped the station. Then let's decide by drawing lots. Raphael finally decided that this was the fairest and there was no need to argue. In the Magic Kingdom, in the newly built Magic Tower, Vittorio, who had just received intelligence and rushed back from the north, was interrupted by a piece of explosive news before he had time to report. What did you say? Arduk turned into a probability cloud. Vittorio almost spit out the tea he had just drunk, and looked at Lin En and others in disbelief, as if they were telling an absurd joke. Although I don't want to believe it, it seems that the facts are indeed so. Aurora shrugged and told them everything they saw in the laboratory in the wizard's land. A person who is both gathered and separated. Vittorio really can't restore such an image in his mind. Grotesque. This can only be described as grotesque. Is this still magic? Anthony on the side was also shocked. Like Vittorio, he heard this news for the first time. Herve and Aurora were also thinking about this problem. Since they began to study the microscopic world, the previous common sense of magic has been torn to pieces. This world seems to be becoming more and more weird. Actually, there is nothing strange. This is just the sense of separation caused by looking at the high dimension from the low dimension. Lin En flipped through the book about elemental ghosts written by Arduk in his hand and interrupted the conversation of several people. High dimension? Herve and others all looked over, and were very surprised by the new word proposed by Lin En. Not bad. Lin En nodded. It might be more intuitive to express it in terms of mathematical Olympiad. For example, you can imagine 0 dimension as an infinitely small point, and 1 dimension as an infinitely long straight line with only the concept of length. 2 dimensions are a plane consisting of length and width. As he spoke, Lin En raised his right hand, and under the surge of magic power, an imperceptible point appeared in front of everyone, and then it changed from a point to a line and then to a plane. So the 3rd dimension is a cube with 3 dimensions of length, width and height? Auroran understood immediately. This is the concept of coordinate system in mathematical Olympiad. Each additional axis represents an additional dimension. Then what about higher dimensions? Where should it extend from? Herve asked in confusion. Length, width and height are already there, so where can the 4th dimension extend from? Could it be time? Anthony suddenly answered. According to Lin En, that dimension is something that is invisible, intangible, omnipresent and can be divided infinitely in theory. Time can undoubtedly correspond to every point, and it can be distorted and affected by gravity just like space. Lin En did not reply, tapping the table lightly with his hands. Even the federal researchers in the previous life could not come to an accurate conclusion about how many dimensions the universe has and what state the 4th and 5th dimensions exist in, and even had great disagreements. For example, the famous Einstein once proposed the 4-dimensional space-time theory, believing that the universe is composed of time and space, adding the time axis to the 3 axes of length, width and height of ordinary 3-dimensional space. That is, the 3-dimensional static universe and the 4-dimensional dynamic universe. However, many federal researchers do not agree with this statement and put forward an interesting hypothesis. If there are 2-dimensional creatures in their current universe, these creatures can move freely in 2-dimensional space and can also perceive the passage of time. Will their scientists directly regard time as the 3rd dimension? Therefore, many people advocate distinguishing the dimensions in space from the dimensions in time, and simply studying the concept of dimensions in mathematics and space concepts. The famous string theory even believes that space has as many as 11 dimensions. After seeing the state that Arduk was in, Lin En was more convinced that there were more than 3 dimensions of space, because in addition to the time dimension, It can now be confirmed that there is indeed a fourth space dimension. Chapter 536. The concept and deadline of the curvature engine. Rev. Anthony and Vittorio were all thinking about the concept of four-dimensional space proposed by Lin En. Aurora, however, asked a more practical question. If, as you guessed, those gods are also higher-dimensional beings, then what? That means that most of our methods may not be able to hurt the other party. Lin En said solemnly, "Let me give you an example, and you will understand. Now there is a flying enemy. I only tell you that he is 15 meters away from your x-axis and 35 meters away from your y-axis. Can you hit him?" Aurora was stunned at first, and then she instantly understood what Lin En meant. Of course, it is impossible to hit the enemy with only the horizontal and vertical coordinates, because there is still a very critical factor missing, which is the vertical axis. If you don't know how high the other party is flying, of course you can't guarantee a hit, because he may be at any height. Now they are facing the same situation. They are in three-dimensional space and only know the coordinates of the horizontal, vertical and vertical axes, but they cannot determine the four-dimensional position of the other party. If we observe the low-dimensional space from a high dimension, it will be different. I am afraid that everything we have is no secret to the other party. Lin En said solemnly, "We can also compare the observation of two dimensions with three dimensions." Lin En stretched out his hand and tapped on the table. He used magic to construct several strange-looking flat people. They were as thin as paper, and their internal organs were placed in front of everyone like perspective. Lin En directly stretched out his right hand and slapped them hard, crushing them completely. Rev's eyebrows jumped and he said in horror, "In this case, don't we have no chance of winning?" Aurora, Vittorio and Anthony also looked ugly. Being strong is not scary, but this time they need to face an opponent who is completely incomprehensible. That's not entirely true. Lin En shook his head and continued, "We are not completely incapable of influencing high-dimensional space." Anthony, Aurora, and Vittorio all looked at Lin En in surprise, very curious about what the other party was talking about. Rev was the first to wake up and said, "It's observation." Hearing this, the others also reacted immediately, because they made the microscopic particles collapse from the state of probability cloud through observation. Yes, but observation alone is not enough. In that case, what we see is mostly the projection of high-dimensional space in the low-dimensional world. Lin En explained. In fact, many researchers in the Federation in the previous life speculated that microscopic particles have certain high-dimensional characteristics, so they only look so unreasonable to them who only have three-dimensional perception, because they see only partial projections. The magical quantum entanglement phenomenon may also be a link in a higher dimension. So what we need is observation at the same level to know the other party's exact information. Lin En said calmly, "That means we have to wake up Arctic as soon as possible." Vittorio said, "And only the quantized Arctic can fully observe the information of the high-dimensional world." It's just that. It's not easy to wake up a crazy person. They can't even guarantee that the other party will attack them as well. But no matter what, Arctic's combat power is extremely important now. Thinking of this, Rev and others discussed what method to use to wake him up. The multi-person observation method proposed by Lin En could be tried. The premise is to solve the fear of the great wizards about the strange appearance of microscopic particles. Aurora even thought about using the faith method, because she felt that the reason why those gods would not appear like Arctic was probably related to the huge number of believers. Lin En nodded. In fact, with the help of a connection of the magic network, he could barely observe the scene of a higher dimension. This was partly because the surge in computing power gave him the possibility to understand the four-dimensional space, and the other part was because of the intelligent brain. When crossing over, the intelligent brain was quantized for unknown reasons. It was like a window from low dimension to high dimension. As long as the computing power was sufficient, it could support him to explore the scene of the high-dimensional world. According to the terminology of magic, it means that the self who possesses the godhood can barely touch the realm of God. In addition, you don't have to worry too much. Arctic's quantum probability cloud is limited to the scope of the domain. I guess the power of those gods can only be truly reflected in the realm of God, which means that we don't need to face a high-dimensional existence in a period of total victory. Lin En said comfortingly, boosting everyone's confidence. Perhaps this is why the crow repeatedly reminded them to let the Lord of the Dead descend to this world. Yes, God is not invincible, otherwise the moon god Diana would not have fallen. Prue nodded, and Aurora and Anthony's faces also looked better. Vittorio told the bad news. According to their latest report, the dead army in the foreign land has become agitated and is frantically looking for the location of the time and space node. It is very likely that the approximate location has been determined. It seems that the war is coming. Aurora raised her eyebrows and spoke in a very calm tone. Lin En and the others were not surprised. Due to the warning from the Star Messenger, they had expected such a day to come and had been preparing for it. In fact, it was beyond their expectations that the war could be delayed until now. According to the worst prediction before, the war would break out within 3 months, and now it has been 9 months. The large-scale construction plan formulated by the Parliament has been completed for the most part, especially the laying of magic base stations has covered 36 important cities in the Empire, and the magic network should be able to operate within the Empire. Did Raphael say anything else? Lin En continued to ask. They said they would delay it as much as possible and draw the attention of these undead to other places. Vittorio sighed. The danger of doing so can be imagined. The halfling settlement where Raphael and others were located before was not far from the valley where the time-space gate was located. Once they found something wrong, they could retreat at any time. Now if they lead the enemy to other places, it would be difficult to come back. Aurora also felt that Raphael's move was very risky, but she couldn't say anything against it, because the difference in the speed of time between the two places was almost their biggest weapon. If they could prepare for one more day, their chances of winning would be 1 point higher. According to Raphael's own estimate, they can at least delay for half a month, and maybe a month if they are lucky. Vittorio added, half a month? According to the time calculation here, it is about 3.5 months. Prue pondered, so that they would have relatively sufficient time to mobilize troops and wake up Harduck. Before, the Parliament did not know that the other party would attack from that time and space gate, so they arranged defense forces in almost every location. Even if they could use airships and trains, it would take a lot of time to assemble them. 3.5 months is not enough. If they successfully delay for enough time, do we need to organize a rescue? Anthony suddenly asked. As soon as these words came out, the people present fell silent. If Raphael's plan succeeded, it would mean that the other party had attracted the attention of most of the undead, and the situation would be extremely dangerous. Save, Lin En said without hesitation. Prue couldn't help but frown. Saving was naturally the most moral and morale-boosting approach, but it was also the most irrational. After all, the risks and costs were too great. It was very likely that they would need several speakers to work together to be sure of rescuing the other party, or even to send troops directly into the space-time gate. If the Lord of the Dead has already controlled the foreign land, they would not even have the ability to resist in front of a higher dimensional existence. If they were not careful, a large number of elites would fall in the foreign land, and the world would be doomed. Without waiting for the others to object, Lin En continued to explain. In fact, there is no need to dispatch too many people. It is enough to send an airship and a fighter plane. One to open the way and one to transport people. Are you sure? Aurora looked at Lin En in great surprise. According to his understanding, the speed of the fighter plane can reach about 300 to 400 kilometers per hour, which is indeed very fast, but only for ordinary opponents. It seems not good enough in front of the legend. Recently, Master Dennis has developed a new type of propulsion that can greatly increase the flight speed of the fighter plane. Lin En continued. How fast can it be? Prue asked with a smile. In his opinion, it is nothing more than an increase from 300 kilometers to 500 to 600 kilometers. This is indeed very fast, but still not good enough. If nothing goes wrong, it should be able to reach about 3 times the speed of sound. Lin En said with certainty. Of course, the speed of sound in the two worlds is different. According to Raphael's calculations, the speed of sound propagation in the alien world is about 280 meters per second, which means that it is likely to reach 3.5 times the speed of sound in the alien world. 3 times the speed of sound? Prue almost doubted whether he had heard it wrong. Even if he flew at full speed, it seemed to be only about 1.5 times the speed of sound. Anthony, Aurora and Vittorio were also shocked. Doesn't that mean that the fighter plane can't even catch up with them when it is flying at high speed? The most important thing is that they think that the speed of sound is one of the standards for entering the legendary realm. It is just an alchemical creation. How can it reach such a fast speed? Are you so surprised? My electromagnetic railgun can even reach more than 30 speeds of sound, not to mention the speed of light. Lin En said with a smile. The aircraft he saw in the database of the intelligent brain, even the slowest one, was calculated at several times the speed of the first universe. These old spacecraft that could not travel in the stars could only be used as transportation within the galaxy, so crossing the speed of sound was never a big deal for Lin En. Listening to Lin En's words, Herve and others were speechless. Breaking through the speed of sound with a certain magic and flying by yourself are two different concepts. After experiencing the power of legends, several people vaguely had the idea that everyone below the legend was an ant. Now this concept was undoubtedly broken by a fighter. With the help of the eternal flame or even a small fusion bomb, as long as a skilled pilot can pose a considerable threat to them, everyone present was trustworthy, and Lin En did not hide the principle of the new fighter plane, so he focused on introducing Dennis's explosive propulsion. Although it was called an explosion, it actually used the principle of the rapid expansion of highly compressed gas after combustion, and then used the Laval tube to accelerate the ejected high-speed airflow twice, so as to generate a strong thrust and break through the sound barrier. This is like the principle of muskets and cannons. Vittorio's eyes lit up, and he immediately proposed to make an exception and award Dennis a Silver Moon Medal after the supersonic production test flight was completed. He was definitely an alchemy genius who could think of this propulsion method. That transonic nozzle is very interesting. I wonder if we can also fly by this means. Aurora was very interested in this unique gas propulsion flight. If you have time, you can also study it. Lin En had no intention of participating in it. Recently, he was studying how to speed up by distorting space like Ella did at the beginning, so he had no time to think about this inefficient speed-up method. If they can decipher it, they may be able to make an extremely terrifying propulsion device, that is, the curvature engine. Since before he crossed over, the Federation has been thinking about this new propulsion method, and even the blueprints have been designed, but the problem is that they can't find a truly stable and controllable source of gravity. So it has been shelved. But with the power of magic, they seem to have a slight possibility of overtaking on the curve. Since Dennis has made a new fighter, the rescue operation can indeed be tried. Herve's words brought the gradually distorted topic back on track. But there is still one thing to consider, that is, how to rescue. By then, Raphael and others will inevitably be surrounded by a large number of undead, among which there may be legendary existences. A single fighter plane will not be able to rescue people even if it is fast. I left a backup on the ring that I gave to Master Raphael, plus the nuclear warhead that Speaker Vittorio gave him. It should be enough to deal with most situations. Lin En said solemnly. He tried it when he sent people back 4 times. That thing should be able to work in a foreign land. Since you have a plan, let's do it. Herve nodded. Anthony, Aurora and Vittorio also had no objection. If there was a chance to save someone without taking too much risk, they would naturally give it a try. Otherwise, it would be too disappointing. As for the time of action, Lin En paused. Let's set it in 3.5 months. That is half a month in the foreign land. This was the shortest deadline Raphael thought he could get. If they died before that, the Parliament would be powerless. Chapter 537. The establishment of the magic network system and the method of extracting antimatter. The internal meeting of the legendary speaker did not cause too many waves in the outside world, but some keen wizards still noticed the approach of war. Because the Parliament broke through and accelerated various infrastructure constructions, especially the railway network between the major cities of the empire was the top priority, and it was ordered to be completed within 2 months. In addition, the Parliament also transferred a large number of workers to the north and began to build various solid protective facilities there. The magic workshops also expanded their recruitment madly, working overtime every day to produce weapons and ammunition. Now the empire has a population of 20 million, and the number of laborers alone has reached 4 million. Various management chaos, enslavement of workers, and withholding of wages have followed one after another. The most serious problem is the problem of food shortage. After all, a large number of people leaving farming also means a reduction in food production and land abandonment. Fortunately, relying on the food collected from major vendors, it still barely made it to the summer harvest of the new year. The large farms covering most of the Central Plains ushered in an unprecedented bumper harvest under the combined effect of mechanical farming and magical fertilization. Tons of wheat grain were transported to various parts of the empire through the railway network, directly strangling the food crisis that had not yet begun in the cradle. But both the joy of the harvest and the haze brought by the war were soon overshadowed by another major news. The magic network developed by Speaker Lin En was officially put into operation, and any wizard, apprentice, and even some civilians with excellent grades could join in. This was undoubtedly a hot news. Although Lin En had allowed tens of thousands of wizards to watch the results of the double-slit interference experiment through the magic network during the academic seminar, this time it affected hundreds of thousands of people in the entire empire. As soon as the news came out, countless apprentices in the empire who were trapped in limited talents and could not complete the promotion were immediately ecstatic and joined the magic network one after another. The most excited were undoubtedly the graduates of the civilian academy. Alex is one of them, but he is undoubtedly much luckier than others. Born in the land of wizards, he was one of the first batch to enter the civilian academy, but he was recruited in advance because of his excellent grades when he was only halfway through his studies, and became an airship pilot that everyone envied. However, after the war between the parliament and the empire ended, Alex did not rely on his military exploits to continue his promotion, but chose to return to the academy to study mathematical Olympiads, physics, chemistry and other subjects in depth. Both his comrades and relatives were very confused about his decision. After all, civilians like them who have no magical talent, even if they study well, will only enter the wizard workshop and help the high-ranking wizards. It is the dream of many people to be a pilot and control a huge and sophisticated airship. But Alex gave it up. The reason is very simple. He is not satisfied with this. Born in the land of wizards, he knows a secret message that Speaker Lin. The magic star may have a way to make ordinary people become wizards. Because one of the other party's apprentices was a halfling who was recognized as having no magical talent. He had tried many times to become a wizard apprentice, but was rejected by the Yaito Academy. In the end, he relied on his excellent alchemy airship to gain the appreciation of Speaker Lin En. Not only was he accepted as a disciple, but he also gained the ability to cast spells. If he performed well in the civilian academy, he might be noticed by a great wizard. Of course, this probability is very small. Alex has been in the academy for a full 6 months, and he has excellent grades in almost every subject, but he has not met any great wizard who has a discerning eye for talent. However, he unexpectedly waited for the opportunity to open the magic network. Alex, who had excellent grades, became one of the first 1,000 people to test the medicine very smoothly and received a spiritual awakening potion. This thing is actually a weakened version of the source of magic power. It was originally used for apprentices to break through to formal wizards, but now that the promotion can rely on the magic network to bless the computing power, it is safer, so it is not used at all. The alchemists of the parliament weakened its effect to 1/5 of its original value, so that ordinary people could take it safely. However, the efficacy was also greatly reduced, and people could only gain a little magic power. Fortunately, this was enough. At least it met the minimum requirements for learning meditation and connecting to the magic network. Under the gaze of a potion master, Alex took the potion with a slight tremor and drank it all. The cyan liquid poured into his throat, and then his whole body was filled with piercing pain and burning. But Alex didn't care, because he felt the existence of magic for the first time. His body seemed to be boiling and his soul was jumping for joy. Very good. The 7th experimental group, the 345th person, had no adverse reactions. The potion master glanced at Alex and quickly recorded the data on the paper. About 10 minutes later, Alex came back to his senses from the physical transformation brought by the potion, and then he quickly closed his eyes and tried the magic method of communicating with the magic network. A magic wave flew to the distance at the speed of light and was soon received by the magic base station. It was a feeling that his brain was about to explode. After Alex got used to it, he found himself in a dark and boundless void. Gray runes were suspended in the air, dazzling like stars. Alex subconsciously touched the rune closest to him. A lot of information suddenly flooded into his mind, and the gray rune also turned colorful. It was the basic spell, elementary material deconstruction. Alex quickly understood the information in it, and even roughly understood the magic casting skills. He couldn't help but touch the other runes. This time, there was no information, but a reminder sounded instead. Ding! A ring of upper element magic multiple ice blade. Minimum mental strength rating required. Apprentice, not achieved. Elementary chemistry diploma, achieved. Alex was obviously stunned for a moment, but soon figured out the meaning of the reminder sound. Of course, he had an elementary chemistry diploma. After all, he passed the chemistry exam with excellent results. As for the mental power rating, Alex checked and found that his rating was only 0.4, which was 0.1 short of the minimum standard for apprentices. With a clear goal and progress, Alex was not discouraged. He immediately decided that after returning, he must work hard to train his mental power and reach the standard of a wizard apprentice as soon as possible. Then he learned 2 basic spells in the magic network, namely, Mage's Hand, and water condensation. Alex opened his eyes again and began to experiment. Under the drive of Mage's Hand, the books on the table immediately floated up. Magic! This is magic! Alex was so excited that he couldn't express it in words. He didn't expect that he would actually become a wizard. However, the mental power of an ordinary person is limited after all. Even though Alex is a leader among ordinary people and took Awakening Potion, after maintaining Mage's Hand for about 30 seconds, his brain felt dizzy and he quickly cancelled the spell. The potion master recorded Alex's performance one by one, and his expression was a bit complicated when he looked at him, because from today on, the so-called magic miracle was no longer the exclusive domain of the gifted, and he didn't know whether this change was good or bad. In fact, there were many wizards who were as resentful of the magic network as he was, and some radical wizards even hoped that something would go wrong with the magic network constructed by the magic star. Although the hereditary aristocracy of the empire was uprooted, there were signs of another revival. With the rise of status and strength and the improvement of the living environment, the theory of magic bloodline also quietly emerged. Its main point is that wizards are noble, and their bodies are full of magic blood, so they can control the incredible power of magic. However, this trend of thought was broken by the magic network constructed by Lin En before it had time to develop enough audiences. The establishment of the magic network system means that even civilians who have no magic talent can gain the same power as them through learning, and naturally there are endless voices of opposition. Fortunately, this voice did not last long, and it became smaller and smaller. The reason was that more and more wizards found that the magic network was too convenient. Calling computing power to assist promotion is just one of the functions. It can also intuitively see the remaining reserves of one's magic power, detect one's approximate physical fitness, assist in the conduct of magic experiments, and even assist in combat to a certain extent, but this is an advanced option. Not everyone can apply for it. According to rumors, the Magic Star also plans to continue to add communication and currency trading functions. This makes the wizards who are gradually familiar with the magic network reluctant to give up, and accordingly, the voices of opposition are naturally much less. On the other hand, Lin En also received the experimental report of the Awakening Potion. Are all 1,000 people successful? It seems that we can consider large-scale promotion. Lin En thought to himself. He was not surprised by this result. It was just to let a person have initial magic power, which was not too difficult. The only problem with large-scale promotion is the lack of materials. Each bottle of Awakening Potion consumes a lot of magic potion reserves. Even if the parliament occupies the entire continent and obtains part of the church's magic potion reserves, It is only enough to make 50,000 bottles. However, the benefits of setting up the magic net throughout the empire this time are also huge. Now there are 19,000 formal wizards connected to the magic net, and more than 300,000 apprentices. Lin En, who tried to connect to the magic net, found that with the blessing of computing power, he was only a short distance away from the limit of the nine-ring wizard. Thinking of this, Lin En looked at the books open on the table. Recently, he had taken the time to read the books written by Element Master Arduk. It can only be described as crazy. It is full of all kinds of groundless speculations and fantasies. Fortunately, Lin En still managed to find some clues about quantization from the few words in it. It seems to be related to his own soul. He also has some guesses about what to do, but he dare not be 100% sure. He has also found the time to write the quantum theory that integrates the special and general theories of relativity. It is divided into 10 manuscripts and is ready to be published one by one. Only great wizards and above can view it. If they can get rid of the great wizard's fear of microscopic phenomena before the war of the Lord of the Dead invades this world, then they will be able to add a few more legendary combat forces. The last problem is the acquisition of antimatter. This is the weapon agreed by Lin En to deal with the Lord of the Dead. It destroys everything through the powerful force brought by the annihilation effect of positive and antimatter. But how to obtain antimatter has become a problem. Antimatter is like the mirror image of ordinary matter, as if it is the Taoist yin-yang theory. Everything has positive and negative. It's just that it's not the same as many people imagine. Antimatter is not uncommon. On the contrary, it is everywhere. Whether in the surrounding space or in the body, there will be a steady stream of positive and antiparticles. They exist for a very short time, and often annihilate each other and release energy at the moment of emergence. When this phenomenon was first detected, many scientific researchers in history even said that the law of conservation of energy was broken, because these positive and antiparticles appear out of thin air, and even emerge from the vacuum without any signs. Of course, subsequent research has proved that the law of conservation of energy is still stable, but the vacuum is not really empty, or the Federation's technological level is not yet able to truly expel all matter and energy. As for the antimatter extraction device, there are many in the intelligent brain, such as the most advanced antimatter extractor, which has an antiparticle trap inside, which can capture antiparticles emerging from the vacuum and store them. However, it is obvious that they cannot make such convenient high-tech, so they still use some ancient methods, such as the collision between high-energy particles. When enough energy is used to crush particles, some of the energy will be converted into antimatter. This requires the use of a magic high-speed particle collider, which he has secretly started to build, but has not been announced to the public for confidentiality reasons. I just don't know if antimatter can also be analyzed and controlled by magic, Lin En thought to himself, which is also his biggest concern, because mass production of antimatter is almost impossible at their level, and there is not enough time. The only solution is to create some anti-hydrogen atoms, and then analyze them through the Great Disintegration, and then use magic to mass produce them, just like they magicalize nuclear explosions, and construct corresponding spells to perform antimatter annihilation. While thinking, Lin En sorted out the manuscripts, and called a lock to organize some of the relativity manuscripts into a book, make 100 copies, and send them to the great wizards who study quantum phenomena in the parliament. It's a pity that there is too little time. Now there are only about 3 months left. If they can have a few more years, they will definitely be more relaxed. Chapter 538, Reversal of Causality, Delay Choice Double-Slit Experiment. In the Micro and Quantum Laboratory in the Royal Capital, the Magic Research Institute, dozens of great wizards gathered here to conduct a new round of double-slit interference experiments. Although Lin En had conducted a similar experiment at an academic seminar a few months ago, and used indisputable experimental results to prove that quantum has both wave and particle properties, but this result is really hard to accept. First of all, this so-called probability wave is completely contrary to common sense and almost overturns the foundation of the entire magic science. How can the world be random? Truth can never be rolling dice all the time. As for the observer effect, It has brought quantum theory to a very strange state. Human consciousness can actually have a decisive influence on quantum phenomena, or microscopic particles have consciousness and can perceive their observations. This theory makes many great wizards who study microscopic theory feel incredible, so much so that many people suspect that the so-called probability wave and observer effect are concepts fabricated out of thin air by the magic star to explain the phenomenon. Just like before the planet theory came into being, they all firmly believed that the continent under their feet was flat, and the sun, moon and stars were all rotating around the continent. In fact, this is just taking the appearance as the reality, so the quantum theory must be like this. In order to verify this conjecture and stabilize the foundation of magic that is about to collapse, these 15 great wizards who have made great achievements in the microscopic field decided to improve the double-slit interference experiment. Among these people are former particle school scholars, and there are also founders of the wave school like Jeffrey. Many people were very unhappy in the quarrel a few months ago, and almost fought on the spot. Now they have put aside their past grudges and united together to determine the authenticity of quantum theory together. As for the measurement methods, they are also varied, full of brain holes and strange ideas, but in general, they work hard on the opposition between waves and particles. The most headache for the great wizards is the problem of exploring the path of microscopic particles. Fortunately, with the gradual opening of the magic network, this problem has been solved to a certain extent. These great wizards have 3 opportunities to mobilize the magic network computing power every week, 10 minutes each time, and 15 people have 450 minutes. They had to use it sparingly, which was why they chose to get together instead of studying alone. Everything went well in the double-slit interference experiment number 27. Jeffrey, who was in charge of the experiment, quickly adjusted the steps of the experiment. The goal of their experiment this week was very clear, which was to verify whether observation could have an absolute impact on the transformation of wave-particle properties. Jeffrey's idea was also very simple. Since the electrons occurred when they passed through the double slits, why not wait for the electrons to pass through the double slits first, and then investigate what would happen in the second half? Because they did not observe the first half, the electrons should not know that someone was observing them, and they might show a waveform and be caught by them. Jeffrey explained his idea while putting on the electron accelerator. The conception and experiments over the past few months had consumed a lot of his energy. He had done many similar experiments before, but because the observation was too difficult, he had not been able to get good results. And today there must be an answer, and Jeffrey is very determined about this. He has been waiting for too long. Last time in the City of Fire Oil, after witnessing 2 colleagues being swallowed by the terrifying energy wave, the fear of quantum phenomena shrouded his heart like a nightmare. Jeffrey knew very well that if he didn't solve this problem, he would never dare to step into the formation of the promotion legend. Everyone, let's start. Jeffrey took a deep breath, adjusted his mentality, and then turned on the magic network. The invisible magic field enveloped the whole scene, and Arad and others on the side also connected to the magic network and used the function of shared perception. The electron accelerator was quickly activated, and one after another, the accelerated electrons flew to the middle partition at a very fast speed. Jeffrey was fully focused, his mind was tense to the extreme, and the other great wizards did not dare to be distracted at all. Because the accelerated electrons fly very fast, even with the reaction speed of the great wizards, it is difficult to detect its particles. Almost at the moment when the accelerator started, a great wizard shouted loudly, and a light spot appeared behind the partition. Then another particle of electron was shot out, and this time everyone felt it. The disturbance of the electromagnetic field was extremely obvious. This shouldn't be right. Jeffrey frowned immediately. He waited for more than a minute and fired hundreds of electrons. As a result, these electrons all honestly passed through a single gap in the form of particles. This was completely different from what he imagined. Could it be that the distance is too close? Otherwise, try farther away? Sanchez said thoughtfully. In order to better capture how a single particle appears in multiple locations at the same time in the form of probability waves, interferes with itself, and forms several striped interference spots for exploring the magic field, It is almost attached to the partition, just to capture this moment. Jeffrey hesitated for a moment, then agreed with this guess and pushed the perception field back 5 centimeters. The result was the same. Then he gritted his teeth and pushed it back 10 centimeters again, less than 1 centimeter away from the perception screen. In this state, they could only slightly capture the trajectory of the electron, and could not determine which gap the other party passed through, let alone how the electron passed through the 2 gaps. But even if they had done this, there were still only 2 clear spots of light projected on the fluorescent screen behind, which showed that the electron was honestly in the form of particles and passed through a gap. Why? Why can it know that we have set up perception magic in the back? Jeffrey muttered to himself, puzzled. Maybe the scope of the field is too large, and the electron sensed the fluctuation of magic power, so exploration occurred. Sanchez guessed again. It is also possible that the particle passed through the gap in the form of probability wave before, but after entering the scope of the field, it collapsed into a particle state again. How is this possible? Jeffrey frowned and said, if it is still in the form of a probability wave when passing through the gap, then interference has already occurred, and there must be light spots on the fluorescent screen that deviate from the area. The other great wizards also nodded, so there is only one possibility. The electron has made a choice at the moment it passes through the gap. Jeffrey was extremely sure but unwilling to believe this guess, so he moved the perception field back another centimeter. At the moment when the magic field just left the surface of the perception screen, a series of eye-catching bright spots appeared outside the 2 light spots, which meant that the path of the electron's movement was interfered with again. This discovery shocked Jeffrey and others, and they felt a chill rising from their backs. The electron actually realized at this moment that its path would not be perceived, and then transformed from a certain particle back into a probability wave. Why? Why can it know whether we have set up perception magic behind the gap? Jeffrey muttered to himself, his face extremely ugly. Is it possible that it saw the perception field in front through the gap? For them, the magic field that perceives the electromagnetic field may be invisible, but it is possible that in the eyes of the electron, it is a huge solid wall. So the moment it was fired by the thermal field electron gun, it saw the perception field in front and then changed. This speculation is undoubtedly a bit outrageous. It not only means that the electron has consciousness and can perceive their perception, but also has a certain degree of vision. Impossible. Speaker Lin En has already experimented with this. If the magic field is simply constructed without choosing to observe, the electron will still pass through the 2 gaps at the same time in the form of probability waves, showing interference fringes in the back, so it is definitely not a problem with the perception field. A great wizard of the particle school objected, then what you mean is that the electron foresaw that we would observe in advance, so it turned into a particle state in advance. Is that right? Sanchez shouted angrily. This judgment is even more outrageous than the electron's ability to perceive. This not only seriously violates common sense, but also violates the theory of causality. Either the electron can see the future, or this thing can change the past. I've said it before, your method won't work, Jeffrey. Arad said mockingly. In his opinion, such a weird result must have confirmed that there was a serious problem with the experiment designed by Jeffrey. You can. Come on. Jeffrey gave up his position and sneered at Arad. He wanted to know what the other party could do. My method is actually very simple. Arad cleared his throat and took out a box more than half a meter high under the gaze of everyone. What is this thing? Sanchez immediately thought of something. Do you still remember Professor Lin's quantum cat? Arad smiled proudly. Are you talking about the conceptual cat between life and death? Jeffrey's face twitched. Of course. He would not forget that weird thought experiment. Although Lin only proposed this concept and did not really put it into practice, it still made him remember it clearly. That's right, this is the device I modified based on the cage where Speaker Lin imprisoned the quantum cat. I specifically asked Speaker Vittorio to solidify a magic inside the device that can monitor the trajectory of electrons, and its switch is completely random. Jeffrey's eyes lit up, and the dissatisfaction on his face immediately reduced a lot. Now, let alone electrons, even they themselves don't know when the instrument that records the path of electrons will be turned on and off. Sanchez even suggested that they make the path long enough and twisted enough to further affect the judgment ability of electrons. Arad readily accepted this suggestion and started a new round of experiments with full confidence, bound to crack the secret of the trajectory of microscopic particles. Half an hour later, the experiment was undoubtedly a complete success. 9 of the 15 great wizards present went crazy. Such a big experimental accident naturally alarmed the Parliament immediately. However, along with this delayed choice double-slit interference experiment, what also detonated the wizard circle was the theory of relativity that Lin had just published. There are 4 formulas in it: relative speed formula, relative length formula, relative mass formula, and relative time formula, and 2 core theories. The first is the principle of relativity. All inertial reference frames are equal, that is, the form of physical laws is the same in any inertial reference frame. This theory is a bit brain-burning, but it is not incomprehensible. Lin En mentioned it when he expounded on the theory of planets. Any movement is relative, just the reference frame is different. This time, it is just an extension. Any inertial reference frame is equal, and there is no inertial reference frame that is superior to other inertial reference frames. The second is the law of the constancy of the speed of light. The vacuum propagation rate of light in any reference frame is always a constant value. Absurd. How can the speed of light be constant? The congressman who was studying optics couldn't help but slap the manuscript on the table. He thought that the quantum probability wave of the magic star was outrageous enough, but he didn't expect that the other party would propose an even more outrageous theory of the constancy of the speed of light. Just make a simple mental assumption and you will know. If 2 people release laser beams back to back, and take one of the laser beams as the reference frame, then the speed of the other laser must be moving away at twice the speed of light. This is also in line with the reference frame theory proposed by Lin En himself. But according to the law of the constancy of the speed of light, from any perspective, the speed of light is 300,000 kilometers per second, and there will be no change. And those relative formulas regard the length and mass of an object as a variable value. For example, a stick is 3 centimeters and weighs 1 kilogram when it is stationary, but if it moves, the length and mass will change accordingly. The length will decrease as the relative speed increases, the mass will increase as the speed increases, and even the time will slow down as the speed increases. All these changes will reach the maximum threshold when the speed of light is reached. According to this statement, there is nothing in the world that can be determined. If the mass and length will change, then what is the eternal truth? What is the meaning of the development of magic? The congressman roared. In the research room, the other great wizards who received the manuscript of the theory of relativity could not accept such a strange theory and spoke out one after another. Where is Speaker Lin En now? Is he still in the capital? I request an academic conference now. It is hard to imagine that such a thing would be written by the magic star. This quantum relativity is a completely contradictory product. Chapter 539. Everything is changing, only the speed of light remains constant. At noon, at the Wizard Council, Rev, who received the report of delayed choice, photoelectric double-slit interference experiment, could not help but frown, then shook his head and said with a smile, I think Jeffrey is joking. They actually said in the experimental report that photons and electrons can predict the future, predict in advance whether they will make observations, and make choices when passing through the double slits, deciding whether to pass through a single or multiple slits in the form of particles or probability waves. This is a bit too funny. It is just as outrageous as the assumption of the invariance of the speed of light proposed by Lin En. The theory of relativity. I don't think he meant to be joking. Vittorio's expression was very solemn, and he explained in a deep voice. According to the news I received, 9 of the 15 great wizards who participated in this experiment went crazy on the spot. The smile on Herv's face froze immediately, and his eyes stared at Vittorio, and it took a while to confirm that the other party did not mean to tease him. Even Aurora and Anthony, who were reading the theory of relativity, were shocked. Although there were many wizards who went crazy because of studying microscopic phenomena recently, 9 at a time was too exaggerated. Have you replicated their delayed choice experiment? Could it be true that photons and electrons can predict in advance whether an observation will occur? or even reverse cause and effect, proof said in doubt. This was too shocking and unbelievable. I haven't replicated it. But when I was treating those great wizards, I explored their memories. If this memory has not been modified in advance, then what is said in the report should be true. I am afraid that microscopic particles do have some ability to predict in advance. Vittorio's frown never relaxed, because from those memories, he saw dozens of improved versions of the double-slit interference experiment. Jeffrey and others almost tried all the verification methods they could think of, and the results were surprisingly consistent. Arad even thought of a very clever way to record the entire process of the experiment and decide whether to observe it after it was completed. However, the electrons and photons used for testing can still react in advance and collapse the probability wave, which can only be described as horrifying. Vittorio shook his head and then reported a good news. I have deleted the relevant memories of these 9 people. They are now receiving psychiatric treatment. They should not be in danger of life, but have lost the ability to use light and lightning magic. That's good. Aurora was relieved. The entire parliament now only has 100 or so great wizards. The loss of 9 people at a time is absolutely unacceptable. Trev was still thinking about the predictive nature of photons and electrons. Just as he was about to continue discussing this topic with Vittorio, he received a report from the attendant. The great wizards who were still in the royal capital gathered in front of Speaker Lin's mansion and quarreled. We'd better go and take a look, Vittorio suggested. If there is anyone who can answer this question, it is probably only Lin, who proposed the theory of relativity. At the same time, a large group of wizards were arguing with each other in front of a luxurious manor. There were discussions about the 4 formulas and 2 basic definitions of relativity, and doubts about the delayed choice experiment. I have already said that according to the experiment, photons and electrons can accurately predict the future. They can perceive it. I even doubt it. At this point, Jeffrey's face showed a bit of fear, and he said with a little trembling, they can read our thoughts and memories. Arad on the side also said with a crazy look, yes, photons and electrons exist everywhere, and they must communicate with each other. Only in this way can we explain why they can accurately know our observation plan every time. The wizards present all looked strange. How could this be getting more and more outrageous? Isn't that a quantum ghost? You don't want to say that there is really a so-called quantum ghost? And are all microscopic elements ghosts? The great wizard named Stern looked at Jerifu and others and sneered. I remember that Speaker Lin has already explained this problem. Microscopic particles have no consciousness at all. I am more reluctant than anyone to believe this is true, but we have thought of more than 130 methods and tried all the experiments within our capabilities. That is the fact. Arad cursed angrily. The bitch elemental ghost can not only read our memories, but also predict the future. Sanchez also helped, and elaborated on the progress and results of each experiment they had done. The great wizards who were just watching the joke and thought this conclusion was ridiculous gradually changed from laughing to solemn and then to contemplating. In the end, many people had the idea of conducting experiments immediately. If Sanchez and others are not lying, it would be amazing. Maybe quantum ghosts really exist. Although Speaker Lin is the magic star, no one is absolutely right. Don't forget that the star-shaped element model proposed by Speaker Lin before was proved to be wrong, even if it sounds very reasonable. Sanchez sighed and said. Steger, who had laughed at Jeffrey before, was silent for a while, and then nodded. You're right. The development of magic science and the perfection of theory cannot be achieved overnight. We must not fully affirm it just because of the authority of the proposer. Just like the assumption of the invariance of the speed of light mentioned by Speaker Lin in the theory of relativity, I think it is not logical at all. I can even think of more than 1,000 ways to refute it. The wizards present also nodded. They gathered here today to ask the magic star this question. However, at the moment when Sturger's voice fell, another voice sounded from the manor. Oh, really? I don't know what methods there are. I would like to hear it. Sturger's confident face changed instantly, and he immediately turned his head to look in the direction of the manor. The person who came was naturally Lin En, and a 3-meter-tall giant beast followed closely beside him. It was the Mutos standing in front of the gate just now that blocked everyone out. The great wizards present came to refute the theory of relativity, But when they really saw Lin En, they were a little discouraged and began to wonder if there was something wrong with their theory. In the past, there were many people who thought they had found theoretical loopholes and could refute the magic star and become famous. After all, everyone knew that speaker Lin En had no scruples in the discussion of magic, and even said on many occasions that he welcomed anyone to use rigorous theories and sophisticated experimental results to prove that his theory was wrong. However, no one has succeeded so far, and countless people have been slapped in the face. Even the only star-shaped element orbit model that has been proven to be wrong was found by Lin En himself, who found a more appropriate quantum probability cloud theory. In fact, there are still many wizards who firmly believe that the star-shaped element orbit model is the truth because it is too perfect, although there are many concerns in his heart. After all, since he has come here, it is not easy to retreat. So Steger gritted his teeth and spoke. Chairman Lin, I have many questions and puzzles about your latest book, Theory of Relativity, which you published today. I would like to ask you to answer them. Since we are discussing academic issues, come in and talk. Lin did not mean to embarrass Steger. Before publishing the Theory of Relativity, he had expected that it would inevitably cause an uproar in the academic community. After all, the various phenomena in the microscopic field are indeed somewhat difficult to understand from a macroscopic perspective. Steger breathed a sigh of relief and stepped into the manor with Jeffrey, Sanchez and others. Lin led everyone to the optical laboratory. Steger looked around the room. There were many unnamed magical instruments placed here, which looked very exquisite. If you have any questions, just say them here. It's best to ask them one by one. Why not start with the principle of relativity? Lin said directly. The wizards present looked at each other, and then Steger was the first to speak. I saw you said in your paper that all inertial reference frames are equal, and no one is more special than the other. So now I am running towards you, which can also be interpreted as you are running towards me. Is that right? The equality of reference frames in the principle of relativity was the first question that puzzled him. No. Before understanding this concept, I need to explain what an inertial reference frame is. Lin En shook his head and said, it means that an object remains relatively still or moves at a constant speed along a specific route. In the absence of external forces, it will continue to move at the current speed. For example, everyone standing still now can serve as an inertial reference frame inside this planet. At this point, Lin En took out a silver coin and threw it out quickly. If I am the reference frame, then we can say that this silver coin is moving forward at a speed of 50 meters per second. What does this mean? Regardless of whether it is from the perspective of an inertial reference frame, isn't its speed and direction the same? A great wizard said in surprise. No, if there is no reference system, then we can also say that the speed of this silver coin is 30 kilometers per second. Lin En shrugged and said with a smile. Steger and others were stunned for a moment, then looked at the silver coin nailed to the wall, frowned and thought. A great wizard who studied astronomy quickly reacted. This is the speed of the eternal star around the sun, because they are inside the eternal star. If the sun is used as a reference system, they are moving around the sun at a speed of 30 kilometers per second. But this doesn't seem to be right, right? Steger said thoughtfully. That is the eternal star moving, and the speed of this silver coin is still 50 meters per second. Lin En asked back. Suppose you are sitting on a high-speed train, and you are not moving yourself, but people outside the station still seem to be moving away from them at high speed. Steger choked and couldn't speak for a long time. Lin En continued to explain. It is meaningless to distinguish up, down, left, right, east, west, south, and north without an inertial reference system. For example, inside the eternal star, for people in the northern hemisphere, the north is up, while for people in the southern hemisphere, the south is up. The reason why we can clearly distinguish the direction now is because gravity is pulling us to the ground. If we take the center of the earth as the bottom, the other directions can be distinguished naturally. In a few words, Lin En explained the necessity of the existence of the inertial reference system and why the reference system is equal. The people present were all great wizards, so it was not difficult to understand. However, the second question followed. Chairman Lin En, I understand what you mean, But please forgive me for being blunt. Your theory of the invariance of the speed of light seems to conflict with the concept of equal reference system. Steger said again. Suppose we release laser magic inside the eternal star, then from the perspective of the star, shouldn't the speed of light be the speed of revolution plus the speed of light? The example Steger gave was the same as the silver coin that Lin En threw out, using Lin En's own words as a rebuttal. Lin En naturally could not be refuted by such a small question, and smiled calmly. In your opinion, how do waves propagate? What are the factors that affect its speed? Seeing that Lin En suddenly changed the subject, Steger frowned, but still answered. The propagation of waves naturally depends on the medium, and as for its propagation speed, the propagation speed of mechanical waves depends only on the medium and is not affected by other factors. Lin En explained. For example, sound is a kind of mechanical wave. Its propagation speed is 340 meters per second under normal temperature and atmospheric pressure. Its speed will not become faster just because you run and shout. An example is that when using thunder magic, sound will even arrive after lightning, because its propagation speed is much slower than lightning, and it will not be affected by external forces. So no matter what state you are in, as long as the medium does not change, the mechanical wave measured by instruments at any position and angle in the inertial reference system must be a definite and unchanging value. Jarov suddenly felt his eyes brighten and spoke excitedly. Light is also a wave, a special kind of electromagnetic wave, and it also has certain wave characteristics, so measuring its speed is actually measuring its propagation rate in a certain medium. Lin En smiled and nodded. After understanding this, he had understood half of the mystery of the constancy of the speed of light, although the remaining half was the most difficult to understand. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We are waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 540. Our universe has a maximum speed limit. Under Lin's explanation, the great wizards present were discussing continuously. If this is the case, then the theory of the constancy of the speed of light does make sense. Wait. Dennis suddenly noticed a loophole and asked in confusion. Chairman Lin, if this is the case, then the principle of the constancy of the speed of light should have a premise. The speed of light detected in an inertial reference system must be a fixed value. If it is a non-inertial reference system in motion, the situation will be different. Perhaps he felt that this was not appropriate enough, so Dennis waved his hand and used the mage's hand to take a large experimental vessel, filled it with water, and then threw a float on the water surface and tapped it lightly. Under the gaze of everyone, waves of water rippled on the calm water surface. Water waves and sound waves are both mechanical waves, and their propagation principles are naturally the same. Dennis was going to use water waves as an example to point out the loopholes in the constancy of the speed of light. Now let's assume that this finger is a person swimming. Dennis put his index finger into the water again, and then faced the direction of the waves and gradually approached the position of the float. If he is used as a reference at this moment, wouldn't the speed of the water waves flying towards him become faster? A person moving in the water naturally cannot be used as an inertial reference system, but Lin En does not have this premise in the theory of relativity. He said that the speed of light is eternal in any reference system, which is obviously illogical. If light is just a mechanical wave, then it is true, but unfortunately its special properties determine that light is different from other waves. Lin En looked at the confused people and explained, "Don't forget that the propagation of light does not require a specific medium, it can even be transmitted in a vacuum." Dennis and others all frowned. This is indeed the biggest difference between light and other waves. Is it possible that we have not yet detected the medium of light? Steger couldn't help but interrupt. I have tried this with experiments. Unfortunately, this so-called medium does not exist. Lin shook his head, and then showed everyone the beam deviation measurement cantilever he made. This is actually a modified version of the Michelson-Morley experiment. He placed a beam transmitter at one end of the cantilever. When the switch is turned on, a beam of light will fly out, and then be divided into two beams by the beam splitter in the middle of the cantilever and shoot to two different directions. and finally be reflected to the detection instrument by the reflector at the end of a cantilever. You should know that the planet under their feet is rotating around the Sun at an ultra-high speed of 30 kilometers per second. Assuming that there is a medium of light in the universe, whether it is stationary or moving at a constant speed, it is impossible to keep pace with the eternal star rotating around the Sun. This is like the float that has caused the water waves to move. At this time, if the test is carried out again, it will be found that the float has shortened the distance with the water waves in front and the distance with the water waves behind has become farther. Although the speed of light is extremely fast, the orbital speed of the eternal star can only reach 1/10,000th of the speed of light, and the deviation caused is also very small. But for wizards with atomic-level sensing accuracy, it is enough to detect these tiny changes. Unfortunately, I have done many tests. No matter which direction the beam returns from, the position of the stripes hitting the detection instrument will not change at all. This is enough to show that the medium of light does not exist, which means that there is no fixed medium as a reference. Lin En shook his head and said, "If there is no medium for light, why is its speed a certain value?" Steger said in great confusion. Dennis and others were also very puzzled by this. Why is the propagation speed of sound waves and water waves certain? It is because they are transmitted in the medium. To make an inappropriate analogy, it is like 10,000 people standing in a row. The first person slaps the second person slaps the third person, and so on. So the speed of the force transmission is equal. If there is no medium, then the speed of light should be fast or slow. Just as Lin En was about to answer, a voice sounded first. That's because light is an electromagnetic wave, and the propagation rate of electromagnetic waves in a vacuum is only related to the vacuum dielectric constant and vacuum magnetic permeability. As the words rang out, four speakers, Anthony, Riff, Aurora and Vittorio, walked in from outside. And the person who responded just now was Anthony. Stern and other great wizards turned their heads and looked over. While greeting, they looked at Anthony with envy and jealousy. A few months ago, the other party was just a great wizard like them, but now he has become a legendary wizard and the speaker of the Wizard Council. Only Jeffrey's eyes had no jealousy at all, but a bit of admiration. He was able to successfully complete the legendary promotion ceremony while understanding all kinds of strange phenomena of microscopic particles, which made him feel inferior. Anthony ignored these looks, looked at Lin and continued to speak. The reason why I discovered that light is a kind of electromagnetic wave was based on the derivation of the electromagnetic equations of speaker Lin. However, in Lin's equations describing electromagnetic waves, the speed of the oscillating electric and magnetic fields is only related to two directionless scalars, the vacuum dielectric constant and the vacuum magnetic permeability. At first he even doubted whether this was an oversight by Lin. After all, any speed must have a reference object, just like the example Lin gave at the beginning. The silver coin he shot out can be said to be 50 meters per second or 30 kilometers per second, but the reference objects are different. Unless, as the theory of relativity says, the speed of light is the same for any reference object. That's right, Lin nodded. You can understand the dielectric constant and magnetic permeability as the resistance of space to the electromagnetic field. Space resistance? Steger and others all pondered this concept. The three-dimensional space we are in can be regarded as a membrane. The heavier the object, the deeper the depression it will form in space, which is the distortion of space-time. The faster the object, the same will be true. Lin explained in the most understandable way possible. For example, the same thrust can only push 1 centimeter on a 1-ton object, but if it is applied to a 10-kilogram object, it will fly out at an extremely fast speed. So speed and mass must be related to some extent, and this is how the relative mass formula is derived. As for why the speed of light remains unchanged in any reference, I guess there must be an upper limit of speed in the universe, and this speed is the speed of light, because light is always moving at the maximum speed that space can tolerate and cannot be surpassed. So even if you are moving away from light at a very fast speed, the measured speed of light will not change. After all, its speed has reached the upper limit of space, and naturally it cannot be increased in any form. Lin once again put forward an extremely astonishing viewpoint. using the fact that the speed of light cannot be exceeded to explain why it is constant. It is absurd to use a guess that obviously violates common sense to prove another phenomenon that violates common sense even more! A great wizard could not help but interrupt. Steger, Jeffrey and others hesitated to speak, and did not agree with the guess that the speed of light cannot be exceeded put forward by Lin. Even speakers Anthony and Hera frowned. I think there is nothing wrong with making bold assumptions about an unknown phenomenon and then carefully proving it. Lin shrugged and explained, this is no longer a bold hypothesis. It can only be described as nonsense. Steger rolled his eyes. If it weren't for the fact that the person who proposed such an outrageous theory was Lin, the magic star, he would have been attacked by everyone. Lin naturally saw the confusion and doubt in everyone's eyes. The existence of a speed limit in space and the principle of the constancy of the speed of light are indeed very strange. Anyone who hears this conclusion for the first time will not be able to help but refute it. However, it is a fact. Like Planck's constant, gravitational constant, and strong coupling constant, it is an inherent property of space and one of the basic constants of the universe. Thinking of this, Lin shook his head again and said, I should have said before that all magic theories are summaries of the laws of things. They do not need to conform to our common sense, but our common sense needs to conform to the laws. My light speed deflection experiment proves that light does not rely on a fixed medium to propagate. No matter where it is, the measured speed of light will not change at all. This fully demonstrates the rationality of the constancy of the speed of light. Lin's answer was undoubtedly very concise, yet very effective. Just like his demonstration of wave-particle duality, he inferred the argument based on the phenomenon. Because the facts are there, they can only use such a theory as an explanation. Even so, I still cannot accept this conjecture. A light speed deflection experiment cannot fully confirm the theory of the constancy of the speed of light. Maybe there are other factors that affect the results of the experiment. Steger questioned. After all, the two concepts of the theory of the constancy of the speed of light and the inability of light to be surpassed are full of loopholes. Dennis on this side also spoke up. According to the principle of relativity of speed given by speaker Lin, as long as I chase the light, then for me, the speed at which light moves away must be less than the speed of light. Conversely, as long as I run in the opposite direction of the light, then the distance between us per second will naturally exceed the speed of light. The other great wizards also nodded. They could think of countless similar methods. The so-called constant speed of light and the theory of unsurpassability were like thin paper, which could be broken with a single poke. P.S. I have a headache reading the theory of relativity recently. I will finish the next chapter as soon as possible after I sort out my thoughts. The cosmological constant that is not affected by the observer in the setting is one of the important forces of high-dimensional existence, so I have to write about it. Chapter 541, Time is meaningless to light, and distance is meaningless to electrons. Dennis' words were widely recognized by the wizards. Many of them proposed their own methods to exceed the speed of light, such as finding a reference object that moves fast enough, or more directly, shooting two lasers in the front and back. It seems that you haven't finished reading my theory of relativity, otherwise you wouldn't have such an idea. Lin En sighed and interrupted everyone's discussion. Are you referring to the relative formula of speed and time? Anthony suddenly asked. Unlike the other wizards who couldn't help but start to question after reading the first half of the paper, based on his trust in Lin En, Anthony carefully read all the manuscripts, but he became more confused than others. The four relative formulas mentioned above are what shocked him the most. He saw the huge ambition of this magic star from these formulas. This is to unify energy, mass, speed, time and space, and build a power theory that is completely different from their cognition. Not bad. Lin En nodded, and then continued to explain. The reason why we can't exceed the speed of light is because if the speed of an object changes, the time it experiences will also change. According to the well-known speed formula, the distance is equal to the speed multiplied by the time. Now that the speed of light has become a constant value, the only thing that can change is time. Suppose there is a beam of light flying forward. From the perspective of different spectators standing, Its speed is 300,000 kilometers per second. If you run after the light at a speed of 150,000 kilometers per second, then the speed of time for you is reduced to half of the original speed compared to the stationary spectator. So the speed of light is still 300,000 kilometers per second for you. Lin En explained with an example. In other words, the faster we run, the slower the speed of time passes. Steger's brows frowned and asked back, then why don't we notice anything when we run normally? And even if we take the train, the time will not change at all. That's because the speed is too slow. Even the speed of the train is not worth mentioning compared to the speed of light. So the change in the speed of time is not obvious. Lin En shrugged and answered freely, this is undoubtedly a good explanation for why the speed of light is constant in the eyes of any observer, but time is mysterious and constant to most wizards. At least in the universe where they live, no 1 second is longer or shorter than that of others. But according to the theory of this magic star, the time of all people and even all matter is relative and chaotic. Since the change in the flow of time at a low speed is difficult to measure, how can we prove this? Dennis asked in confusion. This is also easy to do. According to the relative mass formula, speed and mass can be converted into each other, so there is also a difference in the flow of time for large mass objects. Lin En explained with a smile. Dennis was stunned for a moment, then immediately reacted and said in horror, could it be gravity? Only gravity can meet the characteristics that the larger the mass, the higher the strength, and it exists in any matter at the same time. Yes, it is gravity. Lin En nodded. Time and space are one. They are inseparable. The distortion of space will naturally cause changes in the speed of time. I have verified this. Lin En took out a quartz clock and placed it on the table, and then spoke again. I tried to create a gravitational field that is the largest within my ability, and put this quartz clock in it. Now the time it indicates is about 0.03 seconds slower than the outside world. 0.03 seconds? Are you sure there is no problem with the quartz clock? Steger looked strange and opened his mouth, but finally closed it, because such a simple problem, this magic star could not ignore it, just need to experiment a few more times to understand. It is impossible for it to go wrong every time. The quartz clock invented by Sean has now become an indispensable experimental tool for every wizard. This thing can be accurate to 1/80,000th of a second. It has been running for several months and has never made a mistake so far. Speakers such as Herve and Anthony, as well as a few great wizards who have come into contact with the time-space gate, can't help but think of foreign lands. The world outside the space-time gate has a 7-fold difference in time flow speed compared to the eternal star where they are. Does that mean that the world where the other party is located is moving faster than theirs, so time passes more slowly? Speaker Lin: shouldn't space and time exist independently of each other? Jeffrey asked doubtfully. In his opinion, space is space and time is time, and the boundaries between the two are clear. If the two are related, then time is constantly passing. Doesn't it mean that space is also constantly moving? Jeffrey: what do you think time is? Lin asked. Jeffrey frowned and thought for a while, but he couldn't give a sufficiently appropriate answer for a long time, and the other wizards also began to think about it. Lin didn't wait too long and took the initiative to explain. In my opinion, time is actually the manifestation of the eternal movement of matter, the continuity of change, and the order of change. It is not magical, but a name we created to conveniently describe the state of motion of matter. You might as well imagine that if all the elements in the universe were stagnant, what would time mean? Everything would be frozen in place, unable to move, and not have the ability to think. So the so-called four-dimensional space-time universe can also be explained as a moving three-dimensional space universe, since time is an abstract manifestation of the continuous movement of matter. The trajectory of movement can certainly be distorted. Lin En looked at the wizards present and said solemnly, according to the equation of mass and gravity, combined with the formula of speed equivalent to mass and relativity, when the speed of an object reaches the speed of light, its time has stopped. This is why I dare to say that the speed of light cannot be surpassed. Lin En's voice was not loud, but it was transmitted to the ears of every wizard, but it shook the mind like a huge bell. I'm afraid your theory of relativity will tear down and rebuild the entire magic system. Herve said with a sigh. When Herve received this manuscript before, he was so shocked now. Although these theories sound more and more contrary to common sense, just like what Lin En said just now, they established magic to explain the laws of operation of things. No matter how weird, strange, and unreasonable a theory is, as long as it can accurately explain natural phenomena, it is undoubtedly the truth. Steger and others were speechless in astonishment. They wanted to refute, but they had to admit that the theory of relativity not only achieved a strange logical self-consistency, but also had the beam deflection experiment and the quartz clock gravity experiment as evidence. Once it is confirmed that the theory of relativity is correct, from now on, the concepts of space, time, speed and mass need to be redefined. Seeing that the wizards present had stopped talking and began to think about the problems of space-time and material movement, Lin En turned to look at Jeffrey and asked curiously, "Master Jeffrey, I heard that you encountered some minor troubles when you were improving the double-slit interference experiment." "This is not a minor trouble," Jerry smiled bitterly. "I suspect we encountered an elemental ghost." Arid on the side detailed all the strange phenomena they encountered in the experiment. Photons and electrons can even predict our intention to observe them in advance. No matter how much we cover up or what methods we come up with, we can't change this situation. Arid's face showed a bit of fear. "Isn't this normal?" Lin En said in surprise. Arid paused, and then almost jumped up. "What's normal about this? Have you forgotten? Time has no meaning for light, because its speed has reached the limit. Compared to you, time is in a state of stillness. This means that from the perspective of light itself, it has reached any place instantly." Lin En said with a smile, "Because time is still, it will inevitably know whether it will be observed at the moment of emission, so as to determine whether it will collapse. So there is no foreknowledge, everything is very magical." Arid was stunned in the spot. Although Lin En had explained the principle that the speed of light is the highest and time is almost stagnant, he always felt that things seemed to be getting weirder. If light has traveled the entire distance in an instant, then what is the moving light beam they see? Isn't the cause and effect reversed? Thinking of what Lin En said about the meaninglessness of time, Arid suddenly fell into confusion. Jeffrey continued to ask, "What about electrons? Their speed is far less than that of light. Time is not always static, right?" Lin En raised his eyebrows and said thoughtfully, "If time is meaningless for light, then the distance in space is also meaningless for electrons. As for why, you have to think about it yourself." Lin En patted Jeffrey's shoulder and said encouragingly, without any intention of revealing the secret. In fact, he himself only touched a trace of the truth and could not be 100% sure. "The probability cloud of a free electron can cover the entire universe, and theoretically it can reach anywhere instantly, but it is just a matter of probability. The reason why the electron in the element cannot do this is that it is tightly bound by the nucleus, and when it breaks away, it means that the range of its probability cloud will become extremely large, at least much larger than Jeffrey's laboratory. The probability cloud of free electrons is also one of the few things that can exceed the speed of light. The reason is very simple. The maximum limit of the speed of light is only in four-dimensional space-time. If it is affected by higher dimensions, it may not be. One example is that under the influence of the gravity of massive stars, the speed of light will be significantly reduced. The reason is that light is forced to take a detour and no longer propagates in a straight line as they see. It's like an ant. There is no way to walk directly to the other side of the hillside in a straight line. It must first climb the high slope. Although the speed of the ant has not changed from beginning to end, it seems to the two-dimensional observer that it has crossed the distance at an extremely slow speed. Time has no meaning for light, and the distance in space has no meaning for electrons. These two sentences lingered in Jeffrey's mind for a long time. He vaguely felt a clue, but didn't understand why. These are some experimental manuscripts I summarized from my research on relativity. If you are interested, you can take a look. Lin En took out the second half of the manuscript of relativity and handed it to Stern and others. Lin En sincerely hoped that they could figure it out and overcome their fear of the microscopic field as soon as possible. In this way, the Parliament's legendary mass production plan can be implemented. About half an hour later, Jeffrey and others, who had printed dozens of original manuscripts of relativity with magic, walked out of the manor. When they came, everyone was full of confidence and wanted to refute this absurd argument, but when they left, they frowned and fell into thinking about the conversion of time, space and mass speed. Lin En did not say goodbye, because Dennis suddenly reported to them a good news that the first generation of supersonic fighters had been officially completed and would be able to make their first test flight tomorrow. "No wonder you rarely have time to come and argue with me." Lin En suddenly realized that Dennis was very busy before and didn't even have time to attend the academic seminar. As for the test pilot of the new fighter, it has been decided, and it is naturally Lydia who has rich flying experience. P.S. The most difficult theory of relativity is finally finished. I tried my best to make it easier to understand. From now on, science fiction theories will take up the majority of the content, and the plot will be the main focus, so it won't be such a long article. Chapter 542 Supersonic Fighter Test Flight and Tracking Missiles. In the southwest of the capital, on a large flight training ground, Lin, Trev, Anthony and other 5 speakers and a group of great wizards who participated in the production of the new fighter gathered here to watch the first test flight. "Is this the supersonic fighter you developed? It looks good." Trev looked at the flat-shaped behemoth in front of him, which was more than 6 meters high, 18 meters long, and had a wingspan of more than 12 meters, and couldn't help but admire it. Anthony, Aurora and others were attracted by the perfect aerodynamic and streamlined body of the new fighter just after arriving at the training ground. The metal shell made of mithril shone brightly in the midday sun, and it was unforgettable at first glance. Although Lin had expected it, it was still beyond his expectation that Dennis could manufacture it within a few months. It can only be said that wizards with atomic-level control capabilities have too great an advantage in engineering. It is said that in order to manufacture this fighter plane as quickly as possible, the Alchemy Research Institute mobilized 5 great wizards and hundreds of former wizards. Several speakers. "Master Dennis, can we start?" The halfling girl had prepared early, climbed into the cabin, put on protective gear, and asked impatiently. Lin En looked at Dennis, and when he nodded, he told Lydia to start. The wizards present also looked over, and even Dennis was a little nervous. Even though he was very confident in his creation, it was indeed the first time for him to test fly a man. Buzz with a deafening roar, Lydia pressed the start switch, and in an instant, a long tail flame shot out from the 2 huge nozzles at the rear of the fighter plane. The powerful thrust made the halfling girl hit the cushion at the back heavily. Fortunately, Lydia, who participated in the production of the fighter plane, was well prepared and did not panic. She held a lever tightly and maintained her balance. Under the gaze of the crowd, the silver fighter plane quickly crossed the runway and flew into the sky in just 2 seconds. "What a fast speed!" the great wizard Tim on the side exclaimed. "It hasn't started yet." Dennis shook his head. The new fighter plane has 2 modes, subsonic and supersonic. During the takeoff phase, the speed can only be considered sparse and normal. At the same time, thousands of meters above the sky, Lydia flew steadily for a while, and after fully adapting to the control of the fighter plane, she solemnly started the supersonic mode. The thrusters inside the fighter plane suddenly started to operate rapidly, and a large amount of compressed hydrogen and oxygen mixed gas was poured into the combustion chamber together, and then instantly detonated. The high-temperature and high-pressure airflow flew out along the pipe, and after accelerating through the Laval tube, the speed was increased by several levels again. The tail flame, which was originally half a meter long, instantly expanded to more than 2 meters. The violent sonic boom sounded in the sky, presenting an extremely magnificent scene in front of Irv and others. The silver fighter plane flew through the sky at an unimaginable speed, breaking the sound barrier and forming a conical airflow layer behind the fuselage. Combined with the long tail flame, it was like a silver-white comet passing through the sky. "Is this the sonic boom cloud?" Tim looked at the scene in amazement. Although they had discovered this phenomenon during the wind tunnel test, it was still very shocking to see it in front of them. According to the distance and direction, the fighter plane's flight speed has reached 3 times the speed of sound, which can be seen from the 3 eye-catching sonic rings on the tail flame. "Very good. It looks like everything is going well." Dennis nodded with great satisfaction. What he was most worried about was that when the supersonic mode was activated, The huge speed increase and the terrifying wind resistance would cause the fighter plane to lose balance and fall. Fortunately, Lydia's skills were extremely superb, and the thing he was most worried about did not happen. The next step was the combat test. Who will come? Lin En turned his head and looked at Aurora, Vittorio and Anthony. This supersonic fighter is to be deployed in a foreign land to perform missions, so actual combat training is naturally very important, especially being able to deal with legendary enemies, which is very critical. Several speakers are very interested in this new fighter, and Rev spoke first with interest. Let me do it. After the voice fell, Rev turned into a stream of light and flew into the sky. Lin En nodded and sent the message to Lydia through the magic network at the same time. Are we going to fight? In the cockpit of the fighter, the halfling girl was not afraid at all, but was a little excited. She didn't expect that she could compete with the legendary speakers. However, despite the excitement, Lydia, who has rich experience in flying and air combat, did not dare to be careless at all, and raised 120% of her attention. Under the perception of electromagnetic wave radar and magic, Rev's flight trajectory was extremely obvious, like a blue star, constantly approaching Lydia. The two sides quickly closed the distance. After crossing the safe distance of 1.5 kilometers, Lydia took the lead. The rear of several cylindrical bombs mounted on both sides of the fighter jet ejected the same tail flame as the fighter jet, and then broke free from their restraints and flew towards the oncoming Rev at an unimaginable speed. At the same time, Lydia dragged the lever to control the fighter jet to climb rapidly upwards. So fast. Seeing several bombs flying over, Rev was also a little surprised that the same sonic boom cloud as the fighter jet appeared around him. Unfortunately, the accuracy was not good. None of these bombs were aimed directly at him. Rev, who was very interested, did not intend to dodge. Instead, he went forward and built a strong magic shield around him, intending to test the strength of these attacks. The speed of both sides was almost at the extreme. It took less than 3 seconds to cross the distance of 1.5 kilometers. Rev soon collided with one of the bombs that flew over. The shockwave of the explosion swept across the entire space, and the magic shield covering his body was torn into pieces, but it was immediately blocked by the legendary domain. That's it. That's it. Rev was somewhat disappointed. This level of explosion alone could not hurt him, let alone pose a substantial threat to the other legends. But Rev soon found something wrong, because the flames produced by the explosion actually poured into his domain at a very fast speed, and even made him feel an unspeakable threat. Is this the eternal flame? Rev immediately realized this, and his face suddenly changed. He didn't expect Lin En to use such a dangerous thing on a fighter. At the same time that Rev realized something was wrong, on the training ground below, Dennis was proudly introducing the bombs loaded on the fighter to several speakers. He also installed a small thruster inside these bombs. The flight principle is similar to that of a fighter. Due to its small size, the speed can reach more than 4 times the speed of sound. At the moment each bomb was detonated, the chlorine trifluoride in the form of compressed gas inside would explode after contacting the burning material on the outer layer, covering an area of 300 meters in radius. Multiple bombs launched together would be enough to turn a large area of airspace into a sea of fire. Even enemies flying at the speed of sound would not have time to evade. The only drawback was that it was too complicated to manufacture. Each sonic bomb was equivalent to a small fighter plane. If the materials and labor were converted into money, it would be worth at least 500 gold coins. In other words, Lydia's attack cost several thousand gold coins. Vittorio and others did not care about the cost. If throwing a few thousand gold coins could threaten a legend, it would undoubtedly be a very cost-effective deal. Rev was too careless. Aurora shook her head as she looked at Rev, who was so stubborn that he collided with the bomb. Fortunately, although the eternal flame is powerful, to some extent, its property of burning everything is very restraining to the energy body. But it is not the first time that Rev has faced this thing. Even though he was caught off guard and looked a little shabby, he still successfully escaped the fate of being swallowed by the eternal flame. It is too wasteful to use up all the bombs in one go. If you fail to hit the enemy successfully, then the combat power will be greatly reduced, right? Lin En frowned as he looked at the ever-changing battle situation in the sky. Dennis naturally understood this shortcoming, but it was too difficult to aim and hit the enemy at high speed. Only such a large-scale attack can be relied on. In this case, why not create a bomb that can automatically track the enemy and adjust the track in midair? Lin En said in a thoughtful voice. Some psychic wizards can use magic to separate their consciousness and control huge golems. Perhaps this part of knowledge can be applied to aerial bombs, and perhaps tracking bombs can be made. Lin En combined the principles of missiles in his previous life and told Dennis how to make the flying bombs automatically approach and detect the enemy's position, and track them through infrared sensing and radar detection. Although they have not yet figured out the computer and chip technology, it is more convenient to use psychic magic instead. Listening to Lin En's story, Dennis' eyes lit up, and many new improvement plans immediately emerged in his mind. If the test of the new fighter plane had not been completed, he would have been eager to start researching it. Why not call it a guided missile? Lin En said with a smile. Anthony, Aurora and Vittorio listened to the discussion between the two, and for a moment they didn't know whether to be happy or helpless. Now this new fighter plane is already a big threat to legend. Once Dennis makes a guided missile, it will definitely become more difficult. At this moment, the battle in the sky is becoming more and more intense. After having suffered another loss, he became serious, and the strong thunder net covered the entire area in an instant. However, the fighter plane was flying too fast. After the previous attack failed, Lydia switched to a roving state, always keeping the distance between the two sides, and using machine guns to harass from a distance. Even though this could not pose any actual threat to her, it was as annoying as a fly. There are only two ways to deal with such a high-speed enemy. The first is to use a faster speed so that the opponent cannot dodge the attack. The second is to predict the direction in advance and use a covering attack. Have experimented and soon found that the simplest first method was the most useless. The only things that can make supersonic fighters unable to avoid are thunder and laser magic. Unfortunately, the effects of both are very limited. Electromagnetic magic will be blocked by the electromagnetic shield covering the periphery of the fighter. The laser beam is fast enough, but the killing radius is limited. Even the 5th energy level laser beam will be greatly reduced after crossing a distance of 500 meters, and it is not enough to break through the fuselage with a high-strength graphene coating on the surface. There are some weaknesses, but the new fighter plane does not have any protection against gravity control, which is exactly the magic that Herv is best at. After using gravity control to disrupt Lydia's perception of direction, combined with a large-scale magic attack, the battle lasted about 20 minutes before the winner was decided. If Herv had not stopped in time, the fighter plane would have been shot down. Lydia, who had escaped death, returned to the plane honestly and ended the flight training. Even though she suffered a disastrous defeat in the end, she could not hide her excitement. After all, being able to deal with a legendary speaker for a while was an honor and defeat. If she chose to fight or even run away at the beginning, the opponent might not be able to catch up with her. Lin En and others were also extremely satisfied. An alchemical creation that could be mass-produced could reach such a level and contain a legendary-level combat power, which was already amazing. What's more, the fighter plane can continue to be improved, and Lydia's driving skills are still lacking, so there is still a lot of room for improvement. There are only 2 weeks left before the 3.5-month deadline. You have to work harder, Lydia. Once you are in a foreign land, those enemies will not show mercy like Speaker of. Lin En patted Lydia on the shoulder and said. Dennis hurriedly called the alchemists to come forward to check and drag the experimental machine back. He had a lot of inspiration again. Maybe he could make new modifications to this thing, and he enthusiastically asked Lin En to participate. No, I can't spare the time recently. Lin En shook his head and rejected Dennis' invitation. Although he had finished writing the theory of relativity, according to Alok's report, the magic base stations in various places have been built, and the high-speed particle collider he had people build is almost done. The importance of the god-making ceremony and antimatter is obviously greater, which is directly related to whether they can defeat the Lord of the Dead. Chapter 543 High-Speed Particle Collider. 2 weeks passed by, and according to the reports from the wizards in the north, the time and space nodes were still closed, and no abnormalities had occurred for the time being. This undoubtedly meant good news. Raphael had successfully delayed the pace of the undead as he expected, buying them enough time. The Parliament spent 3.5 months using magic to build a 3-kilometer-long protective bunker to block the entrance and exit of the valley, and mobilized more than 300,000 troops to station in the north, moving all kinds of new weapons over, and preparing to respond to invasion at any time. Preparations for war in foreign lands have also reached the final stage. Nearly 70% of the wizards in the Parliament have arrived at the station outside the valley. A huge protective barrier enveloped the entire valley, and a full 15 Yanyan cannons were pointed in the direction of the time and space gate. This was one of the biggest trump cards of the Parliament. Each Yanyan cannon can release 3 atomic breath at the limit, and the huge power is enough to scare any legend. Even if the several speakers of the Parliament work together to enter this valley, I am afraid they may not be able to get out. But their opponent this time is the Lord of the Dead, who has ruled and devoured several worlds, an old god, a high-dimensional life form beyond cognition, and no one dares to say that such an arrangement can stop the other party. It's a pity that the time is still too short. We can't transfer all the magic crystal cannons and armored vehicles. Sanchez, who is in charge of the dispatcher, said with regret. Although the Parliament had people repair the railway early, the capacity of the train is limited after all. 3 months is far from enough. In the end, Sanchez even suggested whether to wait for a while, in view of the difference in the passage of time between the two places. As long as Raphael and others hold on for 2 days, they can get another half a month of preparation time. Although Lin En also felt that time was a bit tight, he shook his head after thinking for a while. Master Raphael and the other wizards who entered the foreign land have completed what they should do. The remaining problems are what we should solve, and other places also need protection. If we concentrate all our forces here, the other party suddenly launches an attack from other time and space gates. The consequences will be serious. Lin En said solemnly. Sanchez thought about the scene and immediately shut up. Then he complained about the huge laboratory that Lin En asked him to build in the north. More than 1/3 of the workers in the Parliament wasted their energy there. Originally, Priv asked him to send people to hollow out the entire valley and make a huge trap, but it has only been half completed so far. By the way, how is my particle collision laboratory prepared? Is it finished? Lin En asked expectantly. It was built 10 days ago. Didn't you send those alchemists to confirm it? Sanchez replied puzzledly. The laboratory that Lin En needed covered an area of several kilometers. The workload was no less than that of the protective wall, and it was very mysterious. Even he was not told what this thing was used for. That's because building the site is only the first step. As for what it is used for, you will know it in a while, Lin En said mysteriously. Sanchez had to hold back his curiosity, because they would open the space-time gate later and let Lydia and others enter to meet Master Raphael's exotic exploration team. They couldn't leave now. The wait did not last too long, and a silver-white fighter plane soon appeared in the distant sky, probably to take care of the 2 airships assisting the operation in the rear. Lydia did not turn on the supersonic mode, but even so, the extremely fast speed and beautiful appearance made Sanchez, who saw the jet fighter for the first time, smack his lips. Amid a roar, the fighter plane completed the deceleration and landing operation very smoothly and stopped on the specially built runway outside with 2 larger airships. Dennis and others immediately stepped forward to do the final inspection and replaced the magic stone driving the internal alchemy array with a new one to ensure the energy supply outside the domain. It seems that your flying skills have become more and more proficient, Lydia. Lin En walked forward and looked at the halfling girl who opened the windshield and said with a smile. Although Lydia performed very well in the first test flight, she could still see the unfamiliarity whether it was taking off, landing or cruising. Of course, Lydia said proudly. In the past 2 weeks, she has been doing 10 hours of ultra-high-intensity flight training almost every day. This is already very exaggerated, because flying at 3 times the speed of sound requires a lot of pressure on the body. If Lydia had not become a wizard, and the halflings had a strong physique, she would have been unable to hold on. Even so, She needs to drink a potion to treat physical injuries after each training. Lin En turned around and asked the several great wizards responsible for detecting the time and space gate to open the closed time and space node. Then he looked at Lydia again and reminded her solemnly, "Be careful after entering, Lydia. Entering the foreign land will directly interrupt the connection of the magic network. At that time, you can only rely on yourself. If you find that things are impossible, withdraw as soon as possible. Your safety is also important. Do you understand?" Lin En continued to instruct. "Don't worry, I guarantee to complete the task." Lydia smiled and saluted. Lin En shook his head and said nothing more. He handed the 3 alchemical creations to the halfling girl and explained their functions. Since it was impossible to connect to the magic network outside the domain, Lydia, who originally relied on the magic network connection to perform detection spells, would lose the ability to locate the enemy in the sky. These alchemical creations can replace the role of the magic network and perform specific magic. One of them is used to help Lydia find Raphael and others in the foreign land. Lydia put away the 3 alchemical creations, asked about the usage, and then put down the windshield of the fighter plane and prepared to set off. The closed space-time gate has also been opened, and the diameter is getting bigger and bigger. Soon it exceeds 40 meters. A large amount of magic power gushed out from the surging space-time node, and a small amount of sand and stones were swept in together. Lydia pressed the switch of the fighter's thrusters and shouted loudly, "Charge!" A long tail flame shot out from the huge nozzle at the back, driving the fighter plane to rush towards the surging space-time gate in front, and the 2 airships next to it also floated and rushed into the space-time gate. "I hope everything will go well." Sanchez looked at the airship that disappeared from his sight and sighed softly. Once entering the space-time gate, the connection between the 2 worlds was cut off. All they could do now was wait. Lin En quickly turned his eyes back and interrupted. "Let's go. Take me to the newly built laboratory to have a look. It's enough to have other people watching here. The 2 of them won't make much difference, and the 2 of them won't make much difference. Not to mention that it's still unknown how long Lydia's rescue mission will take this time. If it takes an hour, then the time here will be a full 7 hours. This time can't be wasted." Sanchez nodded and led Lin En to fly out of the valley. The collision laboratory station is not far from the fortress. First, it is to facilitate the transfer of personnel, and second, putting the laboratory here is also convenient for monitoring the movement of the space-time gate. 5 minutes later, the 2 of them stepped into the huge laboratory together. Just like what they saw outside, the interior of the laboratory was very simple and empty, but the huge ring-shaped device in the center immediately attracted Sanchez's attention. It was a very long pipe that was almost endless. The outside was covered by circles of mithril rings, extending to the end of the field of vision. It was vaguely visible that each ring was engraved with dense alchemical runes. "How is it? Is this thing working?" Lin En looked at several alchemists who were busy and asked. "According to your instructions, the electromagnetic drive array has been set up, but it has not been tested yet." The leading alchemist replied. "Is this thing used to launch electromagnetic cannons?" Sanchez asked curiously. In his impression, the electromagnetic drive array is generally used to launch electromagnetic weapons. After being improved by many great wizards in the Magic Research Institute, the latest trail gun of the Council can easily reach a speed of more than 15 times the speed of sound. Its destructive power is extremely terrifying. It can directly penetrate a steel plate with a thickness of more than half a meter. If it hits the flesh, it will definitely be a corpse. But even so, the rail used for launching is only about 7 meters long. This time, Lin En actually built such a big an electromagnetic acceleration device that is several kilometers long. How terrifying the speed and destructive power of the shells fired out must be. Lin En shook his head with a smile, and then explained. "This is an electromagnetic cyclotron accelerator, which is used to accelerate particles." "Accelerate particles?" Sanchez frowned in confusion. "Not bad." Lin En nodded. "Now our understanding of the internal structure of atoms all comes from speculation and the results of alpha scattering experiments. If we want to verify whether this conclusion is correct, there is a simple way. that is to knock them apart and see what is inside. It's just that because atoms carry negative charges at the same time, they will repel each other when they get close. This requires extremely fast speed to overcome this repulsion between atoms and let them collide smoothly. Lin En explained. Of course, his real purpose is not to study the internal structure of atoms, but to find antimatter, use high-speed particles to knock elements apart and check the structure inside. Lin En's wonderful ideas made Sanchez smack his lips, but it sounds like it is really feasible. Lin En didn't waste words and immediately launched the field. Because the time to build this experimental field was too short, even the vacuum pipeline could not be made, so magic was needed to replace the function of some instruments. A group of alchemists immediately got busy, using magic to control a beam of particle flow into the orbit of the accelerator. Just 1 second later, Lin En used the hand of the mage to activate the switch. Under the powerful electromagnetic force, the particle stream began to circle and accelerate rapidly in the track that was several kilometers long. Every half turn, its speed would increase by 1,000 kilometers per second, and the increased speed would cause the particle stream to slightly deviate from the track. Its track was like a vortex with a spiral outside, and the speed was getting faster and faster. At this speed, as long as it could hit, there was a great probability that it would knock the nucleus apart. Lin En focused all his attention on this beam of particle stream, but such a fast speed was completely beyond the limit of his perception. Even if he was concentrating, he could only perceive a trace of the trajectory of the particle stream passing by. After circling 50 times, its speed per second exceeded 30,000 kilometers, which was 1/10 of the speed of light. This was already close to the limit speed within their ability. This beam of particle stream also successfully reached the track where the target was located. In almost 1/10,000th of a second, the two crossed each other at an extremely fast speed. Lin En's mind suddenly tensed up, and then shook his head in disappointment. What a pity, we missed it. Let's do it again, this time with double the particle flow. Lin En looked at the alchemists and continued to speak. The alchemists immediately did as they were told, increasing the number of particle beams to 4,000, but even so, if they wanted to successfully hit the target at high speed, they still needed some luck. After all, both were too small. Fortunately, for wizards, capturing atoms was not a difficult task, and they had enough materials to conduct experiments. Lin En was also very patient. For more than 4 hours, nearly 30 failures did not make him waver at all. However, for Sanchez and others who were already uncertain, it seemed a bit tormenting, and they even began to doubt whether the method of knocking atoms apart through collision was really feasible. At this moment, Lin En's face suddenly changed, and he quickly focused his field on the collision point. Sanchez's face also showed a strong look of astonishment. Although his perception ability was much weaker than Lin En's, he used some tricks, that is, focusing his attention on those targets. And now one of the targets disappeared from his perception. The alchemists present were also staring at the impact point. Although microscopic particles could not be seen by the naked eye, and even the perception of legendary wizards was difficult to detect, Lin En had specially arranged a cloud chamber around the impact point. Just like when he monitored the alpha radiation particles, the bursting high-speed particles shot into the thick water vapor, pulling out a series of clearly visible mist tracks. It was like a flower of mist blooming in the void. Chapter 544 Extraction of Antimatter. It's broken. It's really broken, Sanchez said in astonishment. The alchemists present were also very excited. They actually separated the elements. This meant that from tonight on, the theory about the internal structure of the elements was no longer a pure conjecture, but had a solid basis. Lin En closed his eyes for a long time, controlling the field to try to capture the exploding microscopic particles. After about half a minute, he opened his eyes again. How is it, Speaker Lin En? Did you capture those particles? Sanchez asked hurriedly. He was very curious about what was inside the elements. Was it composed of atomic nuclei and charged protons as they expected? Lin En shook his head and said helplessly, no, it was too fast. I couldn't catch them. The hydrogen atoms were knocked apart by the particle beam with a speed of 1/10 the speed of light. The debris that was scattered by the violent impact was also very fast, and almost disappeared from his perception instantly. The most important thing is that even though he has been promoted to a legendary wizard, and even used the computing power of the magic network just now, he still cannot directly control the microscopic elements that burst out from the atoms. Lin En frowned. It seems that only by stepping into the real realm of God can he control it freely. Although magic power base stations have been established all over the continent, most wizards, apprentices and even many civilians with great talents in mathematics, physics and chemistry have joined the magic network system. However, due to the short time, the degree of their mental power cracking by the intelligent brain is not high. On average, the computing power that can be mobilized is only about 5%, and there is still a lot of room for improvement. If there is not enough strong mental power and magic power reserves, Lin En does not dare to easily try to break through to a higher realm. After all, that is the promotion method he guessed based on the few words from the Star Messenger and the weird quantum state of the element controller Arduk, which may not be 100% reliable. So Lin En planned to get the antimatter first, which can be regarded as an extra trump card to face the Lord of the Dead. How about we reconstruct a reverse electromagnetic field in the outer layer? Sanchez suggested. Since they can use electromagnetic fields to bind elements and accelerate them, why can't they do the opposite and use magnetic fields to slow down and capture these microparticles? Lin En pondered for a while, then shook his head and said, I'm afraid that the electromagnetic field alone is not enough to capture all microscopic particles. For example, uncharged elementary particles such as neutrons are not affected by magnetic field constraints, but they can be directly replaced by gravitational field constraints. Distorting space-time is equivalent to deflecting the path of particles. All you need to do is create a ring area and let these particles keep spinning here. Thinking of this, Lin En asked a group of alchemists to continue the particle collision experiment. This time, it was obviously much luckier than the last time. It only took 9 collisions to produce results. This time, dozens of target elements were smashed, and the cloud chamber once again showed gorgeous mist flowers. Lin En was naturally well prepared. Circles of invisible gravitational fields had covered the entire laboratory. With the huge computing power of the magic network, he could barely sense the tracks left by microscopic particles when they passed through the force field. How is it? Sanchez asked nervously. Very good. I caught it. Lin En opened his eyes, and a somewhat happy expression appeared on his face. Then he stretched out his hand, and the gravitational field that spread across the entire area disappeared instantly, leaving only a small area in front of him. The space-time here was distorted into a ring, and all the microparticles scattered from the inside of the atom were bound within this ring. What made Lin En most happy was that he actually captured an antiproton this time. You know, although high-speed particle collisions can produce antimatter, it is not a 100% probability. Next, we just need to continue the experiment and find the rest of the antimatter particles, and then we can try to produce real antielements. While Lin En was busy looking for and capturing antimatter, Raphael and others were in a hard fight in the dark and chaotic foreign land on the other side of the space-time gate. In the past half-month, they successfully used the magic array to simulate the flow of magic when the space-time gate was opened, attracting most of the undead to this mountain. But even with the cover of this mountain range, several people still exposed their whereabouts and were trapped inside a steep mountain. This was originally a cave-dwelling monster's nest. When they found this place, the owner of the nest had disappeared, probably dead a long time ago. So Raphael chose this place as the last stronghold. The height difference allowed them to avoid those undead who could not fly. Even so, the situation did not improve much. Hundreds of thousands of ugly screaming demons were rushing in from the wide-open entrance of the lair. They were low-level monsters that were more than 1 meter tall and had 2 pairs of bat wings. They could release hallucinatory sound waves from their mouths. Now they had been transformed into undead, and their bodies were emitting a rotten and foul smell. As for what greeted them, they were extremely hot streams of fire. Tick, Yoland and others almost attacked at the same time. The surging stream of fire engulfed all the screaming demons that flew in along the passage, but there were too many of them. After being transformed into undead, They had no fear of death and were approaching quickly despite the erosion of the flames. Raphael frowned and cast a spell to temporarily seal the only entrance and exit, but this was obviously just a stopgap measure. He had already heard the sound of the mountain wall being scratched and damaged. It looks like they can't wait any longer. Raphael sighed and took out the nuclear warhead that Vittorio had given him before entering the space-time gate. It was obvious that the time had come to use it. I will try my best to rush out and attract all these undead spirits and clear them out. With the cover of the mountain, you may be able to survive the explosion. Raphael looked at the people present and said solemnly. Yolande shook his head and said with a wry smile, even if we survive, it's useless. This place is 50 kilometers away from the space-time gate. The possibility of us escaping back is very small. It's better to turn it around and let us act as bait and perform Skyfall, Ivina suggested. As a six-ring great wizard who can fly with the help of force field magic, Raphael has a much higher chance of escaping back to the location of the space-time gate alone than them. Raphael sighed again and did not accept this proposal. It's not that he is so noble that he can't accept the sacrifice of others, but that Ivina and others are too weak to complete this task. Ivana and the others also fell silent, all prepared for the worst. How about I be the bait? Suddenly, a voice rang in everyone's ears. The abrupt voice made Raphael, who was already tense, change his expression, but then the secret ring on his right hand lit up, and Lin En's figure quickly turned from virtual to real and appeared in front of several people. Chapter 545. Is this the power possessed by the most powerful wizard? Chairman Lin, how come you are here? Lin suddenly appeared in front of them, startling Tick and the others, followed by joy and surprise. Isn't it said that there is no way to communicate between the two worlds? The previous chairmen have tried it, and they simply cannot send their avatars into the time-space gate to explore intelligence, otherwise they would not need to come in. The halfling Mako also looked at the wizard who suddenly appeared in doubt and made a vigilant gesture. Is it the effect of this secret ring? Raphael was the first to react and immediately thought of this. Before they went to the foreign land, Chairman Vittorio gave him a creation that could use the alchemical creation of the sky falling, and Lin gave him this ring. And when the second personnel exchange was carried out, he specially asked someone to take it back once. Not bad, Lin nodded. Since the Lord of the Dead can control multiple worlds, there must be a way to connect through the two ends of the space-time gate. This ring is his attempt. It is made of a very special magic material. For this purpose, he also melted a corona metal. Its characteristics are that it can well accommodate the existence of consciousness and can carry legendary power. So, he experimented with separating a part of consciousness and placed it in this secret ring, just like the life box made by the psychic wizard Radak. However, the soul separated is limited, and even if it is destroyed, it will not cause too much impact. He didn't tell Raphael and others before because he himself was not sure whether this was feasible. In fact, at the moment of entering the space-time gate, this magic incarnation could not sense the position of the main body, and there was no way to connect to the magic network, but the connection between the two did exist. This feeling was very strange and caused a lot of trouble. This meant that his incarnation could not directly transmit information back, and was trapped in this foreign land like Raphael and others. Give me the uranium. My power is limited, but I can help you clear a path forward. I think the Parliament should have sent people into the space-time gate to rescue you, Lin En said with a smile. The others didn't know this, but he knew it very well, because the secret ring had been taken out during the second personnel exchange. The main body was obviously not ready to give up this exploration team that had made outstanding achievements and bought precious time for them with their lives. Otherwise there would be no need to send the ring back. The time should be today, the half-month deadline set by Raphael. Under Lin En's narration, Yolande, Dick and others were all very excited and really felt a glimmer of hope for life. Even if they were ready to die, for most people, it would be great if they could live. Looking at Yolande's surprised look, the halfling Maka frowned and hesitated to speak. He didn't trust this man who suddenly appeared and looked young. You know, the undead outside are almost all over the valley and the sky, and the number is probably more than 1 million. Can they really rush out? However, The name Lin En made him feel familiar. Maka hesitated for a moment and soon thought that this seemed to be the speaker who Darren and others often mentioned, the most powerful wizard. Compared with the hesitant Maka, Raphael had full confidence in Lin En, even though he knew that the person standing in front of him was just an incarnation. "It seems that I have to rely on you again this time, Speaker Lin En." Raphael handed over the uranium stone in his hand, and a smile appeared on his face. During the time he entered the time-space gate, his expression was tense to the limit. As the leader, any decision he made could lead to the entire foreign exploration team encountering a catastrophe, exposing the location of the time-space gate in advance, and directly affecting the outcome of the war. In the end, he had to die together with Yoland and others and the army of undead that was attracted. The psychological pressure he bore can be imagined, and every day was a torment for him. Fortunately, he was finally free now, although he was still in danger. The moment he saw Lin En, Raphael's tense mind was temporarily relaxed. After a pause, he asked again, "What should we do next?" "It's very simple, just..." Lin En opened his mouth to explain, but then suddenly closed his mouth. His face suddenly changed, and he looked up at the rock wall above. A strong roar came in an instant, and then the whole mountain shook violently, and a lot of rubble fell from the top of his head. Yoland held a wall beside him, trying to maintain his balance, with a strong look of fear on his face, because the rock wall above was torn apart directly. A huge dragon claw stretched out from the crack, tearing the solid mountain apart, and then the huge, ferocious dragon head appeared in front of everyone. The head alone was bigger than several dragons combined, and the eyes burning with soul fire were filled with cold and bloodthirsty light. A terrifying and powerful wave of death spread out from its body, covering the entire mountain like a hurricane. That is the legendary domain of the dead, which can constantly deprive the living of their vitality, and all the creatures who die in this area will have their souls transformed into vengeful spirits and be bound in the domain. The weaker Yoland, Tick, Ivina and others completely lost the ability to resist under the suppression of the domain, and their bodies were gradually becoming cold and stiff. Raphael's situation was not much better than the others. The moment the huge dragon head stretched out, he felt that the blood in his body seemed to be frozen. This is at least a legendary enemy. Raphael immediately realized this, and then the huge dragon's mouth opened, and the gray breath condensed in the wide dragon's mouth. But Lin En's movements were obviously faster than this. Almost at the moment the mountain was torn apart, he had already moved, and his body immediately transformed from an energy body to a metal body, and then kicked the dragon head that stretched out from the crack. Sonic strike. The 1.5 times speed of sound plus the terrifying mass were all concentrated in this kick. Before the breath was launched, it had already reached the skeleton dragon and hit its dragon eye, accompanied by a huge sonic boom that made the eardrums burst. The terrifying force directly blew up the huge eye socket, and the huge dragon head also deflected and hit the rock wall behind it, breaking the solid soil and rocks. The huge dragon body lost its balance, and the dragon claws left scratches on the rock wall. It barely stabilized its body, and the dragon tail behind it lashed fiercely at the mountain, lifting up large pieces of exploded rocks. However, Lin En was relentless. Taking advantage of the moment when the opponent lost balance, he kicked the huge body again. Raphael and the others immediately witnessed a very strange scene. Lin En, who was only 1.8 meters tall, kicked a giant creature over 100 meters long off the top of the mountain with 1 foot. A deafening roar suddenly sounded outside the mountain. It was the roar of an angry dragon, but it soon turned into a painful wail, because a fine laser beam had already shot up into the sky and cut straight along the falling huge dragon body. Since Anthony improved the release method of beam magic, the use of laser beams no longer requires a long accumulation of energy, and can be used directly by emitting electromagnetic waves. The speed of stimulating magic has increased by several times. Even if the power was discounted in a hurry, it was still terrifying. The beam compressed to 0.5 millimeters in diameter easily cut through the solid dragon scales. Large pieces of dark blood sprayed out, infecting the surrounding ground. A smell of rottenness filled the air. There was a deep scar on the huge dragon head that could be seen to the bone, almost cutting the entire dragon body in half. The huge dragon with its torn body fell heavily down the mountain, and the high dragon roar became even stronger. After Lin En turned around and said a few words to Raphael and others, he flew out along the gap that the skeleton dragon had dug out. The sky in the foreign land was extremely dim. Without the sun's shining, not a single star could be seen. It was filled with rich magic and death. A large number of screaming demons, night ghosts, and ghosts almost occupied Lin En's entire sight. Noisy screams and hisses continued to resound around. These low-level undead spirits had no concept of fear. Even though Lin En had just severely injured a powerful legendary dragon, they still swarmed in like sharks smelling blood. Sharp claws, vicious sights, terrifying screams, pungent smell of rotting flesh and blood, and all kinds of unpleasant noises intertwined in the air into a mess. Facing these countless undead spirits, Lin En stretched out his hand, and the huge magic power was immediately transformed into a red flame. Resist fire ring. The raging fire surged from the whole body, and then spread in all directions without dead angles, sweeping up all the undead spirits. The high temperature of thousands of degrees almost instantly dissolved their bodies, and the flesh and bones were dissolved together, and then turned into fuel for the undying flame. In just a dozen seconds, the surging waves of fire had turned into a sea of fire. The dark sky was burning, and the hot flames were raging. Hundreds of thousands of undead spirits were instantly turned into ashes, and a huge skeleton beast fell to the ground like dumplings after being infected with the undying flame. The effect of the undying flame was really beyond Lin En's expectations. These low-level creatures that had no brains and relied on numbers to gather together, theoretically, no matter how many there were, they would melt under the flames. At the same time, under the cover of the flames, Raphael also began to move, using his own domain to lead Yoland, Ivana and others to quietly fly towards the direction of the space-time gate. Under Lin's precise control, the flames would automatically give way wherever they passed. Now all the flying undead's attention was attracted by Lin, and with the cover of the eternal flame, they could avoid the prying of those undead, which was undoubtedly the best time to escape. What a terrible power! Is this the most powerful wizard? The halfling Maka looked at Lin, who destroyed hundreds of thousands of undead with a wave of his hand, and muttered to himself, just a minute ago, they were still trapped on the mountain waiting to die, but as soon as the other party made a move, the situation changed dramatically. In just a few strokes, he severely damaged the skeleton dragon that was more than 100 times larger than himself, and killed countless undead with one blow. Speaker Lin is indeed the most powerful wizard in the parliament, but he is just an incarnation. Yoland replied with a smile. After more than half a month of getting along, Yoland had a good impression of this halfling native of Maka. When they decided to use him as bait to delay time, they moved the other halfling tribe to other places. Since Maka was very familiar with the terrain here, they stayed as a guide. This was undoubtedly semi-forced, but Maka did not do anything to cause trouble for them in secret, but was very cooperative. Of course, according to Maka himself, he had no choice. When the Lord of the Dead invaded this world before, it was not that no one chose to surrender, and their fate was to be transformed into undead without exception. It was okay for those who were strong and could retain a certain degree of rationality, but for those who were weak like them, their brains would become dull. Not everyone was willing to become a pile of bones. Although according to the Lord of the Dead, this should be a favor. Now is not the time to chat. Their ears may not be bad. Raphael frowned and interrupted the two people. Yoland immediately stopped talking, and Maka also shut up. They were not out of danger yet. On the other side, Lin En had destroyed all the undead spirits that approached him, but it was not as easy as Yoland and the others saw. This attack, together with the previous battle, consumed a quarter of his magic power reserves, and these skeletons seemed endless. The most important thing was that the ones he killed were all low-level ones. After killing a batch, the rest no longer rushed up like crazy to die, but surrounded the periphery of the Sea of Fire, using various means to try to destroy or affect his immortal flame. Obviously someone was commanding this army. Lin En's eyes passed through the flames and swept across the entire mountain range, but were soon interrupted by the roar that sounded again. The skeleton dragon that he had just knocked down the mountain had climbed up again. The ghosts floating in the death field around it kept pouring into the wound. The dragon body that was almost torn in half was also repairing quickly, and it had returned to its original state in just a few minutes. Lin En was not surprised. It was not so easy to kill a legendary opponent. If the sky had not moved his head towards him and stretched it into the narrow mountain wall, he would not have been able to injure him so easily. Chapter 546 The sun rises in a foreign land. Winter Dragon. Verk was extremely angry, and his anger almost turned into substance. He immediately flew up again with an angry roar, and spit out a breath of ice. The scorching flames and the breath of ice soon collided with each other, melting and disintegrating each other. A violent explosion sounded in the sky, and a storm swept around, blowing the screaming demons and ghosts not far away to the ground. Seeing that the breath of the skull dragon could actually block the immortal flame, Lin En was somewhat surprised, but soon realized that this breath of ice was not as simple as it seemed on the surface. It contained a very special and familiar power to him, soul power. Just like Ella transformed the soul into sparks to attack, a large number of resentful spirits surged in this breath of ice. It was this breath mixed with low temperature, resentful spirits and magic that resisted the erosion of the immortal flame. This also made Lin En gradually become serious. The power of this incarnation is limited, and there is a possibility that it will overturn. Lin En speeded up again and directly avoided the swooping skeleton dragon. He held his right hand and slashed horizontally. Another laser beam flew past and cut through the opponent's back. However, Winter Dragon, Valak ignored it and quickly closed the distance. The dead domain covering his body began to expand rapidly and soon contained Lin En. This is also one of the biggest shortcomings of being an incarnation. The mental power is very limited, and it is impossible to compete with the opponent for control of the domain. Slow force field. Winter Dragon Valak opened his mouth wide, and the obscure dragon language resounded in the interweaving of fire and ice. Lin En, who had not yet rushed out of the domain, suddenly felt that the air around him suddenly became as sticky as glue, and his body became particularly heavy. Then a strong sense of danger appeared in his mind. Lin En did not hesitate to focus on attacking instead of defending. As the magic power surged, countless diamond-shaped crystals that could not be detected by the naked eye took shape instantly. Ice Purgatory. Almost the next moment, the high-pitched dragon roar sounded again, and a large number of soul-filled elements in the void suddenly exploded. A large number of nanoscale fine ice blades in the ultra-low temperature of -200°C swept the entire field, and even the blazing immortal flame was temporarily suppressed. Dozens of screaming demons that were very close and accidentally involved in the field were directly turned into ice sculptures, and then their flesh layers collapsed and were wiped out at the cellular level, and turned into flying ash in an instant. Although Lin En, who was under the protection of the graphene shield, escaped the fate of being frozen into an ice sculpture, his body was constantly declining. At first, Lin En thought it was the influence of the dead field, but soon realized that his whereabouts had nothing to do with the skeleton dragon in front of him. There was an inexplicable traction on the ground, driving him to fall downwards. Was it a spell similar to the no-fly barrier? Lin En quickly scanned the places where the magic reaction was the strongest, but there were dozens of corpse wizards mixed in the army of undead below, casting barrier spells together. He was not unable to resist this force, but with the domain of the skeleton dragon, his flight was greatly restricted, and he no longer had a speed advantage in the air. While thinking, Winter Dragon, Verk had swooped down, and the powerful icy breath emerged again. This time there was no flame to block it. Lin En could clearly see that the hideous ghosts struggled painfully in the icy breath, emitting silent wails. If he was hit, it would be no joke. Lin En's expression became serious, but he still had no intention of using the nuclear explosion. Firstly, Raphael and the others had not escaped far enough. Secondly, a mere legendary bone dragon would not make him use such a method of mutual destruction. At least he had to find the opponent's commander. La la la, it seems that the winner has been decided. Great Lich. Cecil watched the man and the dragon fall from the sky to the ground, and couldn't help but let out a strange laugh. It must be said that the opponent this time was indeed a bit troublesome. The fire magic that swallowed hundreds of thousands of undead in an instant was so called. He was impressed. Only a fool like Valak would act trashly without knowing the depth of the opponent. Cecil was naturally happy about this. It was naturally a good thing for him. Otherwise, it would take a lot of effort to test the opponent's ability limit. Suddenly, the soul fire flashing in Cecil's eyes became extremely strong. Then he turned his head and looked at the sky in the distance on the right, and spoke in a very hoarse voice. Some living creatures have broken through the detection spell I set up. Shadow, follow them to find the location of the space-time gate. When they arrive, kill them and bring back their bodies and souls. The night demon named Shadow beside him immediately took the order and led some of the screaming demons, ghosts, and flying monsters that were transformed into undead on the periphery to chase in the direction pointed by Cecil. However, before they flew far, a strong laser beam swept past, and hundreds of screaming demons were directly cut off in this attack. The night demon named Shadow was almost cut in half. You still have the energy to resist? The Lich. Cecil was a little surprised. It seemed that the opponent was more difficult than he expected. Of course, Cecil could see that the one who was fighting with Winter Dragon, Varrock, was just a magical incarnation, but he was able to spare the energy to attack the pursuers under the siege of dozens of corpse wizards. It seems that the opponent might be the chief priest of the moon goddess Diana. Thinking of this, Cecil suddenly became interested. For him who was proficient in necromancy, it was not difficult to extract memories from the remaining soul of the other party. Colleen, you should also help Varrock. He has wasted too much time, Cecil said in a command. The legendary Dead Knight Colrin nodded indifferently, then drew the rune sword on his back and rushed towards the direction where the man and the dragon were fighting. Colrin was very fast, or rather, it was the warhorse under his feet that was fast. Grey flames ignited on the skeleton horse. The man and the horse were like a gust of wind. In the blink of an eye, they crossed a distance of hundreds of meters and appeared in the battle circle. The timing was also very accurate. When Lin En and Varrock were fighting the most fiercely, the sound of horse hooves behind him naturally could not be hidden from Lin En's ears. But the dragon tail of the winter dragon in front of him had already been pulled over. Between the huge dragon's tail and the rune sword, Lin En decisively chose the latter. After avoiding the sweep of the dragon's tail, he was hit hard. The steel body transformed from the elements was as fragile as tofu under the slash of the rune sword. The most important thing was that the broken wound had no intention of healing. Don't bother me, Colern, Winter Dragon, Varrock shouted angrily. It was about to kill the annoying bug in front of it, and naturally didn't want anyone to come and steal the credit. But you wasted too much time, Varrock. There are already living people who broke through the blockade because of your incompetence, Colern said coldly, and the sword edge rose again and slashed at Lin En. Colern's words undoubtedly made Winter Dragon, Varrock feel extremely angry. He opened his mouth and spit out a breath of ice again, which even covered Colern. This is certainly not as simple as an internal conflict. Whether it is the sudden drop in temperature or the resentful spirits mixed in the breath of ice, they have no effect on the Death Knight. The warhorse with grey flames galloped in the ice tide, and the rune sword with flowing light slashed down in the charge, like a stream of light flashing past, and Lin En, whose body was frozen, was immediately cut into several pieces. However, Colern frowned. He didn't think that the opponent was so easy to deal with, otherwise he wouldn't have made Varrock so embarrassed. Sure enough, after just 1 second, the dismembered Lin En disappeared in front of them like a phantom. With the induction of the curse of the rune sword, Colern rode his horse without hesitation in the direction he came from. At this moment, Lin En was in the shield of the magic field. In his current state, he had no chance of winning against two people alone, so he separated 30% of his magic power and temporarily created an incarnation to take his place. Although the dead knight who besieged him caused him a lot of trouble, it also made Lin En notice the tall and strange dead spirit who had been standing in the distance to watch the battle. Lin En guessed that this was most likely the enemy's commander. La la, coming towards me? A hint of amusement appeared on the face of the Grey Lich Cecil. Under the psychic vision, Lin En's hiding had little effect on him. Death thorns. Cecil stretched out his hand, and an invisible wave flowed through his fingertips. The desolate earth quickly cracked, and thick, gray vines flew out from the ground, curling and spreading towards Lin En. The earth cracked, the grass and trees soared, and the undead around were also affected. The gray vines twisted and bound them, wiping out their flesh, bones and even souls. Lin En's face remained unchanged, and the red flames ignited from his body, but soon went out again, because a high, sharp voice like the scream of a vengeful spirit suddenly rang in his ears. The words of the dead: soul deprivation. This is a feeling of being deprived of consciousness and the brain trembling. Although this incarnation does not have a brain, under the influence of the strange sound waves, the magic body actually had an illusion that it was about to collapse. The surrounding vines also took advantage of the situation to spread up, entangled and rolled up Lin En. The little magic power left was being plundered quickly. Lin En couldn't help but frown and looked forward. The dense vine sea over there suddenly cracked a passage, and the great Lich Cecil walked towards this side with several corpse witches. The dead Nightcaller also cut off the vines blocking the way and appeared in Lin En's field of vision. Looking at the surrounding Cecil and others, Lin En thought to himself, are there only these few legends? Then, Lin En looked at the skeleton dragon flying towards this side, and it seemed that he could not wait for the other party to get closer. In just a moment, the magic power in his body was almost exhausted. If he waited any longer, he would completely lose the ability to resist. Lin En did not hesitate to pour the remaining power into the uranium stone stored in his heart. The great Lich Cecil, who was about to step forward to search his memory, suddenly stopped moving forward, and a fear that penetrated his soul emerged in his mind. Without the slightest hesitation, Cecil flew back at a faster speed, and the death thorns all over the earth also rushed towards Lin En at a faster speed, but they wanted to wipe him out completely. But the next moment, endless light and heat appeared in the gray vine forest. After 70 years, this foreign land once again welcomed the light of the sun. The dark foreign land was illuminated. It was a strong light that seemed to be able to melt everything, and it swallowed up the entire area in an instant. The dead Nightcaller was the closest, and even maintained a charging posture, and crashed into the light of the explosion. Under the tens of millions of degrees of high temperature and the high pressure of 1,000,000 billion at the core of the explosion, both the powerful corpse witch and the thorns containing magic and death were turned into ashes in an instant. Even the fastest reacting Archlich Cecil only had time to cast Bone Wall for protection before being submerged in the strong light and flames. The Winter Dragon Vruk, who was waving his wings and rushing towards this side, let out a terrified roar for fear of being robbed of the credit, and then immediately turned around and fled far away. Although its brain became less sharp after being transformed into a dead spirit, it did not mean that it was really stupid. Facing this destructive light that was enough to destroy everything, how could it dare to stay where it was and wait for death? It immediately ignored the mission and the life and death of the Archlich Cecil, and its wings were almost slapped out of after images. Like Vruk, all the high-level undead who still maintained their sanity fled like crazy, but it was obviously too late. The transmission speed of the nuclear explosion shockwave was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it had crossed a distance of several kilometers and was still spreading. Under the terrifying high temperature, the hills were flattened, the hard rocks turned into boiling lava, the air was twisted and torn, and everything visible and invisible suffered a devastating blow. When the nuclear explosion shockwave completely subsided, millions of undead armies no longer existed. In the center of the nuclear explosion, there was only a crater with the diameter of hundreds of meters, and the interior was hot and dissolved sand and stone. Only 1 kilometer away could you see the scorched earth and the remains of a few high-level undead who were destroyed. A huge skeleton dragon was lying on the melting ground, dying, its wings torn to pieces by the shock wave, and a huge hole appeared on the right half. More than a dozen sternums were broken, and most of the chest cavity collapsed. If it weren't for the large number of enslaved ghosts that blocked most of the damage for it, it would have been buried here when the first wave of impact came. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We are waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 547, Foreign Air Combat and the Debut of Supersonic Fighters. A few minutes ago, in the sky above the foreign land, with the help of the immortal flame cast by Lin En, Raphael successfully led Yolande and others to break through the blockade and rushed towards the direction of the space-time gate. However, as the few people passed through the outside of the mountain, Raphael keenly noticed that they seemed to have hit a thin barrier that was invisible to the naked eye. Although this did not cause any obstacles to the action, Raphael's face still became gloomy, and he had a bad premonition in his heart. Tick's face suddenly changed, and his deliberately low voice sounded, "Master Raphael, they seem to have discovered us." Just as Tick said, the screaming demons and various banshees and undead beasts that were originally gathered in the sky of the mountain immediately flew over here as if they had received some orders, and they were so dense that they almost covered the entire sky. This was the result of Lin En clearing a part of it. Raphael understood that they had triggered some kind of detection barrier, and it was obviously not an easy task to pass through the blockade of these undead quietly. "I will speed up as much as possible next. I may not be able to protect you. Everyone, please be careful and save your magic power as much as possible to protect yourself. We must rush out as soon as possible," Raphael said solemnly. Since he had been discovered, Raphael removed the field that covered his figure and fled to the distance with a few people at the fastest speed. It is impossible to fly fast just by relying on force field magic, not to mention that there are a few encumbrances. The speed is only 60 km per hour. This is far lower than many magic beasts that focus on flying. Thousands of griffins transformed into undead took the lead and chased Raphael and others closely. The distance was getting closer and closer. After just 2 minutes, the distance had been reduced to less than 100 meters. Yulin could clearly see the scarlet eyes of these undead griffins, which were full of blood and tyranny as if they were choosing people to devour. The golden feathers on their bodies turned into pale gray, looking sick and weird. Chain lightning, explosion, multiple pyroblasts. Tick and others on the side had already taken action. As the magic power surged, dozens of dazzling spells suddenly fell into the dense group of griffins. Accompanied by the sound of thunder and fire, the bodies of more than 10 griffins fell from the air. But compared with the huge number of the opponent, this level of loss is nothing. Fortunately, Yolan's accumulated magic has also been completed. In the void, the constantly jumping water molecules seem to be guided, aggregated and condensed into sharp ice flakes, surging forward like a vortex. This is the upper 3-ring spell, Ice Storm. Unlike the powerful blasting magic and the extremely fast thunder magic, the destructive power of the Ice Storm is very limited. Yulin did not expect that it could kill many of the monsters chasing them, but this magic has a wide range and can effectively slow down the opponent's speed. Yulin's idea undoubtedly worked. The fine ice crystals hit the bodies of these griffins and then burst again, causing a lot of chaos in an instant. Some griffins even collided with each other because they flew too densely. These undead really don't have any brains, Yulin smiled. If they were replaced by living griffins, they would not be so easy to deal with. They had seen those griffin knights when they fought with the church. It was difficult for ordinary magic to hit these extremely fast monsters. Of course, in front of the Parliament's new fighter planes, this speed was nothing, and they could only be crushed. Be careful. Just as Yulin was thinking, Raphael seemed to have sensed it and suddenly shouted. At the same time, Ivana swung her sword at Yulin. The girl's sword-drawing skills were extremely fast. The slender blade had reached Yulin in 0.01 seconds, almost grazing his head. Yulin's hair on his forehead was cut off directly, but he didn't care about that at the moment. A hoarse and unpleasant collision sounded in his ears. Ding! The flying sword blade collided with a ball of air. Dazzling sparks burst out, and a large amount of dark green juice sprayed out. Yulin could see clearly at this time that the one hit by the sword blade was a monster with a body size of only half a meter, a strange and ferocious appearance, and a pair of bat wings on its back. The most chilling thing was that the row of jagged bone spurs on the opponent's forelimbs were as sharp as a blade, but now they had been cut in half by Ivana. If he had been hit just now, his head would definitely have been cut in half. Yoland was immediately frightened and broke into a cold sweat. He raised his hand and a scorching flame suddenly spurted out from his palm, burning the strange monster to ashes. Raphael, who was about to take action, breathed a sigh of relief and asked with a little curiosity, "How did you find it?" "This monster is very good at hiding. It seems to be able to change the color of its skin according to the environment, almost blending into the darkness. It also has some ability to block the perception of magic power. Its speed is also very fast, at least more than 200 kilometers per hour." It was not until he entered the field that he noticed something was wrong, but his reaction was still half a beat slow. "It's the wind," Ivana replied concisely. Yoland couldn't help but smack his lips. "You know, they are now flying at high speed, and the opponent's speed is also very fast. It is not an easy task to capture the subtle difference in the trajectory of the wind." Raphael nodded, his expression still solemn, because there were obviously more than one undead beast that was good at sneak attacks. As his mind turned, the magic field around him began to expand rapidly. With the help of the control of the elements in the field, Raphael soon noticed that more than 50 winged demons were lurking less than 100 meters around them. The expansion of the field also made these undead beasts who were good at hiding and perception become violent, and they launched attacks almost at the same time. Raphael snorted coldly, raised his hand, and his index and middle fingers trembled slightly, and a barely detectable magic wave spread rapidly in the ring. Space vibration wave. The rapidly flying winged demon let out a sharp cry, and the moment it passed through the magic wave, its body was cut off, and dark green blood and limbs were all over the sky. The strong stench made Yoland and others frown. Although they solved all the troubles hiding in the dark in one breath, the distraction attack also slowed down their speed again. The group of griffins hanging in the back had caught up with them, but they did not launch an attack rashly. Instead, they scattered and surrounded them. Yoland and others realized that these undead creatures were not without tactics. They were probably very dull before in order to deliberately confuse them and lower their vigilance. "Go. There is no need to retain magic power. We must solve these griffins as quickly as possible," Raphael said in a deep voice. "They must not delay any longer, otherwise they will face an endless sea of undead." Yoland, Tick and others nodded immediately. They understood that this was the most critical moment. Either they could fight out alive or die here. Everyone used the most powerful magic they had mastered, and even the halfling Maka took out the crossbow behind him. Although these crossbow arrows could not cause any fatal injuries to the griffins, it was his only way to resist. Ivana killed the griffins that broke through the magic blockade and rushed up. Yoland and the others were undoubtedly working very hard and desperately. Under the bombardment of the smell without regard for consumption, dozens of griffins were killed, dismembered, and burned every second, but compared to the huge number, it was still useless. Suddenly, the griffins that were besieging them shrieked and then retreated to both sides. Raphael and the others were not happy at all, because a huge figure was flying through the gap between the griffins. It was a giant beast shrouded in darkness. It had a large and wide body and a pair of huge bat wings over 100 meters long. It looked pale and shriveled, and its whole body was covered with thick and hard skin like iron armor. Raphael's pupils shrank slightly, because he felt a strong threat from the giant beast. It might be a legendary creature. Night Demon Shadow was also staring at the targets in front of him. Cecil gave him the task of following these people to find the direction of the time and space gate. And Shadow, who likes to play with his prey, naturally has his own ideas. It is enough to find a position to leave one enemy, kill those few drags, and the remaining strongest one will naturally run faster. As his thoughts surged, the Night Demon Shadow shook his wings, and a violent gust of wind swept towards Raphael and others. The magic barrier that Raphael arranged in a hurry was torn apart in an instant, and the fierce hurricane soon enveloped everyone. Tick, who was standing in the front, took the brunt of it. Fine cracks appeared on the rune wall carefully laid around his body, and then it was easily broken through. Even after these 2 layers of weakening, the storm was still terrifying. The robes and armor on Yoland and others were cut open by the fierce wind pressure. There were deep blood marks on the exposed arms, thighs and even faces, as if scraping bones and slow slicing, and every cell in the body was wailing in the storm. Night Demon Shadow flapped his bat wings and moved freely in the storm, admiring the people in front of him who were struggling to hold on. Then he suddenly accelerated and slapped Raphael and others with his large bat wings. His selection method was very simple. With this blow, the weak died and the strong stayed. The huge bat wings that covered half of the sky pressed down from above, and Tick and others who were trying to cast spells to resist the erosion of the storm were suddenly in a desperate situation. Raphael gritted his teeth, and most of the remaining magic power was transformed into a circular barrier to protect everyone. But he had no confidence that he could stop it. The gap between legends and those below legends was too big. Even though he was a 6-ring great wizard, he could only watch the huge bat wings fall. At this moment, a dazzling beam of light suddenly broke through the dark clouds and cut the large bat wings at an extraordinary speed. Shadow, who was playing with the enemy, was caught off guard and the entire bat wing on the left was almost cut off directly. The speed of light was too fast. So fast that even the legends could hardly react, but it only lasted for a moment, and the dazzling light disappeared from everyone's sight. Shadow, whose bat wings were almost cut off by the laser beam that suddenly appeared, was both frightened and angry. He looked at the mountains behind him and saw no second laser. Obviously, this magic was the limit of what Lin En could do under the siege. The powerful 5th-level laser beam is powerful, and it can effectively break through the legendary level of defense even at such a long distance. But the flaw is also obvious. That is, it has limited effect on legendary creatures that can transform matter and energy, and even if they are cut in half, they cannot be fatal. In just a few seconds, with the replenishment of magic power, the cut ends of the bat wings quickly closed together. Fortunately, this was enough. In the distant sky, a meteor was flying towards this side. It was the afterimage left by the tail flame of the fighter plane. It's the Parliament fighter. Our support has arrived. Yolan looked at the distant sky with great excitement and said in surprise, "What a fast speed." Raphael was also shocked when he looked at the shooting star. He had heard from Lin En before that the Parliament should send a new fighter and several airships to pick them up. At the time, he was a little surprised. Such power alone should not be enough to provide any help. It was no different from coming here to die. Now it seems that Master Dennis has improved this aircraft again, but Raphael's expression is still not relaxed. After all, they need to face a legend. Shaduo obviously noticed this uninvited guest. The other party's magic reaction was not strong, but this speed made him feel extremely daunted. Just as Lin En expected, the supersonic fighter can drive at 4 times the speed of sound in a foreign land, more than 1,000 meters per second, and it only takes a moment to cross a distance of several kilometers. The supersonic missiles mounted under the wings are even faster. Before the fighter arrived, 2 magic missiles had already taken the lead and flew over. Faced with this extremely fast, completely unknown novel creation, the Night Demon Shadow, who had just suffered a loss, did not dare to be careless. He opened his mouth, and a wave of sound visible to the naked eye rushed towards the 2 missiles, detonating them in advance. Accompanied by a violent explosion, the terrifying and dangerous eternal flame instantly covered the surrounding airspace of hundreds of meters. This attack undoubtedly missed, but Lydia's purpose was not to attack, but to cover the escape of several people. Raphael also understood that it was difficult for them to have a substantial impact on the legendary enemy, so he took this opportunity to flee to the direction of the space-time gate without hesitation. Chapter 548 What a terrifying magic! It's like the power of God. After successfully winning a chance for Raphael and others to escape with 2 magic missiles, Lydia accelerated again and rushed straight to the Night Demon Shadow to prevent the other party from chasing. After shortening the distance to less than 1 kilometer, Lydia pressed the button to launch the machine gun, and the cylindrical muzzles on both sides of the wing immediately burst out, and a continuous rain of bullets rushed over. If the machine gun is installed on a supersonic fighter without hitting himself, it is a problem that Dennis has been entangled in for several months. However, after actual combat exercises, Dennis realized that he was thinking too complicated. With the help of the high speed brought by the supersonic fighter, the machine gun bullet can easily break through the speed of more than 5 times the speed of sound under the action of inertia. In comparison, The huge body of the night demon is simply a living target. The special armor-piercing bullets shot out from the machine gun are coupled with the blessing of 5 times the speed of sound, and the power that bursts out is terrifying. Even though the legendary body is extremely strong, it was also hit with blood grooves. The night demon Shadow, who was originally planning to chase Raphael and others, was embarrassed by this series of attacks. Although the machine gun attack could only barely break the defense, it was extremely insulting. Angry roars resounded in the sky above the foreign land. As the huge night demon's wings vibrated, a fierce storm emerged again. The speed of the wind was undoubtedly very fast, but Lydia was driving a supersonic fighter, so it was not difficult to evade it. The halfling girl undoubtedly used the advantage of speed to the limit. The entire supersonic fighter in her hands dodged left and right like a nimble swallow, always maintaining a distance of 1 kilometer, constantly circling around the huge night demon to harass it. The machine gun was okay, but the 2 missiles released before made the night demon Shadow extremely wary. He could feel the threat brought by that thing, and it was obviously the same thing as the fire released by the chief priest of the moon god just now. Under the constant harassment of the fighter planes, Night Demon Shadow had to give up the idea of pursuit. After commanding the griffins to continue to hunt down the fleeing Raphael and others through the language of the soul, he was ready to teach this annoying little thing a lesson. Storm Domain. Night Demon Shadow spread his wings high, and with the surge of a large amount of magic power, the invisible domain began to expand rapidly into the distance. Hundreds of thousands of screaming demons, ghosts, and various undead flying monsters also surrounded them. Their speed was far from fast enough, but they were more numerous, and they surrounded them directly from all directions. No matter which direction the fighter plane broke through, they would face an endless sea of undead. Various unpleasant screams continued to resound in the sky above the foreign land, and the situation began to take a sharp turn for the worse. But Lydia was extremely excited. This feeling of walking on the edge of a knife made her very intoxicated. Another round of machine guns hit the night demon. Lydia pulled up the lever to avoid the beating of the bat wings, and then plunged into the sea of undead. Hundreds of screaming demons took the brunt of the attack and rushed directly towards the flying fighter. Ionization overload mode activated. Lydia shouted and pressed a red button. The graphene coating on the surface of the fighter immediately burst into dazzling lightning, forming a cone-shaped ionosphere on the outside of the fuselage. Combined with the fighter's unparalleled speed, it was like an indestructible sword. Even if these undead charged fearlessly, they could not stop it at all. The fighter flew past, leaving only blood and flesh residue flying in the air. This is a function specially designed by Dennis to deal with the close combat of the fighter in an emergency. It was inspired by Lin's high-frequency vibration particle knife and is an airborne attack method that is in the testing stage. Fighters in supersonic flight are very fragile. Sometimes only a small flying bird can cause a tragedy in which the plane is destroyed and people are killed. So Lydia didn't dare to hit the Night Demon Shadow directly, but it was still very convenient to use it to deal with these screaming demons. As long as the speed was fast enough, these undeads blocking the road would be cut in half in an instant. The only disadvantage was that it consumed a lot of energy. In just one round trip, a total of 1/5 of the energy was gone. Lydia roughly calculated that after deducting the energy for flying back, this state could only last for a maximum of 3 minutes. It seems that the battle must be resolved as soon as possible, Lydia thought to herself. There are still 4 missiles left on the fighter, and the machine gun is almost empty. If you want to give the opponent a heavy blow, at least 3 missiles must hit. However, the opponent has the ability to release a large avoidance storm, and even his body is shrouded in a layer of wind wall. If it is released at a long distance, it will only be detonated in advance, and it will not be able to achieve a better effect. Just as Lydia was thinking, the energy consumed by the fighter suddenly surged, but the storm field of the Night Demon Shadow was completed. In the area covered by the domain for 2 kilometers, the elements in the void began to riot, and a violent storm began to brew. The elements surged and turned into a hurricane, and the strong winds turned into a sharp killing weapon in an instant, attacking everything around it almost indiscriminately, including the screaming demons and other flying monsters in it. Hundreds of thousands of undead were swept into the storm and their bodies were directly torn to pieces. Lydia, who was also in the storm, was also greatly affected. The fighter plane began to shake constantly under the influence of the strong wind. Even though Dennis arranged windproof magic on the outer shell, he could not withstand such a terrifying storm. And the bodies of those torn undead were also expanding rapidly. This was the necromancy magic, corpse explosion. At the cost of hundreds of thousands of undead, everything around can be wiped out in an instant. Night Demon Shadow planned to use such a large-scale magic to directly crush that extremely fast, annoying thing like a mosquito. But before corpse explosion was fully activated, an extremely bright light lit up from behind. Night Demon Shadow, who had been attacked by someone with a laser beam and was almost cut in half, was extremely sensitive to this light. He shuddered and stopped corpse explosion, but the light did not stop, but became brighter and brighter, almost turning the entire area into daylight. A strong sense of crisis rose from his heart. Night Demon Shadow kept turning his head to take a look. Everything he saw was swallowed by the strong light. Not only that, the terrifying nuclear explosion shockwave was spreading rapidly towards this side. It will soon swallow up this area together. In the face of this life-threatening nuclear explosion, Night Demon Shadow chose the same decision as Verk and ran at full speed. And it was the direction where Raphael and others fled. Even in such a dangerous situation, Night Demon Shadow did not forget his mission. As for turning back to rescue, forget it. Even if the Great Lich Cecil died, he would just change his boss, as long as he could complete the task. The Lord of the Dead would not blame him. Lydia, who was on the fighter plane, was also affected by the strong light, but she had prepared and put on goggles in advance. Although her vision was still greatly limited, fortunately her target was very large, the only darkness in the endless light, standing there like a huge target. So Lydia came up with a bold idea, which was to keep this flying big guy. She was able to fly at supersonic speed, which was much faster than the spread of the nuclear explosion shock wave. She was not worried about being engulfed by the explosion, not to mention that this fighter plane also used full magic power, so there was no need to worry about losing control due to the influence of nuclear explosion radiation. Thinking of this, Lydia immediately took action, no longer saving ammunition, and fired all the remaining hundreds of bombs. The chain of barrages appeared again, but under the influence of the storm, the effect was minimal, and only 1 in 10 could hit the target. Lydia had already increased the speed of the fighter to the limit and rushed towards the huge night demon. The 4 mock rings and the tail flames of the rear fighter were extremely eye-catching. Get out of the way! The Night Demon Shadow roared, and the huge bat wings slapped the flying fighter heavily. Lydia was fully focused, relying on the ultra-high speed of the fighter and the plasma shield surrounding the outside to cut through the storm, and manipulated the entire fighter to dodge the slap. At a very close distance, it almost brushed against the edge of the Night Demon's wings. Then Lydia seized the opportunity to launch all 4 missiles. At such a close distance, there was no possibility of missing. The first missile landed on the Night Demon's left shoulder blade, and the other 3 missiles hit the Night Demon's chest and abdomen. Along with the roar of the explosion, the eerie immortal flame rose up. This flame that could devour all elements and plunder electrons quickly attached to the Night Demon's flesh and blood the moment it erupted. The fierce flames almost instantly covered most of his body. For Shadow, who was a dead spirit and a legendary creature, ordinary flames were not worth fearing, but this kind of immortal flame was obviously different. He could clearly feel his flesh burning, bones melting, and blood dissolving. The huge Night Demon fell from the sky, and was swept into the shockwave of the nuclear explosion amidst the angry roar. Lydia did not dare to stay any longer, because the shockwave had already caught up with the fighter plane. If it had been a few seconds later, she would have been with the Night Demon. Raphael and others on the other side were also within the range of the nuclear explosion, but they successfully waited for the arrival of support and boarded the airship that came to rescue. The speed of the nuclear explosion shockwave will slow down as the radius expands. They are 3 kilometers away from the core area of the explosion, and it is still no problem for them to escape at the speed of the airship. What a terrible magic! It's like the power of God. The halfling Kama stood on the edge of the airship, squinting his eyes, staring at the huge mushroom cloud rising from the distance, and said in horror. In fact, if Raphael had not anticipated this and used the remaining little magic power to set up magic around the airship to shield the radiation and the strong light, his eyes would have been burned blind now. Such terrible magic that seemed to be able to burn mountains and boil seas was completely beyond Kama's cognition. In his heart, only the god that was constantly mentioned by the priest had such a powerful power. To be precise, this should be the power of the sun, Raphael said with a smile. It was not the first time for him to observe a nuclear explosion, so he was not surprised. Moreover, although the skyfall was powerful, it was still in the category of legendary magic. He had heard several speakers say that only those who were hundreds of meters away from the center of the nuclear explosion could ensure the killing of a legend. However, this was absolutely a devastating blow to the creatures below the legend. Raphael felt that if he was in it, he would not be able to survive even if he was 1,000 meters away from the center of the explosion. The sun? Mach muttered to himself as he looked at the strong light that broke out between the mountains. Then he thought of what Yoland had just said, that the alchemical creation called a fighter plane came to rescue them and restrain the powerful monster, and its pilot was also a halfling like himself. Look, we seem to have arrived. A wizard in the team suddenly pointed to the front excitedly. That valley was where the time-space gate was. They would be able to return to the Magic Kingdom soon, and everyone present was a little excited. They stayed in the foreign land for a total of 3 months. The first month and a half was fine, just exploring everywhere and conquering a halfling settlement, but the second half of the month was torture. They were in danger all the time, and even had to sleep with one eye open. Now it's finally over. The airship sailed at full speed and soon passed the protective barrier and was swallowed by the surging time-space gate. At the moment before leaving, Raphael had already seen the tail flame of the fighter plane, which was speeding towards this side. Very good. It seems that Lydia is also safe. Raphael was relieved and was swept into the time-space vortex. The nuclear explosion lasted for more than an hour before it finally stopped. The spreading mountains had turned into a scorched earth. The winter dragon Verk climbed up from the land full of radiation and dust. The right half of his body was in tatters and there was no extra magic to repair it. As for the land where Cecil and Colin were, there was nothing left. Verk was very glad that the two of them blocked for him, otherwise he would have been hit head-on. However, after losing 2 legends in a row, they had lost face in this battle. The Lord of the Dead was furious and he was afraid that he would not be able to get away with it. Fortunately, Verk soon realized that the commander was Cecil, so what did it have to do with him? The skeleton dragon's heart was immediately relieved, and then the space and time around him began to ripple. Verk immediately recognized that this was long-distance teleportation. Did the great Lord of the Dead know about the loss here? So he sent a new commander. As Verk thought about this, he saw a corpse wizard coming out. His face was very unfamiliar, but he felt a familiar breath on the other person. "Cecil, you are still alive?" Verk said in surprise. Damn moon god, damn moon priest. I will extract your soul and burn it in the lowest and most fragile bones. Cecil roared in great anger. If his life box was not carried with him but placed somewhere else, he would have died by now. Even so, he could only temporarily change into a corpse wizard's body, and his strength was greatly reduced. Cecil glanced at Verk coldly. The two sides were about to accuse each other, but they shut up at the same time, because a terrifying pressure suddenly filled the sky above the entire mountain range. The Lord of the Dead has arrived. Chapter 549, The Beginning of the Plane War. The sudden pressure made the Great Lich, Cecil and Winter Dragon, Verk, who were about to quarrel, stop. They immediately trembled and prostrated themselves. A look of fear appeared in their eyes burning with soul fire. In the indescribable chaos, a majestic voice sounded over the entire mountain range. Tell me, what is going on, Cecil? Millions of undead were destroyed at the same time, which naturally attracted the attention and anger of the Lord of the Dead. Great Lord of the Dead, the chief priest of the moon god sent an incarnation to sneak in. He used the powerful artifact to destroy the earth and mountains, and wanted to die with us. Great Lich, Cecil hurriedly explained. Although he has not yet confirmed the other party's identity, It is impossible for an incarnation to cast such a powerful spell. It must be relying on something. So it was just an incarnation of a high priest who defeated you. I have to say, you disappoint me, Cecil. The tone of the Lord of the Dead became colder and colder. A chill rising from the depths of his soul suddenly surged in Cecil's heart. But before he could continue to argue, a strong pressure enveloped every part of his body. Even as a legendary wizard of the Nine Rings, Cecil had no ability to resist in front of a true god. Cecil slowly floated up, and a look of horror appeared on his rotten face. Cecil could clearly feel that he seemed to be pinched in the palm of an invisible big hand. Every piece of flesh and blood and every bone in his body seemed to be wailing, and then his whole body was crushed, leaving only a blood mist in the air. Winter Dragon. Vrook pressed his head deeply to the ground. He always disliked Cecil, but at this moment he couldn't help but feel a little bit of grief, worried that he would be the next one to be crushed. But after just a few seconds, Valak breathed a sigh of relief, because the blood mist in the air quickly gathered together and reconstructed Cecil's body. Under the creation-like means of the Lord of the Dead, Cecil regained his lich body, and then bowed down excitedly. Thank you for your forgiveness, great Lord of the Dead. I will definitely offer you the world outside the time and space gate as soon as possible, and destroy the moon god and her believers together. Cecil, who had just walked between life and death and whose soul was almost crushed, was terrified. There will be no next time. The cold voice of the Lord of the Dead resounded in the sky above the foreign land. He crushed Cecil's body as a punishment, and reshaped his body as a gift. A nine-ring legendary wizard still has some effect, but his patience is limited. This time he forgave Cecil completely because of his contribution as a pioneer in conquering the domain of the moon god Diana. Have you completed the task I gave you? The Lord of the Dead suddenly asked in a deep voice. Reporting to the great Lord of the Dead, I have asked Shadow to chase those fugitives. He should be able to pass on the news soon. Cecil responded quickly. Shadow is dead. The gloomy and cold voice sounded again, and the chaos of nothingness became violent. Cecil's heart suddenly rose to his throat, and the soul fire between his pupils was trembling rapidly. Obviously, this news was completely beyond his expectations. The reason why his body and part of the soul attached to it were completely destroyed was because they were in the core area of the energy impact. The dead knight Kolorn was as unlucky as him, and although Valak, who was farther away, was severely injured, he still survived. How could Shadow, who went to chase those fugitives, die so easily? Cecil was full of doubts, but he did not question it. Since the Lord of the Dead said that he was dead, there was no possibility that Shadow would survive. The most urgent task now was how to deal with the Lord of the Dead's accusation. Cecil had no doubt that if he said that he could not find the location of the space-time gate, the moody god would immediately crush his body and soul. I set up a detection barrier above this mountain before. Those fugitives must have been contaminated with magic when they passed through. I can find the location of the space-time node based on the trajectory of their actions. Cecil spoke very quickly before the Lord of the Dead got angry, and every word was true. Cecil did not have the courage to lie in front of a god, but this kind of magic trajectory could be blocked and eliminated, and it was not 100% safe. So he deliberately asked Shadow to follow. I hope you can understand that my patience has never been much, Cecil. Just like your time. The dull voice echoed in the mountains. After saying this, the Lord of the Dead no longer responded. The chaos dissipated. Cecil stood up slowly, exhaling a breath of frosty air from his mouth. His life was finally saved. Cecil, have you really found the location of the space-time node? Time is running out. The great Lord of the Dead will never give you a second chance. Verk looked at Cecil, who had saved his life, and said mockingly. Cecil glanced at Verk's tattered body gloomily and said, Since you're so anxious, you will be the vanguard next time you attack. Verk. Winter Dragon. Verk didn't dare to answer at all, but evaded and said that his injuries would take some time to recover, and he would personally tell the Lord of the Dead. Lin En's nuclear explosion had knocked away his arrogance and all his contempt. Not to mention going to the other side of the space-time gate, it is very likely that he will have to face the moon god. Even though the other party gave up his own divine domain in a mess and fled to another world, judging from the performance of this high priest, The power of the moon god did not seem to be weakened too much. It's definitely not that easy to deal with. When you recover from your injuries, I will propose to the great lord of the dead. Cecil didn't mean to let Vert go so easily, and the two sides had a grudge. After threatening, Cecil no longer paid attention to the winter dragon, and began to cast a spell to sense the traces of magic power remaining in the air, and then heaved a sigh of relief. Although the traces of magic power here were eliminated by the explosion, there were still a lot of weak magic power remaining more than 10 kilometers away. Cecil was relieved immediately, which meant that at least his first mission was completed. Then Cecil cast the language of the soul and called on the army of dead souls in the foreign land to gather here. The millions of dead souls destroyed by a nuclear explosion were only a small part of the temporary mobilization. After all, there was more than one time and space gate, and Cecil did not put all his hopes here. In fact, the number of dead souls distributed in the foreign land exceeded 30 million, and this was just the regular army. The large number of cannon fodder transformed from the previous slaughter of the natives of this divine domain was not within the scope of his statistics. Such power is enough to flatten a world, but it is still insufficient to deal with a god, so they are just the vanguard. At the same time, in the valley dozens of kilometers away, with the passage of supersonic fighters, the surging space-time gates slowly closed under the constraints of the other end, leaving the dark and gloomy foreign land. Under the bright sunshine, Raphael and others squinted their eyes uncomfortably, and then relaxed their whole body and mind. We really came back alive? A witch in the queue was so happy that she cried. When she entered the foreign land, she was ready to sacrifice, but she didn't expect to be able to return safely. The halfling Maka looked up and stared at the bright sun in the sky, feeling astonished. Is this the sun? He had heard Darren say before that the sun is a star, a very large star, tens of millions of times larger than a continent, and can illuminate the whole world. Maka didn't believe it before. What kind of light can illuminate the whole world? But now he has to believe it, because everything in sight was incredibly bright, even to the point of being extremely dazzling. Maka, who had been in a foreign land for more than 10 years, had never experienced such a feeling. The two airships soon stopped in the valley. The fighter plane driven by Lydia circled in the sky and stopped on the runway after slowing down. Raphael and others who got off the airship saw the armored convoys standing on both sides, the neatly lined soldiers and the ferocious muzzles of the guns being pointed at by thousands of cannons. Even though they knew there was no danger, several people couldn't help but get nervous. But the next moment this tension was replaced by thunderous applause and cheers. One cannon after another exploded, but what exploded was not shells but fireworks used for the ceremony. Raphael and others who got off the airship received the most enthusiastic welcome. Flowers and fireworks were flying, and Rev even held an award ceremony on the spot, awarding a Morning Star Medal to all those who participated in the action to commend their achievements. Raphael and Lydia, who went to rescue them, even received a Silver Moon Medal. As the leader of the team, the former risked his life to go deep into the foreign land, and took the initiative to make the decision to contain the army of undead to buy time for the parliament. A Silver Moon Medal is truly worthy of the name. Lydia, who also received the Silver Moon Medal, was a little uneasy at the same time as being surprised. After all, she didn't seem to do anything. She just flew over and flew back. For her, it only took 2 hours. There is no doubt that this is what you deserve, Lydia, Lin En said with a smile. It was not an easy thing to be able to go deep into the foreign land and bring Raphael and others out. Not to mention, Raphael also briefly talked about the course of events at the awards ceremony. Lydia was able to delay the pace of a legendary creature by herself and directly shoot it down. This was already an extremely terrifying record. The awards ceremony was hosted by Herv as usual, and at the end he gave a pre-war speech, saying that the Wizard Council would never give up anyone who made outstanding contributions, which boosted morale before the war. After the brief award ceremony, the soldiers gathered nearby returned to battle preparations. The enemy could invade at any time and anywhere, and 15 minutes was the limit. Lin En, Rev, Aurora and other speakers took Raphael and others to the rear and asked about the details of the incident. Everyone supplemented and soon told the whole story. Anyway, it should be thanks to you this time, Speaker Lin En. Raphael looked at Lin En gratefully. If it weren't for the other party's incarnation that opened a path for them, they would have died now. Compared to you personally entering the foreign land, I just sent an incarnation to help. Lin En smiled and shook his head. He had sensed that the part of his soul that he had separated had disappeared, and his mental strength had also fallen into a short period of weakness. Even if the best legendary potion in the upper council is used, it will take several days to recover. However, it will take some time for the intelligent brain to completely crack the computing power of everyone, so it should not delay the promotion ceremony. Also, you seem to have brought back something special. Lin En stared at Raphael and the others and suddenly said, "Are you talking about Maka?" Although he is a native of a foreign land, but Raphael was about to defend Maka. After all, they had been through hardships together. But Lin En shook his head. "No, I'm talking about this." The moment the voice fell, Lin En suddenly attacked without warning. A strong lightning immediately enveloped the people present. The speed of lightning was so fast that even Raphael could not react. Trub's face changed slightly, but he did not move because of his trust in Lin En. Under the violent power of thunder, the bodies of the people in front of him all began to emit thick black smoke, accompanied by bursts of shrill cries. What on earth is going on?" Raphael's voice was slightly trembling when he was electrocuted. How could he not see that something was wrong with their bodies? He looked at Lin En in astonishment. "Fortunately, it's just a tracking spell." Lin En was relieved. This magic has touched a little bit of the high-dimensional field. If he hadn't made some progress in the past few days, he might not have been able to detect the things attached to Raphael and others. The person who set up this magic is likely to be a legendary wizard of the 9 rings. After Lin En's explanation, the members of the foreign team were all scared. They didn't expect that they would be infected with some weird things without knowing it. If it wasn't for the magic star pointing it out, they might have to carry it with them all the time. Raphael's face was heavy. Since it was a tracking spell, it meant that the location of the time and space node should have been exposed. He thought that he could delay for a while after getting rid of those pursuers. "Okay, you can go and have a good rest now." Lin En patted the shoulders of several people and continued, "The next step is our battle." Chapter 550 Lin En's deification ceremony. After Raphael and the others returned successfully, the 300,000 main forces mobilized by the parliament waited in front of the time and space gate for a whole week, but they did not wait for the invasion of the undead army. Lin En was also a little surprised about this, but thinking of Raphael's report, he suddenly realized that his nuclear explosion probably caused a lot of trouble to the other party. Millions of undead were destroyed, and it would probably take some time to reassemble enough troops. 4 or 5 days over there is equivalent to a month here. Realizing this, Lin En asked the others to continue monitoring. After 2 weeks of rest, the damage to the soul has been basically repaired, and it is finally time to carry out the god-making ceremony he envisioned. Lin En summoned Rav, Vittorio, Aurora and Anthony and told them his plan. "Have you found the secret to becoming a god?" Rav and the others looked at Lin En in astonishment, full of surprise and incredible expressions. A year ago, they had just completed the promotion to the legendary level. Now, they have not yet fully understood this realm. Lin En has actually found a way to be promoted to the realm above the legendary level. This is a bit too fast. Do you still remember Arctic? He has brought me a lot of inspiration. During this period, I have also asked a lot of information from the crow. I am about 50% sure, Lin En said thoughtfully. Hearing Lin En mention Arctic, Rav and others frowned. The other party's state can only be described as weird. The parliament thought of various ways to wake him up, and even found tens of thousands of people to call souls and pray, but it was useless. Aurora suspected that these people's beliefs might not be devout enough, but even through brainwashing, it would not be possible to get so many devout believers in a short time. Should we wait for some more time? Half of the confidence is a bit too risky. Anthony couldn't help but suggest. Even though he believed in this magic star, Lin En was only a 7-ring legendary wizard now. It was a bit unrealistic to directly jump 2 levels to complete the promotion. The safest way is to wait until you are promoted to a 9-ring wizard before considering becoming a god. The risk is indeed not small, but this is probably the only way to defeat the Lord of the Dead. Lin En couldn't help but sigh. The more he studied, the more he found that the gap between high-dimensional and low-dimensional was too big. If his guess was true, without an existence of the same level to compete with them, they couldn't hurt the other party at all. Even if the antimatter bomb is powerful, it's useless if it doesn't hit. Prevent others also understood the urgency of the current situation. Seeing that Lin En had made up his mind, they stopped persuading him and asked if he needed to prepare anything for the promotion ceremony. "I've prepared everything." Lin En stretched out his hand, and hundreds of dark golden balls with runes engraved on the surface appeared in his palm. "Have someone put this in the magic base stations in the Empire." Isn't this? Vittorio quickly recognized it, and the corner of his mouth twitched. "Yes, I melted all the corona metals, just enough." Lin En shrugged and said freely, when he was studying this dark gold metal before, he discovered the special features of this thing. Its essence is composed of gold atoms, but there is something inside that he named the magic core, which means that this thing can carry powerful magic and soul power. And these rune balls made by him are just like the special secret rings before, with a wisp of his soul inside, so that he can connect all the magic base stations at the same time. Lin En is very clear that what he lacks compared to the 9 rings wizard is actually 2 things. One is computing power, and the other is magic reserves. The former can be made up by the intelligent brain, and the latter requires external forces, and the magic base station built before can be used. I will go there in person, place them in the base station, and arrange the corresponding protective spells. Vittorio took over hundreds of metal balls and promised solemnly. Lin En nodded, and then told the few people that they might need to call on some of their computing power when the ceremony was carried out, hoping that they could cooperate at that time. Since the magic network has been announced, there is no need to hide this point. The computing power that the magic network needs to mobilize this time is not a small amount. If the computing power is secretly transferred and discovered, it will easily cause some extremely bad effects. For this point, Prevent others naturally knew it. Since the magic network can disperse the computing power, it can certainly gather the power of everyone into one. "By the way, where did you find this strange metal?" After handing over the metal ball carrying the soul and magic power, Lin En asked curiously. "He has tried it. This kind of magic gold cannot be mimicked by magic, probably because its essence is related to magic." Trev was the first to explain that this metal came from a foreign land. It was found in the stomach of the black dragon that arrived at the wizard's land through the space-time gate. It was unknown what it had eaten before. Now that the foreign land has become a paradise for the dead, it is obviously impossible to send people in to explore or even dig for ore. Hearing this, Lin En had to give up, and then discussed matters during the promotion period with several people. Although it is not the best time now, according to Lin En's prediction, the Lord of the Dead should not participate in the early battles. After all, a god leaving the divine domain means that he needs to face danger and the possibility of falling. It is unlikely that the other party will rush into this world and directly fight a god war. In addition, the speed difference between the 2 worlds can reserve more time for his promotion. Aurora even suggested that Lin En should withdraw to the capital first, so as not to be affected by the war and affect the success or failure of his promotion. "No, just stay in the northern city of Lordsal." Lin En shook his head. The city of the north is located less than 50 kilometers behind the valley. It is also one of the most heavily guarded areas. Nearly 70% of the parliament's power is in this area. If even this place is lost, it means that the situation has reached an irreversible point. After making a decision, Lin En discussed with several people for a long time, and the time for promotion was set in 3 days. A few days passed in a flash, and just as Lin En expected, there was still no movement at the time and space gate. In order to protect his promotion ceremony in Lordsal, Trev sent Raphael and others who had rested for a while. This is also a relatively easy job. After all, the valley has been set up with a net of heaven and earth, and the possibility of the enemy going around is not great, but it still needs a few reliable people to protect it so as not to be disturbed. Prevent others either need to keep an eye on the time and space nodes or have other tasks to do, and they can't spare any time. Chairman Lin, Lord Vittorio sent a message saying that he has placed the metal ball you gave him. "Do you want to start the promotion ceremony now?" Raphael said solemnly and expectantly. The sooner the better. The better. Let's start. Lin nodded and stood in the center of the magic circle. With the help of the real-time soul entanglement effect, he began to communicate with the magic base stations scattered across the continent. Soul separation is a very strange magic. When the caster uses this method to separate part of his soul, it does not mean that he has lost this part of the soul, and it is impossible to make up for or repair the damage through magic potions or other means. Because the main soul and the split soul still have a subtle connection, they are always in a strange state of dispersion and aggregation. Once the incarnation containing magic power is destroyed, this part of the soul will return to the main body if it does not encounter an obstruction or an attack that is enough to hurt the soul. This connection seems to be somewhat similar to the quantum entanglement effect. Lin En couldn't help guessing that the soul or consciousness should also have this part of high-dimensional characteristics. The soul-splitting technique only splits the soul from the three-dimensional level, but their connection is still close at the higher dimensional level. No wonder has limited knowledge of the microscopic form of elements, but can touch the high-dimensional field. It is very likely that she started from the soul. Lin En suddenly understood. But now is obviously not the time to think about these things. After clearing up these messy thoughts, he directly expanded the field. The huge magic power quickly emerged around with each magic base station as the center of the circle. Because Lin En had already given a heads up in advance, the wizards who sensed this change were not panicked and did not cause any commotion. However, with the rapid expansion of the field, the consumed magic power also increased exponentially. Lin En roughly calculated that even if he had hundreds of magic base stations as reserves, it would be almost impossible to expand the field to the entire planet, or even deep underground. Then he could only assimilate this continent first. Lin En thought so, and it is estimated that it will take at least a week to assimilate all the elements in a continent. Even so, it is only the first step of the promotion. Just as Lin En was performing the god-making ceremony, the time and space node located in the valley was suddenly reactivated. The 9 great wizards who were always guarding the time and space gate immediately transmitted the news through electromagnetic waves and tried to close the activated time and space gate again. The locks that bound the time and space vortex runes were tight, and under the combined efforts of the 9 great wizards, they could not even hold on for more than 10 minutes and burst. Retreat. There is no need to block it anymore, Vittorio said solemnly. Although he knew that it was unlikely to stop the invasion of these undead spirits, he did not expect the collapse to come so quickly. Realizing that the enemy of this invasion might be far beyond expectations, Vittorio led the 9 people to retreat to the outside of the valley together. The artillery attack later would not distinguish between enemies and friends. The army that received the electromagnetic wave message had also quickly assembled. When Vittorio retreated, the first army had already assembled. In addition to hundreds of thousands of ordinary soldiers who had been trained for more than a year and were proficient in firearms, there were hundreds of great wizards and more than 15,000 formal wizards in the queue. Thousands of artillery pieces had already rotated their muzzles and aimed at the time and space gates of the valley. Airships and fighter planes were also ready to go, ready to meet the enemy. Looking at this mighty lineup, Vittorio couldn't help but feel a little emotional. If the Magic Kingdom had such a strong military force when attacking the Empire, the Church would probably not even have a chance to resist. It's just that the enemy they need to face this time is obviously more powerful. Under the tense and vigilant gaze of the wizards, the diameter of the time and space vortex quickly grew to more than 500 meters. And it was still growing rapidly. A huge amount of magic power was pouring into this world crazily, and Vittorio and others all frowned. What on earth are they trying to do? Are they going to use the space-time gate to engulf the entire world? Arad looked at the space-time vortex, which was about to reach 1 kilometer in diameter, with a worried look on his face. He was worried that if it continued to grow like this, the entire world would be engulfed. It shouldn't be that bad. Prv frowned and said, the larger the scope of the space-time gate, the more magic power it consumed. How much magic power would it take to include the entire world? However, when he thought of the words of the so-called Star Messenger, that the main world had the ability to capture an entire plane, Prv became a little uncertain again. Fortunately, After the diameter of the space-time gate expanded to more than 2 kilometers, it stopped growing. Then, a breath of oppression that made everyone feel began to spread throughout the valley. "They are coming," Vittorio suddenly spoke, and ripples suddenly appeared in the surging space-time vortex. A large number of ghosts, screaming demons, and various undead flying monsters emerged from the other end of the space-time gate, almost covering the entire sky. On the ground, countless ghouls, stitched beasts, and skeleton warriors set foot on this new land. Together with them, a group of death knights in armor rushed out of the space-time gate as pioneers. Their eyes flashed scarlet light, and they were covered with heavy armor. The skeleton war horses under their feet neighed and roared. The flaming horses stepped on the ground, and the originally vibrant magic plants withered and died instantly. Death was spreading rapidly. This number, Sanchez, who was in the front row, looked at the undead spirits that emerged from the space-time gate like a tide, and couldn't help swallowing his saliva, but still shouted loudly with voice magic, "Attack!" More than 2,000 artillerymen had loaded their shells and cannons. With bursts of fierce roars, artillery fire flew down from the sky like raindrops. Thousands of airships and various fighter planes also took off one after another, facing the screaming demons and ghosts that covered the sky. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.